And good morning also on YouTube. So live both on YouTube and on Twitch. And it's overlay time. Let's show the schedule. I realized on my other overlay, I don't have the... hold on, let me, you gotta do some copying and pasting. Giveaway. Copy. Paste. There we are. Boom, schedule. So semifinals, 2 sets today, 15 and 18 GMT, and then 2 sets tomorrow, 15 and 17 GMT. Let's see, I'm getting a ping. And hello, Anthony Cohn. Excellent for watching on a larger screen. Oh yeah, I'll ask the Airbnb people. I got some people in Jersey for a watch party. Let's see if today's stream is going to be as long as yesterday's. I wouldn't complain for 2 Game 7s. I wouldn't complain either. Although I do have some people in New Jersey, and we're going to Medieval Times for a meetup tonight. I would like to get there on time, and that starts at 7:30. It's 10:45 a.m. right now, so I'm hoping I get there in time. we should be good. Have some live feedback. Hello, Therathos, and also big thanks to Hot Mitts for that sub. Hello, Galileo AV and Therathos on Twitch. Hello, Anthony and Greg on YouTube. Best of luck. Thank you. We'll see. I've loved both a long stream, but also a stream that finishes in time. About 7 hours from yesterday, I think is good, right? That's 30 minutes per game if we go 7 games for both sets. So first set is, of course, Doubt and Hera against Hart and Leary. Second set will be Lix and Yo against ACCM and Slam. And we're just going to say a prayer to Lord Doubt that we have healthy internet quality over the next 2 days. Hello, Stashfo. Looking forward to these last couple of sets. We need Doubt supremacy. Yes. Oh, yes, Stashfo. I'm going to do a giveaway today. And if you're on YouTube, you want to click over to Twitch for a minute. I can use your help, okay? I am going to do a giveaway. And I'm using Nightbot for the giveaway. I need everyone... Wait, this is going to be a test, okay? Type !AOM in the chat. And I just want to do a test and make sure that the giveaway works. I'll show you what I'm doing over here. Okay, I'll show you what I got going on. Alright, yeah, so anyway, this is how we get chat activity. We test the giveaway. Alright. I'll show you what I'm working with. I'm afraid that I need to keep this browser open for 7 hours and not close it. Alright, so we have a whole bunch of people who've typed !AOM in the chat. Now, I'm just going to see what happens if I click, because I think if I click somewhere else on the Nightbot commands, I'm worried that all of you get removed from the drawing. So I'm just going to check that. Let's say I want to check the log. I'll see the log. And I'll look, oh, look, people have typed stuff in the chat. Then I go back to giveaways. Yeah, and it resets the giveaway. Like Nightbot, what type of UI is this? Where if I accidentally click off the giveaway, it stops the giveaway. So, I don't know what to do about this. I might just need to, like, do this in a browser and put it somewhere I'm not going to click on it. But yeah, now I need to remake the giveaway. So I need to be extra careful not to close this browser tab. Thank you, Win, automatically for being first. All right, well, this is for real now. Wonderwild, type it in. Anyone else who wants to enter, type it in for real now. Especially Stashvo, if you want to win. And thank you, Joe Mercer, for the follow. So you see the downside I'm seeing for Nightbot. It does not seem like great functionality, no. I picked a great YouTube thumbnail, thank you. And, oh boy, Shit1, thank you for the follow. And you can all see you're being entered in the giveaway. You're a lovely, lovely everyone. Stashro, you are everyone today. Fringe Moon, Lynx, thank you, everyone. And I'll go back and forth to this. And be extra careful not to click on anything that might end the giveaway prematurely. I hope this works. AoE WK, you want some Will of the Kingdoms back? You want your exclamation mark AOC? I've used this before and I've managed not accidentally to click on anything. Thank you, Hit King Hoff, for the follow. So anyone, my requirements are that you're following the stream and you type AOM in the chat, but I don't see a way to verify that you're following from Nightbot. So did I make some of the maps for the tournaments? I put together all of the maps for this. Some maps originally were authored by other people, but I did some slight edits to them. If you check the tournament handbook, you'll see a list of all of the authors. That would be one of the things of, it's on my if I had more time project. I would have had better overlays to, I think, show all the map authors. And I'd love to have that like in-game on Capture somewhere, the authors, so that everyone can see who originally did each map. And Adacor and hello Greg, thank you for the follows. IR Rush, thank you for the follow. So all of the original ideas for the maps go to their authors. All of the bugs in the map and the maps belong to me. And Corsham 1, thank you for the follow. Loving Zawal. Bazi is a true intellectual. Remember, there are different names. Be careful. It's Bazi with a Z and an I. And Bassa there's Lord Bassa. He is also a true intellectual, though. He did the Yadviga campaign and also the Relics of Atheline series. So anyone, if you're following the chat and you want to win Age of Mythology, exclamation mark AOM in the Twitch chat. And I don't know if I can connect Nightbot both to Twitch and to YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, you might just want to type this over on Twitch. Oh, Wayne Dinchester, he wants Age of Mythology too. Nice. All right, so let me just tab back to our overlay then. I'll keep tabs on this throughout the day. I already have it, just want to win. That's the competitive spirit we need. Let me make a post on Reddit that I'm live. Also check the YouTube chat. Okay, we're good there. Also maybe pause the YouTube stream so I'm not watching myself stream there. Same thing on the Twitch stream manager. And a Reddit post. Great, submit that post. Must contain a flare. Even put spoilers in the tournament post on Reddit. There we go. Pair games first to T90 games. T90 games are going to be tomorrow. Because T90's in the finals of the Silver League. And thank you, Peter Pelican, for the sub with Prime. All right, let me get caught up on chat. Will I be casting T90's match tomorrow? Yes. Really loving the event thus far. Thanks for hosting it. Oh, glad you're enjoying it. I got the credit for fixing Arena with 1,800 HP walls, though. That was done many years ago, but I did fix it so that Byzantines get their proper 10% HP boost on the walls. That was something that wasn't included in the fix I had been using for years. I saw Mem point that out in a cast. He was like, oh, these walls have too much HP, but the Byzantines don't have their HP. And I was like, oh, I'll fix that. I'll give them even more HP. Just going to close this or minimize this giveaway window. Make sure I do not press it. And the teams are drafting, so who is ready for a draft? Who's ready for a draft? You didn't use your eyes? That's okay. I can understand. Eyes are difficult to use sometimes. You need to dot them. Alright, so are you ready for some spectacular overlays, Arbase? Where are the drafts? Casting information. Discord load, please. Lovely. And I set up the overlay ahead of time today. So we can take a look first at the maps. Bring them onto the screen. Oh, look at that transition. We'll have Outcrop as game number 1, and Gamer Legion A picking Valley of Kings, Fortress, and Golden Lakes. So 2 Regicide maps. Taking advantage of doubt there. And then Sumatra, Forest Pond, and Stranded. Alright, so no real standard maps. No Arabia, Arena, BF, Nomad, nope. Teams picking fancier maps. Gamer Legion banned Arabia. Hart and Leary banned Socotra, so we get Outcrop. And the Civ draft will start in a moment. Let's bring that up. Your dad watched the event on a T90 stream? My mom told me that one of her co-workers watches Age of Empires. So when we did the Garrison and the NAC streams, they had it on at the TV at the office. Sumatra, good. Sumatra, Sumatra, I think it's been a great map. But I've also been more than mildly frustrated at the fact that no one has played Mediterranean. Not a single game in the Gold League or the Silver League has played Mediterranean. We've had 2 Islands games at least, but everyone has been playing Sumatra. I put a lot of work into getting the trigonometry working on Mediterranean to have the roughly oval water. And they see the goated pre-event stream. I don't think they saw that. I don't know. Maybe next time we do this. I mean, we got rid of the distinction of open and semi-open because I wanted to have walled and forest as categories. Maybe we got to rethink how we do water and hybrid next time. I did enjoy doing the trigonometry. I have a 20-minute YouTube video with 4 minutes left to edit that I've been working on for the past 2 months about the trigonometry. All right, we're getting some admin bans. Hopefully this overlay works too. It'll look better when the draft's filled in, I think. Yep, I left Arbase with Memb and Dave carrying on my stream in that little supply closet we had. See if the goat can carry Hera to a win. He had to carry him last time. Sumatra's a pretty cool map. I think it's a pretty cool map too. Viper999 fan, 6666 fan. I'm trying to understand why viewers prefer Twitch more than YouTube. Is it because of chat features? Video itself has more features on YouTube, like fast rewind. Yeah, I think the YouTube player generally is better than Twitch. In my experience, the chat is a bit just easier to use on Twitch. And just the overall UI, I think, is more suited for chatting there. And KMTN1102, thank you for the follow. We're just about to hit 13,000 followers. We have what I think is at this point an ambitious goal of 15K followers. If we hit that, I'm gonna add $500 to the prize pool. I don't know if we'll hit that, but hopefully we can get close. Well, maybe we'll at least hit 13K, no doubt about that. And hello, Augustin Heinberg on YouTube. I'm doing pretty darn well. Glad to be back. Alright, Persians, the very first pick, but then a difference between Dravidians and Mongols. GL not focusing Dravidians. What is this? Who's the favorite for this? Technically, Doubt and Hera are the higher seed. I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, the Viper Jordan Tato team kind of lost early on. Who's in the silver final tomorrow? That is the Vietnamese team of Semifinals and Quang Tri. They are going to be taking on a team of two people you may have heard of before. One of them is Dark, and the other player is T90 Official. So I have... Last time we had this tournament... You know, it's always a question for tournaments. What do you do to fill the time before the finals? Because you don't want to just start the stream and go straight into the finals. You need some time before that so that people filter in, discover the stream, turn it on. And last time we did a third place match, but I got the feeling that the players didn't really were not really that interested in the third place match, which I can get, right? You've lost, you're not in the finals, you're kind of disappointed. But instead of Doubt and Tato, they played Doubt and Nilly. And that just seemed like, you know, people aren't really going to be hype for a third place match if you're using your substitute players. And just so that didn't happen again, I had this idea that we'd have the Silver League finals. And then in a complete stroke of luck, probably the best thing that could ever happen for viewership is that T90 made it to the finals of the Silver League. So I have, this is kind of, as much as it's a great thing, I don't know how to evaluate whether or not the Silver League as a pregame show is a good idea or not, simply because of the happenstance that T90 is the one who made it there. So I think next time I do a tournament, that's a good idea, and I want to do it again. But I still don't know if it's... I'll need more data points other than this one to hope that this isn't just an outlier. Hera needs to be better today. I know he was taking the rust off. Yeah, he's de-rusting a bit. But this should be a great matchup. And it's proved the Silver League is rigged. It is more rigged than his community game drawings. I feel like I want to go just like maybe offline, recast that Canberra game, and I'll come up with a new title for it. I'll call it like, because that was the game against FedEx and Manos, and FedEx is a grandmaster at chess, and I was thinking overnight that I could title the video, Chess Grandmaster Yeets 50 Villagers at T90. T90 getting a wild card to the Silver League of every finals from now on, yes. FedEx is legit GM, yes, legit. And MD42, thank you for the follow. Can't wait for Cartogate investigation coming in 6 months, revealing how I'm rigging tournaments for viewers. I mean, imagine if we end up with Slam and ACCM in the finals. That would be something. That's my favorite Civ Byzantines. Because Constantinople and Barbarossa 5 being a huge city was amazing back in 1999. So far I've seen Fortress picked, it's been picked. I don't think it actually has been played yet. So I will hope to see a game on Fortress, because then at least we'll have seen every map other than Mediterranean. It has been played in the Community League. We did see it in that set with, it was one of the Kamigawa sets. Kamigawa against Sweden, with Spaden. Imagine everyone placing T90 in the semis of the tournament just for the viewers. In the finals of the Silver League. Yeah, next time we run this, we definitely need more than 3 weeks because of the number of teams I think who want to play. As they're, I mean, to be fair, there aren't legit 40 teams with a chance of winning the 2v2 tournament, but there are definitely more than 40 high-level teams who will make competitive high-level games for it. So maybe we need platinum, gold, silver, bronze. But I think the big thing is we need some type of qualification stage, so that because we do want to use team game elo in the seeding, but we'd like to have some type of qualification beyond just the team game ladder elo to determine who gets where. So, also a reminder, if you're in the Twitch chat, you can type !AOM if you're following the stream, and be entered for a chance to win AOM Retold, as long as I don't mess up and accidentally close the Nightbot window. If I do, I can maybe scroll through my... next time I'll be more prepared for a giveaway. I spontaneously had this idea yesterday because in my inbox I just happen to have 2 AOM Retold codes that I haven't given away yet. Next time I'll have my own bot written. Any news on the new upcoming patch? The only news I have is that it has been delayed. I was afraid it would come out this week in the middle of the tournament and we'd have a balance patch before the finals, but we're good. No patches during the tournament. I can breathe a sigh of relief. You've been loving this 2v2 tournament. You're a fan of team games. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying it. I have certainly been enjoying it. Thank you, 14kite88, for the follow. Okay, we're at 12,978 followers. We are so close to 13k. And Garlic Witch, thank you very much for the sub. That's a tier 1 sub that counts for Partner Plus. Thank you very much. And Dane Velt, thank you for the follow. As the players are continuing with their drafting, Microsoft got scared of T90. They want T90 to win. Maybe that was it. They rigged T90 into the finals. And today our base will have the job of making sure that all the games help run smoothly and get the drafting done for the next set too. Doubt is an international treasure. Because at 7:30 tonight, we are having, I guess Petito handles the second set. At 7:30 tonight, we have some people who came all the way to New Jersey, who are going to come to medieval times. And I'm hoping that 2 best of 7s are finished before then. But if they're not, I guess maybe that's just a good thing, because that means we had 2 great best of 7s. The shoe for GL. Shu were played extremely well by Licks on Arabia yesterday. New Jersey's not evil. New Jersey is where medieval times is located. It's where they have one of them. Are you dressing up? I'm not dressing up. I'm just gonna go there all casual. I'm not gonna wear my Teutonic Knight costume. Maybe I should. And Hagbrider, thank you for the sub. New Jersey sympathy sub. Who plays in the second semi? That is Slam and ACCM against Licks and Yo. Let's all go to Jersey. Nah, I'll need to move somewhere warmer like Florida, so that I can do lands year round or meetups year round next time. Do I have a favorite Civ combo for 2v2? Ooh, that's there are so many different maps where the Civ combo matters. I don't know if there's one way I can say that. It's very map and setting dependent. Does anyone do CBA tournaments or too niche? None of the big content creators have done that recently. Oh, and on YouTube, Richard Vanek became an elite cataphract. I don't know exactly what that means, but thank you for the support. I set up some type of membership. Oh, so let me tell you about YouTube, right? And hello Panda. So on Twitch, like when you get an affiliate, like your sub thing, just like it turns on, right? Like you just, because why would you ever have subs off on Twitch if you're an affiliate? Because like people want a sub and you get paid for that. On YouTube, you have to turn memberships on. Memberships on YouTube are the equivalent of Twitch subs. And I never like streamed or anything on YouTube for a while, and I never went into the settings and did that. And one day I was just looking at my YouTube dashboard and I had this pop-up, and all I had to do was fill out this form. Like it's like an official thing in my YouTube dashboard. It's not like it wasn't like a scam or anything. It was like I had to fill out this form and turn memberships on my channel. So turn on the ability for people to give me money. And by doing that, Google said they would send me $500. And so I basically just clicked the button to turn on the equivalent of Twitch subs on YouTube. And I thought it was too good to be true, but no, they actually did it. They actually just sent me $500. I didn't believe it, but sometimes you gotta make sure you look at your settings. So thank you, Richard Vanek. You can also do different tiers on YouTube. It doesn't have to be like the $5 that that Twitch does. It is there are different tiers. I don't know what tier the Elite Cataphract is, but I think I probably had like a $1 tier and a $5 tier. Can you do that too? If it's in your settings, maybe. I just looked at the settings one day and I thought it was too good to be true. And then hello, Noman, and John, and Tim, and Augustin, and Crotch, or I can't. There's one vowel in that name and I can't figure out how to say it. Anyway, hello on YouTube. So best of 7, yes, best of 7. Both sets today are best of 7s. Is that like money they saved up from ads on your channel? Well, I don't turn on ads on the YouTube videos. So can we buy a vowel? I would love to do that. For so many names I try to read that I need vowels. And Fresh Lopi, thank you for the follow. We're at 12,981 followers, almost there on Twitch. You buy a vowel for the $500 they sent me. Also, if you want to sub on YouTube, which is the equivalent of following on Twitch, I'm at 29.6k subscribers there, so we're almost at 30k on YouTube. So in total, that would be 45k Twitch plus YouTube. So let's see, everybody. So let me know if they have a lobby up soon. I'm gonna do what I can to make sure we don't have ads during the games on Twitch today. Why is Hera not streaming? And he's probably gonna try hard this. Maybe he will stream soon. I know that players need a 2-minute delay. They're joining the voice channels now on their streams, so maybe he is streaming, but just 2 minutes in the future. Yeah, see Dave, Memb, and Viper all online casting this. I don't know if Harrow's going to stream his POV or if he's going to try hard. And I don't know if T90's going to stream or if he's just going to prepare for his set tomorrow. Yeah, that's one thing I actually think I'd like to... It's one of those Microsoft requirements. Oh, he has a music event, so he's not streaming. Okay. Yeah, doesn't want to get those copyright strikes by streaming the music event. So that's one thing I wish we could maybe improve is... I don't really like the 2-minute spec delay. I wish we had just had 0 spec delay, and players didn't need to delay their streams when playing. But of course it's awkward, right? Because you need to make sure people aren't looking at their chats. And so some players might prefer to have a spec delay. Oh, and Ducks T90 is not streaming today. Yeah, Ducks can mod IRL. Hi from the meetup. Hello, Ducks. Hello, meetup. Yeah, Ducks can mod Varia on IRL. Yes, there's a stream title that. So Yo, the problem with Yo is that they had they're playing ACCM and Slam, and that is always a team that is impossible to find a time slot to schedule because you are now dealing with so many different time zones, and we were not able to broadcast their set live at the time slots we have for running the events today. So they have to play privately with Rex, and then we'll cast the Rex. That is the unfortunate part there. It's not like we're at a LAN event and everyone's all in one place and we've flown people out. This is as much as we do have around 17K plus of funding for the event. When you split that up among many different teams than among players, it's not it diminishes very quickly. So we do what we can to fit everyone into the schedule. And it's always awkward to get everyone when we have so many time zones to deal with. US physical event when? Yeah, I'd love to do a USA LAN. That's make sure you follow the stream. We need to grow a bit before we can do that though, I think. Hot take, Doubt is the best player in the tournament so far. I think everyone would agree with you, Tim Koenig. I think everyone would agree with you. Especially Doubt. Yep. Alright, they're on the map. We're in the lobby. Oh gosh, I just realized this AOM giveaway might depend on Capture Age, because Capture Age has been having VRAM issues recently and crashed, and when in the past when it has crashed, it's also taken down my browser and sometimes OBS. And thank you, Antonio, for the follow. So I'm going to be very aware of restarting Capture Age between every game and hoping that it does not have VRAM issues like I've been having. Alright, so while the players are in the lobby, I'm just going to play a 90-second ad on Twitch just to reset the pre-roll counter and make sure we don't have ads during the game. And of course, if you want to watch without ads, you can always check out the YouTube stream. Your new PC budget just went on a 65-inch OLED TV instead. That is a big TV for watching the stream. And thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. We have just about 400 viewers already. We haven't even gotten started. And for an event that's not, not a premier S tier event, right? It's not like it's not like we have a long history of this. We've done one event so far of Cartographers, So I'm rather happy with the numbers we've been getting. You were overruled by other family members. The capture age runs slow. Excuse was not deemed valid. CA has been pretty badly optimized since launch. The dream would be I open up AoE2DE, and that's the program I open. I don't have to tab over to a separate captain's mode website for drafts, and then another spectator dashboard for the lobbies, and then have capture age open for spectating, and then the game open itself too in the background, and then Discord for the chats. I'd love just everything in one place. As much as Voobly had all the different windows, we did everything in one lobby, and it was wonderful. What are my thoughts on this set? Any predictions? I'm gonna wait for the ad to end and then do some predictions. So, predictions for this set. Chat. Doubt and Hera against Hart and Leary. Give me your predictions. When will they start? Whenever the players launch. Give me your predictions in the chat. Type what is it gonna be? It's a best of 7. It's gonna be a 4-0 sweep. Will Doubt carry Hera that hard? Will it be an 0-4? Will they Titanic hard? Will it be 3-4, 4-3? Let me know. It depends how Doubt plays. It depends. Probably Larry wins 4-2. I think someone goes to the final. That's a safe bet. GLA 4-2, 4-3 Doubt Hera, 3-4 comeback from Leary. A comeback 3-4. That's getting specific. You got Doubt and Hera on YouTube. Okay. It's going to be 5-2 win for Hart and Leary. That is some confidence. That's more confidence than we have games. I think it'll be entertaining. I hope it will be. That's the point. It's entertaining. Oh, it looks like Hera is going live, so he will be streaming his point of view. Someone asked about that earlier. So, okay. Ooh, our base has left the lobby. Players are picking colors, and I think we're just about... Oh, no. Oh, Doubt. Doubt, don't leave and come back. We need you. There he is. Alright, I think we're good. Could the drafting be made a playable scenario? Like the Tetris scenario? And the Den DPL, thank you for the follow. Yeah, let's not have that joke in the chat. All right, they are launching. They are launching. And we'll have 1 minute left. Spec delay, and it will be outcrop for game number 1. And I don't have a prediction so much as I have a hope that it will be 4-3. Whatever team wins 4-3, we'll see. But I'm hoping for a 7-game set. And let me just get everything set up so I can see the chat. I can see Twitch. I can see YouTube. And we're ready to go. Get Capture Age open. Make sure I have the logos ready. Gold semifinals, best of 7. That'd be another great addition to Capture Age if I had the spec delay countdown timer displayed in Capture Age somewhere. Oh, that'd be sick. All right, and here we go. The map will be outcrop. Make it red and blue on the scoreboard. This is the teams are Hart and Leary. Leary with 2 Ys against Gamer Legion A. Alright, so game number 1 in this best of 7. The map is outcrop. In our semifinals to the northwest, we will have Hera and Doubt as the Shu and the Magyars. They will be taking on Leary and Hart. Leary will be the Tatars on the flank, with Hart as the Khmer in the pocket. Now, outcrop. It's originally a map made by Trezini, but last time we ran this tournament, Viper had the suggestion, instead of having 4 players in a +6... Oh, let me just swap my scene. Swap my scene. There we are. Chat, you gotta remind me to swap my scene. We have 400 people here. You gotta type overlay faster in the chat and remind me. Alright, there we go. Let's do that again. So we'll have Hera to the north and Hera and Doubt to the northwest, and Leary and Hart to the southeast. I typed the team names and forgot to change the overlay afterwards. There we are. Josh is saving us. Josh is saving us. We have an entire overlay cast without him. Because I have my YouTube chat up and it's blocking my one monitor partially, so I can't just look over and check like I normally do. Anyway, so the Shu, we saw them yesterday played by Lix as an Arabia flank, and this map is 2 players in a line. As I was saying last time we did this event, instead of having the map in a plus shape like it originally was, Viper suggested that we put the players in a line, and it's a bit of a twist on the normal 2-player 2v2 meta, where you have kind of a flank and pocket setup like you might in a 4v4. Originally the map was made by Trezini, and outside here at the bottom you have a lot of these pigs, and that's why you'll see the Tatars picked, because they have the longer lasting herdables, and they can go to the outsides and grab a whole bunch of these extra pigs. We've seen Britons as a flank quite a bit too, but the Shu, we saw them, how effective they can be. They collect food while chopping their trees. So they collect food from the trees, and that gives them a nice eco boost, while they also have... Oh, and I can show this in Capture Age now. Lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood, and also the archery unit technologies at the archery range of the blacksmith, -25%. That means your crossbow and arbalest upgrades, your thumbring, and also your fletching and armor upgrades at the blacksmith will be cheaper for them. Amazon Tunnel meets Outcrop. Yeah, kind of frontline inspired. Eating trees. Yep, this is... I guess the devs must have been inspired by that bug when villagers could hunt the trees for food, and decided just to make it a feature. So, barracks at the front for Hera, and pretty much every game you see double range forwards here. So double archery ranges and archer production. It does become awkward for the Tatars later on, because they don't have access to arbalests, and if they go to Imp, they would need to make a Cav Archer transition at some point. Cav Archers can be great with how open the map is, but in the 2v2 where one player is just constantly pumping archers into crossbows, finding a timing where you're not suddenly getting overwhelmed by crossbow numbers to make that transition can be really awkward. So Doubt, of course, first one up to feudal. Doubt as the Magyars will be adding in the stable. Magyars, free forging, and the cheaper scouts. No real eco bonus, but the cheaper scouts can be great in a prolonged feudal fight. The map itself has only 2 groups of 2 gold for each player. And each player here tends to have 1 forward gold in the middle. And awkward range position from Leary. I guess just trying to keep the scouts away. The free forging on the Magyar scout. Ooh, they picked a Vil on the gold. Picked a Vil on the gold. That's why the ranges are awkward, because the scout was there. Reforging for the Magyar scout does give the scout bump when you hit feudal a great ability to pick off Vils, and they found an isolated Vil on the gold. So the 2 ranges here from Leary delayed a bit by those scouts. Doubt being up so fast he was able to be disruptive. Shu, do they have the Xianbei Raiders? Is that the Shu? No, that's the Wei who have the Xianbei Raiders, if I recall. That's the Wei. We saw them played by Lix yesterday on that Jungle Rumble game where he and Yo messed up the civ positions. So lots of Xing from Hera. This map usually is pretty easy to wall, but walls don't protect you in the mid-castle age when you start running out of gold and you have to get to the outside. White feather guards, hello, Tantron. This gen is not easy to wall. Over here, it's a big open spot for Doubt and Hera. This side, actually, I mean, for Doubt and Hera, this gen actually, as everybody says, not easy to wall. I'm sure they'd love to take this wood line and put it here, and take this wood line and put it here, and then wall a bit more. This gen over here, a bit easier to wall, I think, for Hart and Leary. Maybe the houses could have been a bit more out there, but all in all, pretty straightforward. You just wall down the sides and go to the edge of the map. Such a hype pairing. Yeah, and they theoretically have the chariot. Okay, are the Shu the war chariot civ? I've honestly, that unit's so bad I've forgotten which civ has it. Yes? Okay. Where are they even made? Is it so bad Capture Age doesn't even show it on the tech tree? Is that the workshop, right? The war chariot? Is that on their tech? Oh yeah, there it is. The war chariot. Yeah. They can do that, sure. That unit has been, I think, ridiculed for being useless. And also apparently broken according to the Phosphoro testing. So a lot of scouts out here for Hart. As the Chimera, he does have probably the better eco than Doubt does. And we'll have Bloodlines on the way. Magyar versus Chimera Pockets have the more straightforward swap into late game Paladins if it goes late for the Magyars. As we have a fight on the hill, archers going back and forth, and Scout's not really engaging, they're just dancing. No Bloodlines yet for Hart, he's going for armor first. Doubt gets Bloodlines, maybe he'll want to engage. He and Hera are just going back for the moment. So Bloodlines and Forging now for Doubt. And with Bloodlines he can probably jump, he's doing armor now. They might just want to wait and delay the fight until armor comes in. A sub of Hera makes a chariot this game. Hello, Captain Cadaver on YouTube. So we'll have armor, and will they jump once armor comes in? Hera has armor on his archers, so all the upgrades are in. And now fully upgraded feudal age armies here for Doubt and Hera, and they are looking to push forward. Still not a clear fight on the hill. We can do this in Capture Age and grab the numbers. Slight HP overall advantage for Doubt and Hera. It's a bit of an awkward fight to fight Tatos on a hill, though, because it's a very narrow hill, and they do get the extra hill bonus, so if you're slightly downhill, those arrows become far more powerful. So they might prefer just come over here and try to find an area on level ground where they can fight and not let the Tatars get their extra heal bonus. Yeah, and this set will have Hera versus Leary micro-nerding on the archers. Yeah, that's all they have to do in this game, right? They're essentially flank players in a team game now, just microing the archers. 2 HP left on that palisade, that goes down. Bloodline's on the way for Heart. So Heart will have all the upgrades too, and if Doubt and Hera were hoping to have a timing of upgrade advantages, not going to happen as that Bloodlines comes in. And now the only advantage is the lack of the armor on the archers for Leary. And looking to engage now. To grab those HP bars, and still a slight advantage on HP for Doubt and Hera. This will likely depend on micro as more scouts and more army trickle in. Now they're just going to dance around a bit. Xing in the back. Hera finding maybe a hole in the wall. Doesn't lead inside the wall, at least. It's just a lone Vil running around out there. And the scouts, getting a bit trapped outside the palisade there. Nice fight by Doubt to jump them, and that was a tremendous start to the fight for Doubt. The micro from Doubt timed that perfectly as Heart was outside the walls. Now he's going to show no mercy and jump on the rest of those scouts. They might be fended off by the TC, but that was an amazing fight. The micro from Doubt, the timing on that was absolutely perfect. Catches Heart just slightly out of position, and now Hera's up to the castle age. What timing, what a clean build from Hera. Hera, who didn't even have to sell his stone, he's just up. That shoe eco. It must be pretty nice getting all that food from the trees. Hope we see a Doubt versus Heart Vil fight too. I know Doubt does like engaging in the Vil fights when I've seen him play Black Forest. Now, Leary also up, but around a minute behind Hera, so Doubt and Hera can fall back now. They can fall back, regroup, wait for their Castle Age upgrades, and that's going to be a cheap set of upgrades for the shoe with their discounts now on fletching and on crossbow, and potentially even on thumb ring. So Tatar's getting the free thumb ring will give them a nice boost once their crossbow player gets up. But might even just be matched by an early thumb ring timing from Hera. Hello, Foreseen Cow. And ooh, nice pick off of the scout there. Always good, I feel, when you pick off the archer player's scout. Because then you're relying entirely on communication with your teammate to give you vision. So there's Hera, and yep, early thumb ring as the shoe. That's discounted, he clicks it right away. Thumb ring, bodkin, crossbow, and the university is up. As far as I know, their upgrade does not apply to ballistics. It very specifically says range and blacksmith, and not university. Cheaper ballistics would be insane, but they've not gotten that crazy with civ bonuses yet. So a second tower for Leary goes up at the front of the gold, and he did buy an extra 100 stone for that tower. And Castle Age on the way for Doubt and for Heart too. They'll be about 10 seconds apart. So Hera not going to push or try to take advantage of the timing yet. And if you look on the outside, just a few sheep scattered around that he hasn't bothered to bring in. See another scout out there. Low HP scout, just figuring out the lay of the land. Look at his scouting, and he has a great vision of both sides of the map. Pretty good scouting from Leary and Heart too. But now they're going to come around and look to break through houses. This is, Vil counts are similar. Heart and Leary actually do have an extra 10 military. That's yeah, more scout production from Heart. And Vil's there from Doubt. Can be found out of position. Light Cav comes in. Light Cav and armor on the way for Doubt too. And Doubt probably just needed to turn and fight that earlier. Could have fought before Light Cav came in. And more Light Cav on the way from Hart. And Hart, adding in all those extra Light Cav will pay off for him as he'll pick off all of Doubt's vills there. Give his team a nice villager lead. And at the same time, Doubt losing a fight at the front. And this is all due to Hart's extra investment into all of those Light Cav. And they will be able to clear not just vills, but also some army. Hera will lose the crossbows. Doing everything he can to micro, get as much value from them as he can. Light Cav still hoovering around, fighting knights, even picking off a couple of knights. There are so many Light Cav. We see just how valuable that Light Cav upgrade is these days. And TC will be on the gold and the stone. They're amassing more of those Tatar crossbows. And now 47 military to 27. And I think this is going to be the key for Leary and Hart here, is that they want to keep the crossbow numbers down from Hera and try to make a big push in the Castle Age. As if these civs go imp, yeah, maybe the Chimera could get to battle elephants, and maybe some type of battle elephant heavy cav archer would be the most powerful army composition. But Paladin plus Arbalasts will be a lot smoother to get into for Hera and Doubt. And so far, they're applying pressure, forcing this army back, and still a great micro from Hart. Hart really carrying so far with all the knight numbers he has after those light cav. Doubt not having the numbers to match him. And players moving out to different sides of the map. We'll see Hart going to the southwest for a TC. Hera and Doubt going to the northeast. And this is going to be another clear up, and things are starting to snowball a bit. Starting to snowball as we see Doubt's score falling behind. He doesn't have the army numbers, and now there is a hole in that wall. There is a hole, and this army is going to get in? They're not? Hello? This is open, right? This is open? This is open. There they go. No ballistics. Leary has ballistics. Yes, he does. He does have ballistics. They saw the first hole and they wanted a second hole. Ooh, even slaughtering the pigs. Leary showing no mercy. So another TC for Hera. So far this game feels like the decision to continue adding in more scouts for Hart and pump the scout numbers more has made the difference. So a couple of X's there. They leave through the hole. There they go. Actually using it. Now Vill counts are still pretty similar. Only a 5 Vill advantage for Hart and Leary. So if Hera can hold on, he needs to get numbers back though, and he cannot take fights against the Tatars on those hills. White Feather Guards would have killed everything. Hello, Turs. Turs is a fan of the unique unit of the shoe, the White Feather Guard. He made scouts like he had the discount. He made scouts like he had a Khmer farming economy. It's going to hit Vills, maybe? Hart just hoovering on in, idling the eco a bit, but not really a fight he can take. I'll have an X on the side as the crossbows start to move in. And Knights will be raiding Doubt. So Doubt continuing to drop in score. The good thing is he's not dropping in villagers, but he's going to have a lot of idle time now, trying to keep his eco safe. Okay, dropping a few more Vills. Okay, now, but still ahead of Leary, oddly enough. Leary keeping the army alive for a good score lead. But Doubt, he has a lot of farmers back here in his economy that can be disrupted by the Knights beyond just the ones that have been idled so far. This is not walled, that's just a palisade and not a house. So the Knights will continue running around. Doubt raiding. Doubt's getting his own raids in though. Doubt on the other side. getting into the economy of Heart, and he'll be hitting the TC on the outside. He just doesn't have the same night numbers that Heart does to keep the raids maintained. Also a TC on the very far eastern corner from Heart, finding another gold. Keeping himself in a spot where if one side of the map gets raided, he can go to the other side. And Hera taking a fight when he is downhill against the Tatars. That is not a good idea. Oh, we have a pause. Brief pause. Spoil the bacon. We have a sec lag from Leary. Okay, Leary feeling a tiny bit of lag. And hello, Hot Cow. Hitting the Heartland. Well, Gamer Legion A actually does have a 10-vil lead here. Scores are still fairly close. And the Shu have such a smooth transition. Cheaper Arbalests, cheaper Bracer. Chemistry's still expensive, but cheaper Arb and Bracer means as soon as Hera gets up, he's going to have a great military as long as he can maintain numbers. And right now his numbers are comparable to Leary's, only down by 4. As if lag matters when they're like micro like that. Sec lag. Heart needs to restart PC. Have to save and restore. Okay, I saved. We can resign without seeing map. Okay, our base needs to go do some admin stuff and make sure they restore without a 10-minute delay. Good morning, Tundra Blitz. Yeah, so okay. Hart needs to restart his PC. I don't know what that's about. But let me at least read some follows. Thank you, Blackwing982 for the follow. Den DPL, Antonio Vivaldi, and Fresh Lopi. Thank you all for the follows. And Hart DC, he said he needed to restart his PC. Ever since Hera joined GL, he plays much more cautiously and greedy. I find it really boring. I miss Aftermath Hera. Well, I mean, I guess look at stats. It's 77 kills there for Leary, leading the KD over Hera. So Leary winning the micro battle, although some of that might just be Doubt not having the same numbers that Hart has. A big difference in the game so far is Hart continuing to add the scouts and getting value from the Lycav. And also Hera went up to the Castle Age and didn't quite get value from the early Thumb Ring, I think. Did the early Thumb Ring and Ballistics, but they didn't take the fight right away. So, let me just tab out then. Give me a chance to restart Capture Age 2. And reminder that if you do want to win Age of Mythology Retold, I'm doing a giveaway today. You can type !AOM in the Twitch chat. Follow the stream and !AOM. And we'll do a drawing at the end of the stream today. GL's, I don't think GL's losing pretty bad there. I think they still have the civs where if Hera can get Imp and make a smooth transition, they'll be fine. Hart asked, you kick him from the voice chat because he couldn't disconnect himself. You kicked him from the server instead. Okay, I was gonna say, I just saw a wild heart appeared and is welcome to the server. Our base, using the admin powers have gone to his head. Attempting to remove Hart from the voice chat and removing him from the server entirely. Toxic R-base kicking people. Okay, we have 36 entries for the AOM giveaway. Lovely. Compared to Cartographers 1, do you think the tournament is getting more viewers? I don't know. I'll need to check the stats. It's a weird thing for tournament viewership though, because it's always going to depend on how did the finals do. and who streams the finals. Like right now, if T90 isn't streaming the semifinals because he's at a music festival, that has a huge effect on tournament viewership. So there are a lot of things outside of my control, and I don't know exactly what to evaluate there. You asked that question before the first game, and I'm just reading it now. So sorry. I caught up on chat. Why isn't the command working for you? It should work for you. It looks like you're entered on Nightbot. I don't think it gives you a confirmation message or anything. You are in the giveaway right now. Again, I'm spontaneously had the idea to do the giveaway, so I'm using Nightbot, and I'm hoping that it works. And so, our base, we have Hart back in the Discord. He's in the server. Are they playing the game? Yes, they are. You did get entered, yes. You type it, you are entered. Alright, Cliffy, don't ban people. Alright, get loading back. What happened? Hart needed to restart his PC. Had some PC issues. And here we go, back into the game. And on this hill, we have Hera with maybe a numbers advantage in crossbows over Leary. And this all depends on how does the fight go. Can the knights be used? Sometimes hard to use knights properly. And I swapped the overlay this time successfully. Knights coming around for doubt. The crossbows come in. And this army can't really do damage. Defender's advantage here for Hera. He'll get his reinforcements from 3 ranges. Did add in that 3rd range. And now I think we just gotta keep an eye on Hera's resources. Oh, okay. Mangonel's coming forward for Leary. Do we have another set after this one? Yes, we do, Mart. 2 sets today. 2 best of 7s. Oh, nice shot on some villagers. But Gamer Legion's still with a villager lead. Mangonel's pressuring the archery ranges. And don't Mangonel your own crossbows, Leary. Knight's looking to break in. What is this? We have a trade cart from Leary. We have a trade cart from Leary. What's he trying to trade with? Alright, so misclick there from Leary. He made a trade cart. At least he can blame that on Hertz's PC lag. Random trade cart. We'll need to check the trade profit at the end of the game. Maybe that's why he wanted to restart. He just didn't want to see that he had trade profit and he needed the capture age stats erased. He's come to collect a bounty. And elephant time. Okay, elephants for Hart. And on this map, when you're doing the straight push directly down the middle, I have seen elephants used quite a few times effectively. And what is this micro from Hera? What? Distracted by the elephant, maybe. But what? Okay, Hera running into Mangonel shots from Leary. That's not what you normally see from Hera. That is a big Mangonel shot. Was that a crop shot too? I see the farm was hit. And Viper999 fan, 6666 fan, thank you for the sub. Does he have a war chariot too? Wait, is there... Oh, that's true, that the trade cart is his equivalent to the war chariot. Okay. He should have deleted the farm? That's true, he should have deleted the farm so he couldn't get the crop shot. If you don't know what that is, it's Mangonels have 7 range where they can target the farm, but their shot goes to the center of the farm if you right-click the farm, so you get a bit of extra distance. You get the extra tile if you right-click the farm. And then, of course, the splash damage will hit the center of the farm instead of the edge. Hera's out of touch. I still think the Shu have an option to carry this game. Like, look at his Vil count. He's at 104 Vils compared to 75 from Leary, but Leary's up to Imp. Leary is up to Imp, and now they have to deal with the raids from Heart on the outside. They are raiding on the other side, though. Doubt getting into Heart's eco. Heart using the Chimera bonus to hide in all of the houses. He's got a flag on each of the houses. Goes down there. At the north, though, more raids. Heart getting in on Doubt's economy. That's, I guess, an extra benefit of being the Chimera on this map. You have more garrison space to hide your vills. Doubt's TC is completely filled. That cowardly spearman taking the garrison spot of a vill instead of poking down knights. And Doubt taking some losses here, but still a good villager lead for Gamer Legion. Hera clicks up, as both of them have been raiding each other. Extra sheep from Leary. But now it becomes Imperial Age for Leary, and yes, he can do Bracer and Chemistry, but he doesn't have the Arbalest upgrade. There's Bracer Chem right away. He's not going to be able to upgrade any more than that on the crossbows. And we'll have to take a look if he makes a transition to Cav Archers at all, or maybe into more trade carts. Or maybe just into Elite Skirm. I mean, he will get fully upgraded Elite Skirms. And maybe that becomes an option if they're more afraid of Hera's imp timing. Hera doing imp skirm, or not doing Elite Skirm himself. And Bill's starting to go down. I guess also as we get to imp, we maybe need to just keep track. What is the hero unit? Liu Bei heals all nearby units. Extremely powerful. Has a limit of 1, cannot be converted. Extremely powerful, says the tooltip. So, crossbows going down. And skirms are going down too. This is a good light cav raid against the skirms. And if Doubt can get to cav, it's, I think, going to be tricky for Leary to continue being effective. So Hera just microing, using his crossbows along with the charge of light cav from Doubt. And it feels maybe a bit awkward that the Tatar player is the one with the highest score, just with how tricky their imp transition is. And although we've had some more raids in the north, and that has continued to hurt the economies of Doubt, as he's down to 81 vills. And now Heart himself, 124 vills, up to imp. He is going to have a great economy as the Chimera. Bracer Chemistry on the way for Hera as he is up to imp. Can he get Arbalest? 21 crossbows. Maybe not enough crossbows to push Leary back now. Here's Bracer. And there, oh, wait. Leary has a forward villager and an archery range right in the middle on this cliff. Now, big push into the base of Leary. Doubt raiding with light cav. Heart there with an elephant to clean it up. Doubt has no knights at all. Doubt has 6 knights. I mean, the Magyar light cav are cheap. It's picking a couple of vills. And I mean, all of a sudden, that raid has evened up the vill count again. All of a sudden, 205 to 208. I think that's Hera for the most part having vills, and it's about to become now mainly archer player with the advantage and the knight player with the advantage on each team. Hera adding in Arbalest right now. Is this team aware? Is this team aware that there's a range there? No, they're not. It's hard to use archers when they're going to be not grouped up with the rest of the army, but maybe they could be annoying somehow. So another fight here. Once Arb comes in for Hera, he's probably going to feel better about these fights. He's just about equal on score with Leary. And we have more raids. Oh, the trade cart! Doubt got the trade cart! No more trade cart for Leary, no more trading. As the Arbalest will run around. Now we just gotta check. We gotta check. Was there any... What's the hockey for this? Was there any trade profit? 37 trade profit for Leary. He did trade profit. I mean, I guess it is a team game, so you could trade eventually. But it's not like he's trading in a 1v1. So Leary's still mid-70s of vills, rated by Doubt, and now rated by the Arbs on the side. Not quite able to get the numbers he wanted. Cavalier and Armor for Heart. And that's where maybe the Chimera might prefer Battle Elephant, but that's still significantly more expensive, especially with how open this map is for raids. And kind of why I like this map in the late game, because of this rock terrain, you can't just fully wall off your map. You can't go from one edge to the middle. It's always going to be an opening there. You could just do like 3 sets of circular walls, but that's really awkward. GL castles are elite, like the castle architecture. This is a pretty imposing castle, I gotta say. Meanwhile, there are groups of arbalests or archer units in both sides. Doubt finally up to Imp. He'll be the last player up, but he's not going to have a smooth economy. At the very least, he will get that free +2 attack on the Knight line, and he could probably pretty easily end up getting the armor and Cavalier. Paladin's going to be really expensive. And now they will discover the archery ranges from Leary, or at least one of them. Maybe that light cav will run around, chase the villain, find the other one. He's a tile away from scouting it. They've almost scouted it. There are still crossbows raiding among all the villagers in the north. But again, crossbows, not arbalests, only 9 attack. If Doubt ever could get up, get his armor upgrades, and get upgraded cav, those crossbows not going to be much of a threat to him. But meanwhile, what will be a threat are the Cavaliers from Heart, getting into Doubt's eco. Scores briefly flip back and forth, but Doubt taking some more Vil losses. And the Cav player taking the Vil losses is really hard to come back from. Leary only has 70 Vils, but he's also the archer player. He doesn't need the same economy. Maybe Hart now in a position where he can carry the game with Cavalier raids, getting it on both sides with how open the map is. Do Tatars not get Arbalests? They do not. They do not. Good swap to Cav Archers. They do have heavy Cav Archers with a unique tech for extra armor. But the lack of Arbalest is hard for them to overcome in some situations. So Castle for Hera, but maybe just inspired by his teammate as the skirms will come over for Leary and start to push the Vils away. This castle's not going to go up. Wanted to protect the gold, already has a castle there. And more Cavaliers coming over for Hart. Hera in Doubt with the score lead still. I feel like maybe that castle needs to be plopped right in the middle of Doubt's economy where all those night raids have been coming in. So another castle on the side for Hart. There's Cavalier on the way for Doubt, still looking for the armor upgrade. Hera now maybe could go back to that castle as the Cavaliers keep raiding along the sides. Slightly more military for GL. 43 Arbalests for Hera. And Leary is basically collapsed in his military numbers. He has 20 skirms and that's it. That is it. Doubt continues raiding on the outside. Will be cleaned up by Hart. Hart trying to continue with a forward castle push, and he's got the Treb out. And ooh, that is a new Magyar castle. Just admire this architecture for a moment as it gets trebbed down. That's nice. I like that. All the new castles for Doubt. They need more foundation graphics to match them. So Arb's here trying to clean up these raids. Next question is whether either pocket player ever goes for Halb. And we have banking on the way from Hera. Banking for Hera, so he can try to raid Doubt. We'll have a castle on the way for Hart, as Doubt will continue raiding with Cavaliers. And if Hera has extra resources, he can sling Doubt to Paladin. That's a question. Can he, with 88 Vils, actually afford Paladin, though? Maybe he actually has 151 Vils if Hera can just full sling him. Because with 45 Arbs, Hera's going to be at 200 pop. And 200 pop floating res is a great spot for sling. Yeah, he's selling food for gold, though. Still Xing over here as Hart pushes in. This castle, Hart saying, it might be a beautiful castle, but I want to Treb it. Doubt sniping the Treb, though. And Doubt continuing to run back with his Cav, try to clean up these raids. Xing in the middle again. Leary really struggling to contribute with army now. Still just a few skirms. And at this point, he's not useful against the Cavaliers. Now that they have 6 armor. So the crossbows with only 9 attack instead of 10 are going to be doing much less damage. It's only 3 damage compared to 4. Arbs here for Hera, very tanky compared to the crossbows too. You don't want to fight all the skirms, but Hera also doing a good job not taking a fight where the Tatar player would have the hill bonus. keeping those skirms either downhill or on level ground, and he's got to run a far ways away from this hill before he takes the next fight with the Arbs. Although he's getting another raid, another Arbalest raid, small group in the back. There's another forward castle from Hart, still looking to continue raiding Doubt. There are raids everywhere on the map. GL still has not noticed that there is an archery range in the middle of their base. And Hera with the score lead there. And he has the traction trebuchet going for the TC. You make those in the workshop. So he's trying to treb down TCs. This thing will have 14 range compared to the 10 there of the castle. Does he have bolt magazine? Bolt magazine, he does not have any unique techs. He does not have the extra projectile for the Arbalest. Do you think Hera even knows that that exists? What is that? 650 food, 750 gold. Is that a useful tech? Does the extra arrow help? Does it somehow have some weird reload bug? I've not seen that tech researched yet, but he's going for it. He's going for it. So that'll be Chuko new Arbalests. It's very good. Okay, Arbe's telling me it's good. And yeah, against the skirms, against the Pierce armor, where you're basically doing only 2 damage from your main arrow, 2 extra 1 damage arrows doubles your damage. And as it's in, you just see the rain of arrows shot from those Arbalests. Oh, look at that. Not very accurate. Not very accurate. This is like me dressed as a Teutonic Knight at the Ren Fair, trying to wear a helmet and shoot a bow. But that is a good number of arrows, and will help against the elephants too. They also have a good pierce armor that the extra arrow will help to just deal an extra damage to. Paladin will decide. Well, Paladin is finished. Paladin is finished. And so are Leary and Hart, and they will call the GG. And Doubt and Hera, hang on. Oh man, I really like Outcrop for a late game map. It raids literally everywhere. Unique tech into GG. That's how good it is. And I think this game really showed the weakness of the Tatars on this map. They have an amazing early game with all of those sheep and the smooth thumb ring and hill bonuses they can use. But late game, if they're forced to stay Arbalest Skirm, their ability to contribute against the Cav player greatly falls off. Stay Crossbow Skirm. Maybe there is a way, maybe Hart could have slung Leary some resources and tried to get him to go into heavy Cav Archer, because the Tatars do have silk armor for the extra pierce armor, melee and pierce armor for the Cav Archers. That's pretty cheap. But you would need to get to the heavy Cav Archer upgrade. And even when you look at the Vil count, I think on this map you need to keep in mind that you have less economy because of the constant raids. And Leary went for that faster imp. So by going for the faster imp, he maybe a weird choice too with Tatars as a civ that doesn't have the best ability to take advantage of it. Shu is strong. From what I have seen, the Shu are an incredibly strong archer civ. Incredibly strong flank civ. That Imperial Age transition with the cheap upgrades is so smooth. So that is game number 1. And let me just get this overly updated between the games. Get the ad counter reset on Twitch. Forest Pond will be the next map. So for the score, that's GLA taking game 1. An Outcrop, and that was Shu and Magyars against Tatars. Where are they? Tatars and Khmer. This is the Khmer. And there's the Tatars. And I feel like the Franks of Archer Civs, it's super smooth into just that unit. Yeah, I guess that makes sense in some ways. Alright, and here we go. It'll be Forest Pond, Italians, and Malians. The Alian civs for Hera and Doubt against Dravidians and Georgians for Hart and Leary. As a 4v4 drafter, you were happy to see the Shu. Like more archer flank options, then, is what you're saying. And again, a reminder between the games, if you want to type !AOM, we have 51 entries right now. You can win a copy of AOM Retold. I'll do a random drawing at the end of the stream. And also thank you everyone for following. We're at 12,985 followers, almost at 13K. Thank you DSkills89 for the follow. And Mighty Bean. Ignore the Nightbot commands message. That's a lie. Nightbot's just for the giveaway. Twestbot is the real bot. And spectator delay any second now. They're loading into the game. Hopefully this works. Okay, there we're loaded in. And let me just set them up so they're again red on the scoreboard. I wish that's something Captures did automatically. But here we are on Forest Pond, another Trozzini map, so the two Trozzini maps being picked right away. He's the original author of this. And I touched it up ever so slightly to give players 2 deep fish by their TCs. So to the southwest, we'll have Leary and Hart as the Dravidians and Georgians. So if you want to go aggressive on the water, the Dravidians' dock bonus counting as 5 pop space will be incredibly useful for your team. Save a bit of wood not needing the house, as we have the deer push commencing for Hart. On the other side, it'll be Italians for Hera and Malians for Doubt, 2 great early game water civs in their own right. Faster uptime for the Italians with the cheaper feudal, and the wood discount on buildings for the Malians so they can get the dock up nice and fast. Oh, you're not timed out anymore, boy Dylan. You was a 1-second timeout. You were there. Map design is really nice. Yep, and the one main tweak I made to it was just to ensure every player had 2 deep fish right next to them. Yeah, the Twitch UI. It's I don't know why they haven't updated this in many years, but you can't just delete a comment easily. You have to time the user out for 1 second. It makes no sense. Yeah, it looks like your app is just buggy. I see your comments just fine. So, oh gosh, Hera. Are you did they swap PCs? Is this Doubt playing for Hera? What is this deer push? What is this deer? Oh no. Oh, I went away from the gate. Okay, he's good. He's good. There he goes. In the past, it was easier to get them away from the gates, but he'll get that into the TC. And Looms on the way for Hera and Doubt. The first player up will be Hart. So you do have a one-tile shoreline that runs all the way around the base between, or all the way around the inner pond between the players. And you can delete your palisades and go for a forward dock. And Hart's going to be in for quite the surprise as he walks that villager forward. And he's going to find there's already a forward dock there. I have seen players, he's Xing that on the minimap, I have seen players dock out here. Never seen the dock go this far forward. So Hera going to use his up timing. He will be up slower than Hart though, but he's going to want to go fires being this far forward, I think. So you can go... Oh wait, Doubt's doing the same thing. Doubt's doing the same thing. Okay, maybe they just go galleys. Usually if you go fire galleys, you want to be really close to your opponent. Because if you have a lot of galleys, you get fletching, you can sail around, you can micro, and they'll destroy the fire galleys. Fire galleys are more of an early advantage when you don't have the room to micro. And Leary will be in for the same shock as Hart when he sees that Doubt is forward. This map is super old. Add it with water, the things they invent these days. Yeah, I had the idea for this map as Doubt's gonna go on the outside. Oh, and Hera's also gonna go on the outside. Oh boy, so both with super forward docks. And then a strat on the outside. This team is thinking. Okay, that tower is in a horrible spot for Hera as he can just be walled out on this wood line. You really need to come tower rush the center a bit more. You scout that? Oof. Yeah, that tower need to be more over here. But okay, GL with a strategy for this map. I like that. So Hart gonna go triple dock fires. Hera adding in a fire now. Yeah, as I was saying, I played this map in like 2021 in a 2v2 tournament. I teamed with ACCM, and I played this map. I had quite a shock because ACCM used auto scout and he was scouting my base. I'm used to like 1,000 ELO players scouting my base with it because they don't know better. But then all of a sudden it's ACCM doing it. So here comes Doubt. His vills are forward too. Has Leary seen this? He will see that vill if he's paying attention. And is Doubt going on the water? Doubt going fires. It looks like Hart and Leary are gonna win water here. Just bigger investment into the water, but already, okay, well, that tower ended up working out for Hera. Hart could have done a couple tiles of palisade here, and I think walled him out a bit better, or at least made him come through one more layer. So, Doubt doing the archery range. So, archery range is behind the trushes, so kind of the Vinch-style trush for both of these players. Hera doing another tower. Italians and Malians both good archer civs. And I guess maybe an interesting setup that you kind of end up playing two separate 1v1s on this map because you're so far apart on opposite sides of the map. It's not like you can do a scout-archer combination and help each other that readily. Blacksmith at the top of the hill. And archers will run around and maybe hit the vills, stop them from destroying the tower. The vills hiding behind the tower. They're gonna try to out-micro the tower. You see that arrow volley split? A couple after... What, arrows went after the archer, then another after the scout. So counter tower from Hart. And with the vills there forward, he will knock down Hera's tower, but Hera could maybe go for another one. That is a tricky stone to defend, as right now if Hera were to tower out here maybe, just make sure that even with fletching the tower wouldn't hit him, then he could deny Hart from taking stone, or at least force Hart to vill fight. So Hart going to wall that off with a house. Feels like Doubt's still on the water, he's just going for fishing ships though with that demo, and he will get one. But now if we just zoom out and look at the water, water is controlled by Hart and Leary. So, but they are now very, very compactly forced into their base. Really quick and cheap ballistics and chemistry for Italians? That's true. Maybe those aren't stragglers. Those aren't stragglers. Maybe that's something I can actually do on maps though, be like aware to make the straggler be a different tree than the other ones. Sometimes it doesn't fit the theming though. So Hera's in. What does this TC hit? Oh, those are all weak vills. Those are lots of weak vills for Hart. I'll lose a vill and a scout, or Hera will lose the scout. And the TC able to defend this. So with that tower up, Hart feels safe at home now. But what if Hera sends those sends those archers over around and then helps Doubt push into Leary? Because by the looks of it, Doubt might need the help. It looks like Leary's able to push this back. They need to do damage or they're out of the game. Yes, they are because, well, they don't have the middle. But the one thing about the middle is there aren't too many fish in it. I don't think there's a set number of fish, but there's around 16 here right now. A couple already taken. But if you think of the map 4 lakes in a 1v1, there are 8 fish per lake. So sharing that between 2 teammates and having half the number of fish, you're not going to have a great fish boom. So padded archer armor on the way. It does give you some nice map control later, potentially for cannon galleons or the ability to hit your enemy TCs. Maybe go for transports and get units inside or go for castle drops. But as far as the fish boom goes, you're very far from your docks. And, Nilly, what was that? Speaking of transports though, we do have a transport for Leary. Unlike Lake Superior, it's not a great lake. It's an inferior lake. They can dance if they want to. Fishing ships are not supposed to dance. If you want to see dance moves, you gotta go watch T90's teammate. He's the dancer. You can check out Dark's Instagram. He has some dance videos there. So Castle Age is on the way for Doubt and then for Leary and Hart. Hera is still feudal, adding in more archers. And Leary has sent some skirms over. He sent some skirms over to help defend. Did those skirms come on the transport? That actually would have been a nice way to move the skirms over via the transport. You get them to the middle of Hart's space. Do you castle the water and go for a redock here? I suppose you could. But I mean, the water is so small. What do you actually gain by castling it? If you look at the stone Doubt has, wouldn't he rather castle out here on Leary's face? I mean, it's not going to be a Doubt castle if you put it here, right? Unless you don't get enough HP and the fires take it out right away. That... Maybe the skirms will do a good job of helping to defend. I've always found 2v2 maps pretty. Checking the extra food that they're getting. Now they do have, I mean, they could both go imp almost. But this is why I like the map. It gives you options on the outside if you lose the middle. And workshop there going up for Hart. And there's the castle, but Leary has a lot of archers. And there are a few skirms for Doubt. Are those skirms enough to take out the archers? Another skirm from the back. All the skirms are down. The scout is still there. More archers on the way. And, well, this is a Doubt castle. Oh, he has a knight. Does he have the vills to finish the castle? He's got 3 vills left. 2 vills left. Hero villager. No, he doesn't. 80%. And Hera's going for a castle drop too. Hera, I think, will get this castle up unless the mangonel comes out. Unless the mangonel comes out. Okay, and now Hera, a bit more room to micro. Hart probably needs repairvilles. He has them inside the towers. Monk on the way. Skirms can come too. Feudal archers from Hera picking repairvilles off. The towers killing the archers. Conversion comes in, and no, Hera's gonna doubt castle too. The double doubt castle into GG. Hart and Leary tie the set. Oh, it was beautiful. One doubt castle wasn't enough. Time for a second doubt castle. Hera getting some coaching from his teammate, and Hart and Leary will come to tie the set 1-1. I like it though. I like that they're trying to be more creative on the map. And I went for the tower rush on the outside. Didn't work out, but still gave us a different and fun game. That was 28 kills for Leary, 22 for Hart, only 3 for Hera, and 9 for Doubt. The tower rushes doing some damage, but not quite enough to trap them in their bases when they had the fishing eco. If they could have maybe had a bit more presence on the water while doing that, then it could have been a different story. Look at the ecos, especially the food collected, I think. Yeah, you can see for early feudal they're okay. But then once you get to around 11, 12 minutes, mid-feudal, then it starts to become an advantage. And still competitive with the up timings, but not beating them up to the point where the castles come in at a point where they can't be stopped. You got a master plan and a second breakfast castle. Okay, you get everything set up in between the games again. And looks like it will be Fortress is the next map. Fortress is the next map. And thank you, Yoda Foe, for the follow. I need to find a way to add the YouTube viewers onto the Twitch viewers too on my overlay too. I'll be on my set of stuff to do for overlay updates. We have just about 500 people watching on both of the streams here. So hope you're enjoying, and hope the experience of the YouTube stream is also good. That was an experiment for me as I've been putting this tournament together to see how YouTube streams would go, and they've been going extremely well, I think. So hope you all enjoy watching there. And more buttons to press. I need to update the scoreboard. There we go. 1-1. Won their home map of Forest Pond. And for the Civs, that was Georgians and Dravidians against Italians and Malians. And they are launching. I have a 2-minute spec delay, and it'll be Turks and Cumans against Burgundians and Celts. See some Woad Raiders. Our base may be making an appearance in this map. Go Celts. And Smiley, hello Smiley. We need a William Wallace movie mod. Make them wear kilts. And hello Haranara. You've been here, but hello again. Didn't expect Celts, the Gaul of this guy. Well, Celts and Gauls would be very different. Like Scotland and France are different regions. I appreciate the pun. And I was not expecting Celts on Regicide Fortress. You have the castle defending you, so you can't go for the Huang push. And Woad Raiders against other unique units may be questionable. And I mean, Janissaries should do well against Woad Raiders. And welcome to Regicide Fortress, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we've seen Regicide Fortress played in the main event plus gold plus silver. We did see it in the community game so far. And first off, right away, Leary going to be luring the boar with his scout. In AOC, the boar were actually super far outside your wall, so you had to do this. Here he's just going for a bit more efficiency. You can heal the scout inside of the wonderful Celtic castle if you want to. Let's just admire the castles for a second. All the new castle architectures they added. Part of why I wanted Regicide Fortress in here, so we could admire the castles. This is a beautiful architecture for the Celts. And hi Wave, hi to you. Thanks for the follow. Then Leary's teammate will be Hart as the Burgundians. I think they have the old Burgundians castle graphics. So this is the same. We're used to this. Then on the other side, we will have Hera as the Turks in a new castle. Maybe a bit out of place on the grass map, but wonderful, beautiful Turk castle nevertheless. We're using one of the rug graphics. Remember the rugs from the King of the Desert maps? That's on the top. And then finally the Kuman Castle, which is just like they added some wood on top of a castle. There's the huge doors down here. Leary's castle placement isn't really forward. Well, there's no room for it between the wood lines there, I guess. This is as forward as it can be. It's not to the back of his map, at least. Also, I gave the map a 50-50 chance of kings or queens, so they have queens running around this time. So I updated the speed of the queens too, so they're equal to a king. Updated from 1.2 to 1.32. So, unfortunately, they don't have like individual civ graphics for the queen. There's only one queen model. Maybe we can convince them to update the queen graphics like they did the king graphics for different civs. So this is, of course, a regicide game. You need to be careful with your monarchs to keep them alive. We'll probably see players put them in their towers or their castles. Cumans, for doubt, are a pretty popular Regicide Fortress civ. You can get off to a nice feudal boom with them. Look inside the circle of the big tower of the Turk castle, another blue rug. Oh yeah, it's the same, it's the, this here is the same rug as down here, but just rotated a different direction. And there's like maybe a curled up blue rug there, I can't tell what that is. Yeah, people at the Airbnb who were having a watch party, they told me that some people didn't bring enough blankets. We'll just tantalize them by having them look at the rugs they could use as blankets. Anyway. Anyway, we'll have another TC going up here on the stone. So stone TC for doubt, between 2 TC boom there. You need the rug count. So not going for the gold, going for the combo TC plus wood plus stone. Also, awkward house there by the farms, but you'll just have to deal with that. On the other side, we'll have a queen in the tower. So towers, this is something Doubt always does on Regicide. He puts the king in the castle. And as far as I know, he's never accidentally ungarrisoned the king with his unique units. So it works for him. Everyone else going for the towers. The tower is much weaker, much less HP, but you're not accidentally going to ungarrison it when you send forth your unique units. That will sling. Well, we haven't seen a sling strat yet in the first 2 games. I think slings are very team dependent on whether they like the slings or not. Dogao and Barles, they slung every single game. But other teams have not been slinging nearly as much. Harry's up so late, it must be. Well, Hart is slinging Leary then. Okay, well maybe this is a sling map. So Burgundian's a great feudal eco too. So is he gonna sling Leary maybe for a fast imp ram push? That could be a thing, and could be good against Cumans, who will not have stone walls behind this. Kipchaks maybe could be useful at defending that, but I guess not as much if Doubt's gonna stay feudal. Maybe we could have dual slings then, a feudal sling slinging the Turks. Dark Noob, that's the wrong team slinging. So Xing, looks like I found a stone out there. And we'll have a scout fight. Okay, as you get up to feudal, your scout does become faster than your queen. And you do have to bring the queen back and keep her safe. They're gonna go fast imp? I don't think you really want to go fast imp to the Turks. I feel like late game, honestly, Turks should be good against Burgundians just going cav archers and artillery cannons, and then same artillery cannons against Celts. And Cumans can add hussars in if it gets to that stage. You don't see any sling from Doubt, so he's still booming. Remember, when we sling, I did increase the tax from 30% to 50%. So 226 gold is sent, only 113 is received. So you receive half of what is sent. And Team Wall from Hart, he's slinging and he's building walls. Team Wall. And it's not just a sling into a fast imp, it's a sling into a boom. So Leary's going to use the sling to boom. Our mats were more comfortable than the rugs. So we'll have a stable there going up for Doubt. And Castle Age on the way for Hera. So, what is this team going to do? Doubt? We didn't have Horse Collar for Hera, so we added in quite a few farms without Horse Collar. His Dark Age farms are going to start expiring too, and he needs to rebuild them. So, not having Horse Collar for Hera, this feels rough. I mean, there he goes, just adding it in now. Okay, he's paying attention to it, but already missed a lot. So, Hart's still slinging Leary. And the question now becomes, if you're Doubt and Hera, and you're talking to each other in your voice call, how long does it take for you to identify that this team is slinging? Are you thinking that we could be having a sling between Hart and Leary? What is Hera gonna spend all that res on? He's going straight to imp. He's gonna fast imp. So Hera's gonna fast imp. And I mean, could this be a strategy where Doubt feudal booms goes castle and then Castle Age slings Hera? He's sending food now. He's slinging now. Okay, so each team's slinging. But Doubt's gonna have probably a better eco for a sling if he can then do coinage at the market and stay with a 2 TC boom. So he's booming up a bit before the sling. And, ooh, okay, Doubt, finding the walling villager. I'm gonna keep this wall open for the moment. Don't know if that matters too much. I mean, the push is gonna come in, and it will hit this castle first. It'll fall upon the walls of Hart. And also, hello, Simon on YouTube. So, there's the sling. Doubt to Hera, Hart to Leary. Wheelbarrow on the way for Doubt. We'll have of wheelbarrow already for the Burgundians. Wheelbarrow and bowsaw. Okay, when we saw this in the community league, I did not see a sling, but maybe they just didn't come up with the, maybe they just didn't cook their strategies as thoroughly as these teams have. And remember, this is the home map of GL. And if there's one map Doubt is familiar with, it has to be Regicide Fortress from all the games he's played over the years. Harry made a video about fast Imperial tactic using a Turk in a 2v2. Well, he might be making another video about it after this. Oh, the Vil from Heart has to run. It was going to try to make a path to the walls, and then Leary can delete the wall? Leary can... Oh? Oh? No. Where is the teamwork, Leary? Okay, I mean, it's not like the Janissaries are going to run under the castle. Wow. You could have saved that villager. Anyway, forward workshop for Hera, and he'll add some bombard cannons along with the Janissaries. I do wonder if he goes Janissaries only, or maybe he wants to make a Cav Archer switch at some point. Mobility of the Cav Archers could be nice with how open the fortress is. But he has the Hussar already. Hussar will be slower than Leary's Scout. Remember that. Scout to Light Cav upgrade does knock 0.05 speed off of your Scout unit. And Scout's going to try to open the wall. Another castle there from Leary. And I have to feel like Turks usually should counter Celts, but maybe with the sling, and sling into a boom first might give Leary the numbers, as Hera is on a timer to push, and to push before Leary can overwhelm him. Again, what unit do you do as the Celts against Janissaries, though? Oh my gosh. You probably don't want to do Woad Raiders, right? And you can't go for the Onager line because the cannons would outrange them. And Woad Raiders, though, against Janissaries? Lots of Woads, Dark Noob? Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to go for Celt Paladin here? What if you go Celt Paladins? Could this legit be a use case of Celt Paladins? Yeah, they don't get... Yeah, the Janissaries don't get bonus damage against Woad Raiders. That's true. But if you're getting slung, you're still going to be limited by castle production if you're going Woads. I guess maybe Elite Woad could be a faster research time, and he is going to be going for the Woads. But maybe a missed opportunity for Celt Paladins. And castle being repaired from Heart. Right now, only 3 bombard cannons, so he still can repair. A Treb or a 4th cannon coming out, and that castle probably goes down. They are fast. 1.4 speed. They're actually faster than the Nightline if the Nightline doesn't have husbandry. These Woad Raiders actually are faster than Teuton Paladins, if you believe it. Well, I guess regardless of whether or not you believe it, they are. And, oh, Doubt making knights. So Doubt, he's slinging, but also making knights. He's not leaving Hera by himself. He wants knights. So there's Elite Woad Raider. These things, like, what happens? You no longer see their Heras clearly. I'm not a fan of the Elite Woad graphics. Yeah, their shields are nice and chunky, and they have a helmet, but I mean, the hair is what really set them apart, right? And you can't see that as well with the helmet on their heads. And that's my critique of the units. I always felt they should have made the normal road, taken the normal Woad Raider and changed him to be some like really skinny guy, and then the buff guy is the elite upgrade. The elite Janissaries will get their hats, but then they're also going to lose a lot of the. They're going to go through a wardrobe change, and all of a sudden have lots of player color instead of white. So the push continuing. TC for Hart goes down. Hart has to be careful that he might need to run his... Oh, wait. He might need to run his queen, because Doubt has a knight there on the tower. Oh, wait. Heart, do you remember you're playing Regicide? Heart. No, Heart. Okay, there he goes. The queen, just about the same speed as the knights, and the Vills now have to block the queen as she runs away. Doubt, the micro, is going to come over and try to block with a knight. And so 1.49, these are Kuman knights. They are extra speedy. And the queen will go down. Doubt will kill the queen. Heart didn't run in time. And the sling into the Turk push has succeeded. Leary, he's not going to be receiving any more sling. Hart slung everything he could to Leary before he died, and now Leary has to try to 1v2. And, I mean, is it a possibility? Where is Hera's queen in that tower? There was a petard push. Hera doesn't have much army here, does he? He needs to get that queen to safety. The Woad Raiders are running in. If Leary can find where the queen is, could he snipe off the tower with the Woad Raiders? Hera needs to be careful here, actually. Oh, okay, Hera, where'd the queen go? Where did she go? Okay, she made it to the castle. Okay, now he's good. Now he's safe. We went to the TC and then to the castle. Okay, now he's safe, and he also has 5 relics. And yeah, he's hoping for a queen snipe. But it's not gonna work. Hera, he thought about it. He thought about it in time, and he managed to save it. He managed to save her in the castle. At the same time, though, could Leary actually just defeat this army and then push forward? Is there a chance? I mean, as far as the teams go, Hera has 25 villagers. Hera does not have an economy of his own. He has only 25 villagers. Doubt's up to Imp. Leary has 97, so Leary and Doubt kind of similar on Vill numbers. But Doubt's been slinging this whole game. He's not going to have that much of an economy. Hera's lost his army. This is kind of a 1v1 between Doubt and Leary. And Leary has some time now before Hera can reboom and contribute. Does he have enough woads? Remember, Hart slung everything he had to Leary, and Leary still has a blast furnace on the way. He can keep adding. Woads should win against Knights, maybe? With elite Woads with all their upgrades? I actually don't know. I think they should. You can always just have Halbs added in from the Kelp player. Hera's gonna reboom. This is now a situation where like Leary's on a timer to push Doubt while Hera rebooms. Can Hart see the map? He has to leave the Discord call. That is in the handbook. We anticipated this situation in the handbook, and that's why we have a Discord server. The players do their Discord call in the server, and when you're defeated, our base will double check that Hart leaves the call, so we can't just spectate the game from the defeated screen and tell Leary everything he needs to know about what's going on the map. We anticipated this, yes. So, I mean, I guess 30 of those Vills still count because they're Hearts, but 140 to 143, so more like 110 to, 110 to 108. Hera using the market, and Hera's just going to be booming. He's not going to be contributing. And we have another, like, what? He's on 40 Vills. Maybe 10, 15 minutes of game time before Hera can really start pumping army. He is Imp, so it will be quick once he gets the eco added in. And he is Turks, he's not going to need many upgrades. But there is a moment where Leary is just fighting 1v1 against Doubt, and Doubt now needs to stall. Yeah, well, back in 1999, they didn't anticipate that Discord would come along, and that you'd be in a voice call with your teammates. The way that people are now. And back in those days, it was a struggle to use the internet and the phone at the same time. Yeah, our base can kick Heart from the server again entirely. What is this unit? The Plumed Raider? This is the Woad Raider. This is the chunky shielded Woad Raider. Yeah, if I ever get that Woad Raider cosplay put together, I'll be doing the classic one, not this guy. Oh, look, Doubt has one, or Hera has one. Down he goes. At least he still has the pajama pants on. That's good. His hair does stick out under the helmet. It's just the helmet. I don't know. Anyway, Doubt as the crewman's adding in Cavaliers. A few Janissaries backing them up. And this is a lot of elite woads still from Leary, who's spending his economy. Doubt has a bit of resources floating. And it will be a push against the Cavaliers. Janissaries can hide in the castle if they need to. And this is where Doubt putting the queen in the castle means he's not going to lose to a queen snipe here. The woads, Leary desperately going for the castle, but that's not going to be enough woads. Or is it? Wait a minute. Here come the Janissaries. 40 military to 25 still. I mean, Leary does have the military advantage. He is winning this fight. He is cleaning up these Cavaliers. Paladin on the way for Doubt. And all the Cavaliers are going to go down, but all the Woad Raiders are going to go down, and the Cavaliers will still run around. Woads could take out a castle. What is their attack bonus against buildings? They have +5 against buildings. So this castle will go down to Woad Raiders. And Doubt needs to get his army numbers up to the point where he can fight the Woad Raiders. Otherwise, they might snipe off the rest of his castles. And Janissary is still being useful from Hera. He's microing them. Hera now up to 87 vills, though. So Hera's just at the point where he can help out. So now he's at the point where he can swap from adding eco to adding military. As he's had a free boom, and his free boom is just about finished, booming on 4 TCs, adding a 5th even. What's OP? Well, less OP now that they're fighting Paladins instead of Cavaliers. Pikemen on the way, so now that he needs to make a transition, that's going to give Hera more time to come back. And TC on Heart's Gold. Oh, is Hera booming by converting villagers? Oh, he is. So, okay. This is something Leary actually could do if he notices this. If your ally is defeated, you can click on their units and you can delete them. So if Leary were to notice this, he actually should be deleting Heart's villagers. That was an insta conversion. Did you see how fast that was? That was insta. Heart needs some devotion. Is Leary trying to 1v2? Yes, he is. So some of his vills got cleared here. We will have Elite Janissary on the way for Hera. And at least that'll give us a chance to look at their hats. Where does he have some Janissaries now? There's one. Lord Raiders running around. I'll take a look at their graphics once that unique upgrade comes in. Hera's trying to get a good group of them together now. Has another castle on the front. And thank you, Umanel, for the follow. And hi Wave earlier for the follow, if I forgot to say hi to you. And there we go, Elite Janissaries. And yeah, this is what I was saying, they have so much more player color. As Leary politely lets the upgrade come in so we can admire the graphics before calling the GG. Yeah, they have their hats, but they don't look like the same unit because there's so much color in them now. Let's see, he's got to have more that are maybe facing other directions somewhere. Where are they? Down here. Yeah, like from the back, I would not look at this and think it's a Janissary. Oh, thank you, Atomic, for the sub. The hats are nice, but they go from white robes to colored robes, and now it looks like a different unit. Yeah, thank you, Atomic, for the sub, and Queen Snipe there for GL. Maybe Leary really should have gone for the Kelp Paladins and helped in time before the Road Raiders got there. I don't know. I feel like Kelp Paladin still was the answer here. Say those are nuns from the back. Anyway, thank you. Let's see. We got 12,990 followers. We need 10 more followers to get to 13K. And let's see. We'll give 2-1 a lead for Gamer Legion. And Babshkoff Real, thank you for the follow. It's a win on Regicide Fortress. Finally, we get to see Regicide Fortress played. And that was Turks and Cumans. Where are Cumans? There they are. Winning against Celts and Burgundians. So higher civ picks used there for GL. And reminder, if you do follow, you can type !AOM to be entered into our AOM Retold giveaway. And players are in the lobby for the next game. So this will be game number 4. GL with a 2-1 lead in this best of 7. And we do, of course, have after the set still Lix and Yo against ACCM and Slam. No Nomad, there is Stranded. But I guess that's not a Nomad map. We might see Nomad in the next set. Like budget Nomad. I think it's a fun map in its own right. Not really a Nomad map, though. Yes, the campfire did make it into the final version, Atomic. And Flamin' Mellows, thank you for the follow. What do the 2 rows of bands mean? Can neither team can play any of the bands. The bottom row were randomly banned before the Civ draft, and then the row above that is per team specific bands, where each team came up with those 2 bands, and those also apply to both teams. And Ein Hergé 1966, thank you for the follow. And looks like they will indeed pick Stranded as the map. Stranded for game number 4. So Stranded, as Atomic said, I made a little campfire with some beach towels for the villagers. Again, some beach towels for the Airbnb. Did the not GL team, you mean the GL Honey Badgers? Yes, they did. They went down very early in the tournament. Jordan helped the team draft, went to bed, and woke up to see Viper and Tato had lost to MBL. What logic is used for the crowns on the map wins? Each team has home maps. A crown on the map means the team won their home map. A skull means they lost their home map. And the 1 on outcrop, which is neutral, indicates the team on the left with the blue background won it. Oh, thank you, Potters. Glad you're enjoying it. And looks like they are launching. And we have the civs. It'll be Mongols and Romans against Chinese and Berbers. Okay. Where are the Mongols on the civ draft? They're pretty highly picked. Interesting. Has any team so far picked Canberra? Ray is biting the furniture. Does it taste good? Yeah, Red Neil, if you want to see a fun game on Canberra, go see the final game that T90 played yesterday. Are both semifinals today? Yes. As much as the map looks like it should be pronounced Canberra. All of the Aussies has told me to say Canberra. And you know me, I 100% trust whatever chat says is the correct pronunciation for a word. Long day ahead. Long day. We've been streaming for 2 hours, 15 minutes already. Canberra, like the capital of Australia? Yes. Mongols have always been good. Mongols, I've never seen them played on Stranded, though, in this setting. And here we are. Yes, it is Stranded. You start with a little beach fire and a few rugs and a shipwreck, indicating you're stranded. This version of the map, we do have the fishing ship, so you're not trading with your junk. And to the north, we shall have Hera as the blue Mongols and Doubt as the green Romans. To the south, we will have Leary as the yellow Chinese and Hart as the red Berbers. Now, the Chinese on this map, since you start with the fishing ship and you collect food right away, and it's a 9-ville start, so you have the dock and the shorefish right away, Leary's going to build this TC, get his extra 3 villagers, and then immediately have 0 idle TC time as he can queue vills. And there it is. And where are the vills? Oh, he didn't drop off the food in time. Okay, he will not be 0 idle TC time. Oh wait, there you go. He did. What is this idle? There we go, 0 idle TC time. I guess I had to unselect it and reselect it in Capture Age. Did I click something else and not notice it? Anyway, 0 idle TC time for the Chinese, and a 3-ville lead. He's going to be pretty happy with this start. What will I wear for the finals? I don't have an outfit picked out. I don't know, if you get a large enough donation, maybe I'll wear a tux. I still have my tux left over from NAC. At least go Thai. I could wear my villager cosplay. I don't know if that's appropriate for Twitch, though. Turn out Doubt's face and wear that. Hera, you think I don't have one of those already printed out? Oh, Hera, what is this? Failing on the elephant lore a bit. Also, no Huns to be noted. Were they banned in the random bans? Huns are also a very popular pick on this map. So you do have a bunch of elephants around the middle, elephants and rhinos that you can hunt. And we're starting to see a wall off from Leary. There are singleton tiles of stone around the outside, so you don't see much in the way of unique units on this map because there isn't much of a stone supply for castles. A few dots of stone littering the outside, but that's it. The Airbnb peasants are restless, sire. Well, hopefully Restless Ray doesn't eat all the furniture. So Feudal Age on the way for Heart. Everyone up to Feudal. They also did the TCs on the wood lines on the outside, the small wood lines. There are larger wood lines by the golds in the middle, but players haven't been TCing them. I have seen a few instances where players get a TC to kind of forward where Heart does. I think Sato did this the other day, where you can then wall around everything. I almost had the sneeze, but then didn't. So everyone up to Feudal. Doubt up first. Maybe Hera thinking all the hunt on this map is good for the Mongols. I think it's all been taken by the players at this point. Nope, still an elephant left. Louis wants to go grab that. And still a rhino there for Doubt. Extra important that Hera doesn't fail on those rhino lures as the Mongols. He does want those rhinos as much as possible. And he's not using the Mongols for a super fast up timing. That could be a way to play them on the map. You go up fast and go galleys to control the water. A Feudal Age on the way for everyone. Feudal Age on the way at Hera's TC. Mongols is still a cav civ, and cav civs are good on open maps. Now, that is true. I mean, it's still a cav civ, right? You can play scouts. But is the Roman player going to play archers then? I feel like the Romans probably would prefer playing cav. I mean, maybe the Mongols could go cav archers. Romans could go scorpions. And Doubt will be milling the deer. There are several groups of deer on the outside. Hera up to Feudal, and we'll have another blacksmith and more walls coming up for Leary. Barracks for Heart. And a couple of buffaloes will be taken back to the TC for Heart. On the outside, galley play from Doubt and from Leary. And unfortunately for Doubt, he does have to micro against Leary. Mongol Lancers and Castle Age are monstrous. Ooh, that is a good point. Steppies from Hera could be nice. He will be losing some of his fish, though. But he's going for a fast castle. And you might be onto something with Mongol Lancers and Castle Age. You might be going FC Steppies. FC Steppe Lancers from Hera. Galleys will take out the fishing ships. We'll have foraging on the way, fletching on the way from Leary. A double dock versus triple dock. Triple dock beats double dock, that's for sure. Unless there you have some different micro. But 6 galleys now for Leary. Doubt losing the fish. Fishing ships go down, and Doubt slinging. Oh, and Doubt is going to sling Hera for double stable FC Lancers. Okay, so there's scale barding armor on the way. Will this work? Oh, we have stone walls already for Heart, and I think they're anticipating the Lancers. So yeah, as I said, he's using the TC a bit closer to the gold, so he can make a stone wall around his whole base. And he's gonna need to make sure that this is fully walled and not over-chopped. Beetle sling is allowed? Yes, all slings are allowed. Now, bigger stone walls for Leary. He is fully stone wall and not content with just palisades, stone walls. And making sure the steppies won't be able to get in. Forward Villa running into a Komodo dragon. The Lancers will be there to save her. Another Komodo dragon on the way. Okay, Step Lancers, you gotta be taking care of your Vil. And there we'll have a workshop for Hera. And this is... Well, I usually say you can open with a ram. Since you have the Steppies already, probably opening with a Mangonel or Scorpion to prevent the rewalls is the way. And right now, Hart could be in a spot where he doesn't have much wood access. Seeing quick walling by the TC to try to stop the Steppy from running in and out. Step Lancers will be running around. Maybe they can find a house to break through. Oh, is there a hole? Is there a hole? Oh no, Leary, there's a hole. There's a hole. And now Hera is in. Does he realize he's in? He's in. And Leary just gonna stonewall everything else. Oh no, he leaves a hole in the walls. And Hera can now hoover around and pick Vils. Really. He needed to be walled fully against the Step Lancers, but they are in. They're pathing, and they're in. Even walled out that elephant. But now he's safe. They can hit the Vil over the side of the gold. That has a pretty clear hole. And well, ooh, he's gonna sneak a Vil over there and fix it. He's gonna manage to plug the hole. But he now has to deal with 5 Steppies in his base. He's up to the castle age, so if he can get up and do a monastery, he can convert them, so maybe he's still okay. But still a big mistake to leave that hole in his walls. Not check for it and let the Step Lancers get in. On the other side, the Mangonel push has gone through the house, and while that has been happening, Hart has gone up, and he's going to go camels. And Hart will be using camels and a good economy of fishing ships. How many fishing ships does he have? 7 total. Needs to maybe move them out onto, do another dock maybe, get more deep fish. But it'll be camels and fish to try to fight off the Step Lancers. Chinese for Leary, they no longer have camels. That was changed in the patch, and they now have Fire Lancers. How did that Step Lancer get in? Oh, it broke the palisade, okay. It broke the palisade. There's a hole there. They broke their way in. For a second, I thought the Step Lancers on top of that rubble looked like the palisade was still there to me for a second. I thought the Lancer just glitched through the wall. So holes everywhere. Some forcibly made, others just left a bit carelessly. But now we see Hera. He has 13 Steppies. We have 9 camels already for Hart. And Berber camels, he's gonna get a lot of camels out really fast. Don't know if this sling strat is actually going to pay off. Vil goes down to the Steppies there, and another hole made on the outside of Leary's walls as the house goes down. And he's gonna go double ranges, and what's that gonna be as the Chinese? Crossbows? Could he dare go cav archers? As he's up to the castle age. No archers to turn into crossbows, and that upgrade would be expensive, so maybe it actually is cav archers. More Steppies coming forward. They're so good at picking off Vils. At least Hart doesn't need that house after losing all those Vils. He's going to want a few more camels. Camels trying to clean up the base of Leary. Leary had made a hole in the wall, and Hart's just going to stand there and hope that Hera can't path through to get to the outside. There he goes. Pathing working there, as intended. And the camels will chase down those Step Lancers, finish them off. And now Hart can come back and keep himself alive. That tower will not last long against those Step Lancers. Monks coming forward. These things, when they stack up and attack buildings like this, oh, they do so much damage. And they'll poke down that camel trying to assist. Repairs for the tower. Camels come over. Hart is holding. And that tower also will be shooting arrows at the Step Lancers in the back. The range means you have to be careful to stack yourself. Or the one range on the Step Lancers means you have to be extra careful to stack yourself inside the mid-range of the towers. And meanwhile, on the outside, the water still is controlled by Leary. He is a great fishing eco. Still is controlled by Hart, fishing over here, going to the corners for the docks, where he has all the dock space. Husbandry on the way for Leary, as he is indeed going for the cav archers. Those Chinese cav archers. And now it's all about the gold control. Doubt had a Vil forward. That Vil gets picked off. And camels will protect the gold Vils. Golds are to the middle. So the Steppe Lancers can take quite a bit of map control. But Hart, maybe he'd want to re-wall this at some point. But he'll just go take his gold again. Nothing like shoving pointy sticks into a stone tower to set it on fire. Indeed, nothing like it. Ballistics and Bloodlines on the way for Leary too. This team up by about 20 eco units. In total, lots of fishing ships. I always go either CA or Skirmisher. You're right, that's why I did that that Vil cosplay calendar. So I could check the year, see that it's 2025, and remind myself to go Cav Archer. It's the year of the Cav Archer. So Monk's coming forward, looking for conversions on the Camel, going for a conversion on the Vil. And maybe even you let the Vils get converted so that you don't have as many conversions on your Camels. So quick walls from Hart, on point to keep the Steppe Lancers out. Thumb ring on the way from Leary, those discounted Chinese technologies paying off. And if you look at the Chinese tech tree, they will miss Parthian tactics, but otherwise have all the upgrades for Cav Archers, and especially in the Castle Age have all the upgrades. And Parthian is Pierce Armor and attack bonus against the Spear line, so you're not going to miss that too much if you're just fighting the Mongols and their Steppes. And Monks will be picked off here, and this looks like everything will be cleared. And as Doubt's slinging Hera into a completely dead army. And Hart can lose his camels, sure, but now Leary also has Cav Archers. And, well, a lot of camels went down in that fight. That's the hard thing. Camels aren't even, I feel like Steppes actually do fairly well against camels. But mostly being cleaned there. Now only 8 Steppe Lancers left. Hera has a big queue of Steppe Lancers. He has, what, 3 stables pumping him out now. Cav Archers still hovering around. Dangerous Mangonel. And another TC going up for Hart, securing another gold. And he should re-wall this still. And no, he's left this open. And maybe just a big mistake here to leave this open. Let Hera come back. But still, Camel plus Cav Archers. Bit of a meat shield so the Cav Archers can do damage in the back. No wait, yes, Ballistics. Yes, Ballistics. It's north-south, so they don't correspond to the overlay sides. Yes, Ballistics for Leary. When did GL lose water, or did they not even try? They didn't even really try. They lost it almost immediately. Much bigger water focus for Hart and Leary. GL just went for the sling. And so far, I feel like the sling has completely not worked. Hera losing some gold control. It's a conversion, at least. He's going to force the Cav Archers away. At the same time, Camels pushing forward. Camels versus Steppes again. Hera maybe having a bit of a hill. But the Camels will push off the Mangonel, kill all of the Steppes, and now secure this hill. And there are the GGs from Hera and Doubt. Hart and Leary once more tie at 2-2. Winning on their home map of Stranded, the sling strategy did not work at all for Hera and Doubt. Their Mongol plan failed. So at least 2 maps where they had a plan. Forest Pond, they had the tower rush on the outside plan. Stranded, they had a sling strategy and did not work out. 11-minute castle time for Hera. Hart and Leary reacted exactly how they wanted to, winning the water, stone walling, a bit of trouble having holes in the walls, but nothing that they couldn't overcome. Rip sling. Okay, and let me just reset the ad timer on Twitch once more. Yeah, and of course you can always stack the Step Lancers pretty well to fight the camels, and that will help you take better fights. All about the micro, but there we have 2-2, and so far everyone winning their home maps. It would be awesome if we see Valley of Kings as the final game and Gaia pulls off a King Snipe. So really early pick for the Mongols to lose on the sling strat like that. Chinese kind of a late pick. And where are the Berbers? Oh, Berbers, a very late pick. So bigger Civ investment in terms of draft position there from GL. Double check. All right, 62 people entered into the giveaway. Again, thank you everyone for following. We're at 12,992 followers. So very, very close to 13K. Sling not doing well today. Maybe the players will catch on. Double check where they are in the lobby. And it will be Valley of Kings now. It will be Valley of Kings. Hopefully all the spectator issues are worked out. If you had more water maps in S-tier tournaments, maybe Leary can beat Hera? You think Leary wins Hera on the water maps? And I'm the cookie. Thank you for using your Prime sub. I appreciate the support. We're climbing in sub numbers too. And Cool Hawk, thank you for the follow. Let me drink water between the games. I need your help, chat. You gotta remind me to stay hydrated. Gotta remind me to keep drinking water. And we are launching. It will be Valley of Kings. Byzantines and Vietnamese against Koreans and Bengalis. So skirmisher focused for Hera and Doubt. We'll have a minute spec delay and then get into this next game. I'm watching on YouTube. I thought I'd stop by. Thanks for hosting. Well, thanks for stopping by and thanks for using your Prime sub. I've really been enjoying having the YouTube stream as the option as well. And when I write up my thoughts after the tournament, YouTube streaming thoughts will be very, very positive. So this map has Valley of Kings. You'll see it. There's a neutral wall. I had tried to change the architecture of the wall to be Middle Eastern instead of Western European, but unfortunately Capture Age could not handle that for some people. And I don't know why, but I could spectate just fine, Daniela could spectate just fine, but Mem, Dave, and Ornlu all had massive lag issues. So this will be the test. Hopefully no one else's stream lags on the map when we get in. I updated it and it seemed fine for Mem the other day, and it seems fine for Ornlu. Hydrate myself during ads playing on Twitch. Little audience. And here we are, Valley of Kings, a new map I made just for this event. You have sort of a map like Chaos Pit, in that you're surrounded by a wall and fight on the inside, but then there are some Gaia units on the outside guarding your stone and your gold, so whenever you move outside, you'll have to fight them. And you each start with a castle in the middle of the walls. A few tile of wall belong to you if you want to delete them, as Hera has done. And then you can scout the outside. And kind of the concept was based on the map Bastion, if you saw Walhalla, that was made by the Mad Catter. And Hart will be using his king to scout forward. And Hera will have the scout there. Oh, wait, Hera has the scout there. Doubt. Could you double team? Nah. Kings are faster than scouts in the Dark Age. And it is Regicide. The same starting resources as Regicide Fortress. 500 food, 0 gold. Which means when do you do loom, your golds are pretty far forward and exposed. So actually mining the gold can be a bit of a difficult task. So double scouts from Leary and Hart looking for Vils here. And that's part of the idea I had on the map, to cause some chaos by the fact that your loom timings become very tricky because you need to mine the gold for loom. Vietnamese best castle. And another map we can admire the new castles, and we see both teams with their scouts trying to double Vils. And this is the, let's just look briefly at the Koreans' castle and the Bengalis' castle. I think the Bengalis kept the same castle they had before. Then the Vietnamese castle. I think it goes very well with the green walls, kind of. Ooh, I like all that green, how that architecture blends together. Then finally the Byzantine castle, the mighty Byzantine castle with all of its hit points. So king running to the outside. What I have not seen is players drushing the outside, which is actually something that could be interesting, but you need to collect gold for that. And here we have a drush from Doubt, as he was mining gold to make the militia, and going for the drush, looking to disrupt over here. He is the Vietnamese, so he could maybe go for FC Rattan Archers. How do Rattan Archers do against Rathas? Probably pretty poorly if the Rathas can close the distance in melee mode, but they would be good at range, maybe. No, I've seen you drush the outside, Crab. I haven't seen the players in these games drush the outside. And Hart didn't take his boar. Did Hart not realize the boar was hidden behind the castle? Because he still has that boar left over. And there's loom on the way for Doubt. And drushes against unloomed Vils, where you have these difficult-to-wall forests, can be deadly. And Leary's king is threatened by Unknown. Your kings also need... Don't lose your king to Gaia. Leary's lost a lot of HP. You want to scout the outside, but of course you don't want to lose your kings. Leary doesn't have a wood line near his castle. Sometimes you can get a wood by the castle, and you have a good chance of doing a lumber camp on the outside. Something maybe I should think to balance out a bit on the map if I want to use it in the future. I think having a wood line out there actually could be nice, so maybe I'll just put one there. Kings heal if you put them in your castle to heal. Do they heal by themselves? I think so. I'm actually not sure. I think you actually have to heal them, maybe? If a king dies, that player is defeated. Yes, your teammate can still carry on and try to win the game, as we saw on that Regicide Fortress map earlier. Why is it called the Circle Wall? Valley of Kings seemed like a fun name for it. Yeah, they'll definitely heal in the castle. I don't think they heal by themselves. They're not hero units. But then they can't be converted, so I'm not sure. So lots of skirms. Hera as the Byzantines will just be going skirms. So it's Doubt trying to be disruptive as Hera goes skirms. And we'll have Castle Age on the way for Leary as the Koreans. So right up to the Castle Age. But what do Koreans then do? War wagons from the castle feel maybe a bit tricky against all of the skirms. Will Doubt go for a fast castle himself? He's doing the market. So we've seen quite a few varied strategies on this. I'm still waiting for a team to go double Khmer plus Georgians and instant feudal with both of them. Is giving you anxiety with his king. He has left the king out here, and I guess this is the answer. He doesn't heal. Capture Age does not show a regeneration rate. He just sits there with his parasol. protecting his head from the sun, but letting the rest of himself burn. Let's see where the shadow's there. Anyway, skirms and militia. Doubt still hitting the palisade walls of Leary, trying to find damage. And so far, skirm fight here looks like it's going in favor of Hera. Both players lost their scouts, but Hart not quite the same numbers of skirms as the Byzantine player. Leary will be up to castle first, and Hart trying desperately to do a tower on his wood line. He's gonna need to spend a lot of Vil time to get that up. Hera with a really nice score lead. And Doubt gonna bring the militias over too. Hera has more skirms. Byzantine's OP. Byzantine's very OP. Should being added in. Hart just about gets the tower up. And Leary and Hart do have a score lead now. Maybe that flips a bit as Doubt gets up. So Doubt just went for a Drush FC. When's the last time we saw a Drush FC? I mean, it is compared to just Leary going for a straight FC. We see FCs all the time these days, but with a Drush in front of it. Bringing back some old school ideas. I like it. Now maybe I like almost everything about this map other than the constant skirms and the fact that you can't attack the Gaia units with villagers. But I think there's still room around the skirms if players get creative. And now with the defensive tower, Hart at least keeping himself alive. So Doubt, king in the castle, and he is going for Rattan archers. The Rattan archers should be decent against the unique units, but here comes the rocket cart from Leary, so immediately goes for a rocket cart. And a couple of war wagons to raid Doubt. Now with Rattan archers, Doubt can go and clear the Gaia units on the outside if he wants to go access the safer golden stone. And then you have this wall to protect you. From the opposite direction, ooh, skirms taking a rocket cart hit. Taking a hit there. Hera losing some numbers. Hart, 28 Vils, but I mean, 58 to 54 Vils, it's not like it's a huge difference between the teams. The FC players, of course, spent time going to the Castle Age, so they have fewer Vils. And a Rattan Archer War Wagon, interesting composition, can go either way depending on micro and the situation. Rattan Archers here with 40 hit points compared to 150 of the War Wagons. And the War Wagons themselves just have bigger base attack. So despite the attack bonus, War Wagons, especially with the Koreans' free Pierce Armor upgrades, can still actually come out on top in the right setup in these fights. Doubt trying to micro against Leary. Leary doesn't really take much damage from the Rattan Archers. So Hart buying some food. War wagons coming over, Xing the middle. Oh, the skirms are jumping the rocket cart. Oh, we get something of a shot off at the end. That's a lot of skirms for Hera. And this team is going to have to find a way to deal with skirms. I don't know if war wagons are the answer. We might need another rocket cart. Losing that rocket cart definitely hurts. War wagons turn around. And, I mean, feudal skirms will die to war wagons, especially if they can take the hill. But they also do damage to the war wagons. So, some more skirms for Hart. As the Bengalis, I wonder if Hart has room just to go, like, battle elephant. And try to fight the skirms. And, ooh, nice rocket cart hit. All the skirms go down at once for Hera. Everything dies. Leary gets the hit he needs. And all of a sudden, Hera has no army. He has no skirms left at all. And now these war wagons can start hoovering in on Doubt's eco. Hera, what is that? You don't expect to see that from Hera. We now have Castle Age on the way for Hart. 34 Vils to 39, Hera clicking up. But all of a sudden, he's lost all the Byzantine skirms that he had. He'd worked so hard to get that big massive, and he's not going to have that quick elite skirm upgrade. And sudden army. Okay, now as the Bengalis, what is Hart going to do? War Wagon still running around. Lots of rat and archers from Doubt. And on the outside, War Wagon going to start clearing some of the feudal units, or the Dark Age units, whatever the Gaia units are, out by the gold and by the stone. So Leary going to start getting outside resources. Hera scouting with the king. Needs to make sure he doesn't lose the king. This is where it gets dangerous. What if Hart just had a scout out here? Did you know that rocket carts are easier to micro? This is because they are cooler than mangonels, so I'm more likely to pay attention to them. I have heard that before. We need to get some rocket carts for medieval times. The ballistics on the way for Doubt. And Castle Age on the way for Hart. Hera... Castle as well. I wonder if he goes Cataphract. I mean, that could be fun. I don't know if it'd be good against any of these army compositions, but you're Byzantines, you do have a castle. Maybe just a cav unit to snipe off rocket carts. And now Doubt, ooh, taking a bit of a shot. 40 hit points for the rat and archers. And as much as it would be painful to lose your king to the Gaia units, we would all remember that forever. Doubt, please get eco upgrades. Okay, Doubt has double bit axe, doesn't have anything else. He's adding a lot of farms without horse collar. We'll get a TC on the outside. Now, as players start to move to the outside, I think we finally got to the point where we have a somewhat balanced game, but maybe that's not true, as GL is a 20-ville lead. As players move to the outside, it is cracked terrain on the outside. And the cracked terrain will, of course, give you the damage multiplier for your buildings, but I think Doubt's just ready to carry with the rat and archers. Hera on the outside, taking some wood, has a lumber camp on the wood line, and the other team's just going to call the GGs. Alright, I was maybe not seeing the Ville difference there. Even it felt like everyone at least had gotten to the Castle Age, but the rocket cart shots not enough for Hart and Leary, as GL goes up 3-2, and this best of 7 at least is going to game number 6. GG, so far every team winning their home map, which I guess is a good thing. It means every team has practiced that map and felt comfortable on it. Had a strategy for it. So military, 34 kills for Hera, 41 losses. Byzantine skirms on this map, very cheap. And potential for Byzantine imp skirms would have been scary for these teams had it gone imp. Hart, the immediate drush put him under a lot of pressure that Hera then could contribute to with the skirms. And I liked that strategy of what did Doubt do with the drush? He didn't just drush the player next to him. No, he actually drushed the player across from him next to Hera, so that when Hera went to the double range skirms, this player already would be slightly behind and already slightly disrupted, where you have to go for the quick walls against the drush. It becomes a bit more awkward to get towers up. And the skirms then become a bit more effective, at least until the rocket carts come out. But that was enough damage before the rocket carts. GL Kitchen is cooking. Alright. Buttons I gotta press this scoreboard. updated. That is 3-2, a win for Gamer Legion. And for maps, it's a win on Valley of Kings. So we have Sumatra and Golden Lakes remaining. And those saves were Byzantines and Vietnamese against Koreans and Bengalis. And the next map shall be Golden Lakes, so if we go to our final game, it will be on Sumatra. So Golden Lakes and unable to find match, invalid match ID, DE. Get your thanks DE emotes in the chat. Getting pinged. Right, restarting DE. YouTube was voted as the better option than Twitch. All right. Airbnb poll has spoken. Oh, the players restarted the game anyway. Maybe that's why I couldn't find the match content. They're rehosting the lobby. Check with Rbase. Was there an issue with the lobby? Oh no, Rbase, he just wrote in our admin chat. He's going for dinner, and he's asking Lord Petito to check the maps. And he says, Sumatra and Golden Lakes left, so shouldn't be any bugs. Rbase, why'd you have to jinx us by writing shouldn't be any bugs? That is the last thing you should be writing in the chat right now. And hello, HyperX on YouTube. And hello, Nikolai as well. Alright, so they've launched again. Looks like this will succeed. And this is where both teams are using their Persians. The Japanese and Persians against Saracens and Persians. So Golden Lakes is the map. You've probably seen it a few times. Came out of the NC zone. Was used in Nations Cup and now in a few other tournaments. Made by Semadou. And it is a hybrid between Cross and Golden Pit, where there are 4 ponds of fish in the corners and a big pit of gold in the middle. And here we go. The game is over. Everyone lost. What happened? Why did everyone lose? Did they forget to set the game mode to random map? They might have done that. Yeah, they forgot to set it to random map. It's still regicide. They have 400 resources. There, okay. It does work. You are entered. You are entered. The Nightbot, I guess, doesn't give you feedback if you enter the giveaway. Like I've been saying, I'm using Nightbot now. Next time I do a giveaway, I'll write my own bot. They forgot to change the lobby settings. That's why I have the maps auto-defeat the players if they get the settings wrong. It's exclamation mark AOM, the auto AoE, if you want to win AOM, we're told. You gotta be following the stream, and exclamation mark AOM in the chat. So third time's the charm. Yeah, let me just double check the giveaway. Right now we have 66 entries. So thank you everyone for your interest and your support. And it is a key, so you can gift it to a friend or use it however you want. You could literally stash the key in your Steam messages, hold on to it, and eventually do your own giveaway. And re-giveaway give the key. Like the auto-defeat in case of wrong settings. And Panda's an AOM fan. And Brella Vesson, thank you for the follow. And hello, Krillin dies again. You have people that need it. Nice. Yeah, that's one of the things I did to the maps. I'm not sure what the best way to go about things are. I can sometimes, like, if they pick the wrong size, I can change the size in the map. And I'm not sure if the better way is defeat the players and make them pick the right settings, or update the map so it still works even in the presence of wrong settings. Is it a best of 7? It is a best of 7, indeed. Indeed, King Arthur. It's not something I experimented with, and I think it's worked pretty well. I know Turz has messaged me saying that he's been defeated many times. Defeating the players is way funnier. It makes them realize they messed up. The other thing I could do is spawn saboteurs across the map and make them explode. I do that to check for missing resources, but I could also do that to defeat them in case of wrong settings. You like the teaching aspect. Has Doubt been carrying today? Well, his team is up 3-2. He did kill a queen earlier, so he's been doing his best. Exclamation mark ads and hydrate. We've done the ads already. I will take you up on the hydrate reminder. An anti. Ooh, that's a good idea actually. Now that I'm really comprehending what you're writing, Nikolai. Goths for Valley of Kings. Like FC Huskarls to deal with the skirms. I could get behind that. Why did my debug panel just come up? That was weird. It's not how to beat Hera, it's how to defeat Twest mapping. Double Barracks Goth Men-at-Arms feels almost unbeatable. That's where you gotta Aztec Drush the outside. So, Golden Lakes will have Hart as the Persians, and Lyria as the Saracens, against Hera as the Japanese, and Doubt as the Persians. To the north, we will have a Persian mirror between Hart and Hera. Or wait, no, we won't. Between Hart and Doubt. There we are. Get the names right. Hart and Doubt both to the north. And this is a setup where you kind of have one pawn for each player, but you could definitely have a forward dock, and that's what Hart is going for. So a planned strategy here from Hart to go for the forward dock, and Doubt walling in the Vil. I think he actually needs to delete that and use the Vil to fight, and force the scout away. Yeah, there he goes. And they will be on equal HP. So Vil goes for the dock. And boar taken there from Hera under the TC. This is a very punishing map because you don't have any deer. And if you get lamed, all of a sudden you're trapped in the Dark Age without food to go up. So, oh, okay. I like this plan from Hart and Leary. They're rotating around the map. So Leary did not dock his southern pond. He is thinking, well, maybe Hera could come forward and do a forward dock. Instead, no, I'm going to have completely safe fish as the Saracens in this western lake. And then to the north, Hart is going to be in a fire galley war against Doubt. And in that fire galley war, it's going to be hoping, at least hoping for this team, that Hart would have the advantage in some type of micro against Stout. Meanwhile, the Civ matchup then is Japanese versus Saracens, both archer civs who get the free fish boom. The Japanese will have those faster working fishing ships. But then the Saracens will have that team bonus that lets their archers melt buildings. Alright, Savara's kind of broken compared to regular paladins. They are definitely better against archers. But potential for Saracen camels on this map. Potential even for Mamluks on this map. So when I watch this map in 4v4s, I always feel like if the archer players get invested in fighting on the water, and they have fewer crossbows compared to a normal game, as Hera comes for a lame. I was saying laming was important earlier, and Hera might show it off here. Stealing 2 pigs. That the archer players get into a big fire galley fight, they won't have the resources to add in as many crossbows, so camels become more powerful compared to knights. If we have a situation here where both cav players can't really fight on land because they're investing so much into the water fight, does that mean the archer players have more freedom to go skirms rather than crossbows? Maybe it does. A trash pose with a Saracen ally? I never thought about that, but that actually sounds pretty good. I think the Persians will win the fire galley war. I think the Persians will win the scout fight. As their Hart is up first. Dat won't be up too far behind, but he does win the scout fight. And now double docks from both of them and fire galleys from both of them. It's nothing else to expect on this map. And meanwhile, we'll have a barracks for Hera as he is going up. And then it'll be Hera versus Leary down in the south. So kind of two separate 1v1s going on. Hera and Leary facing each other with fish booms. Stout and Hart going for fire galleys. Weak scout shouldn't be able to pick a Vil. That will wall just in case. Catapruto versus counterweights. I never thought about that. Third dock for Hart, and he is investing heavily into this pond. And he's even going to use a fishing ship as part of the fight. Fires, of course, can't shoot over that. Doubt's going to use his own fishing ship to block. This is the type of thing that makes me miss galley wars. At least there was some micro involved. So repair on the fire galleys. So far, both players in the south just scouting each other, and it will be 2 ranges from Hera. Leary will see that. Leary himself will have 2 ranges, and Hera will just spot that now. So, similar openings from both. Head players choose their relative spawn to each other. On this map, it's just random. It's completely random. Teams are together, but other than that, it's random. On some maps, you can pick color, and the color pick determines it. And Hart winning the fire galley fight. No surprise there. Hart winning the fire galley fight. Bill wants us repair, but 3 fire galleys there. This fire will go down. And Hart winning this water pretty darn well. So the extra HP on the Persian docks will mean Doubt stays here and will be pretty effective. No matter what. But if he does a demo raft now, that feels like maybe a demo raft for sniping fish rather than for engaging on the fire galley fight. We'll have fletching on the way from Hera. As Hera is finding a walling Vil from Leary. We'll pick that Vil off. But also maybe get walled in. No, that wall isn't started. He's gonna go and just run out. We'll see the blacksmith. And Leary just gonna camp the hill by his berries with his archers. No need for him to move out. Maybe he's feeling that, yeah, Hart has won the water. I don't need to move out. I can just stay back and play defensively and our team will have an advantage. Still worry about the food advantage Hera will get as the Japanese over the Saracens. Maybe the market can make up for some of that. Archer is trading blows over here. Or Doubt now carrying, not carrying on water this set. Unfortunately not. Fortunately for Hera, Doubt has been surrounded by fire galleys. Are spreading them out to try to avoid multiple demos hitting fires like that. Doubt really would have liked to have gotten the Repairville, but not quite working out there. This is the trade-off where you'd prefer to take the docks out one at a time to cut production, but you're spread out just for a bit of safety from demos. So X over here on the house. And that's a wonderful fire emotion. D-Bab's perfectly describing Doubt's situation on these docks. Hera's selling the stone. Leary buying food. So Hera's selling the stone to go up. Leary's already sold. He is Saracen, so you expect him to be using that market. So better sell price for Leary then. And both these players are about to go up. And they'll be up at just about the same time. So Scout still for Hera. 3 HP, just seeing the back of the woodline from Hart. Have they not explored the bottom pond? They have. At least Leary has checked that there's no dock there. And the same thing from Hera, seeing there's no dock. Yeah, nobody going for the southern pond. I think they're both aware that neither has claimed it. But they're content just to fish by themselves and be a bit safer. It's risky to send the Vil down there. And okay, Doubt using the Persian dock HP to get back on the water. There he goes, sending the fires, and now he has a 7-5 fire advantage. Hart has been fishing for a long time, but now he still has 3 docks, so he'll probably come back. But Doubt going to disrupt this economy for now. Hart's going to try to group up behind his dock. And what does Doubt go for? Does he go for the fires or the fish? I think he just goes for the fish here. And he's going to try to take out the fishing eco. This could be a good demo. Doubt has to split up. The demo hits. Demo hits, but there goes Doubt trying to take out the fires. He still has the numbers advantage. As both Hera and Leary are up. Now fires are going down, so are the fishing ships. Doubt's numbers being reinforced. Does that demo go? Could get... Oh, is he just going to go for the fish? He goes for 1 fishing ship. And now he's cleared everything Hart had on the water. Still with 3 docks, so probably an advantage for Hart to retake this pond. But Doubt has done a great job. Could even try to demo that Repairville if he's paying attention of getting back. Meanwhile, some archers from Hera are about to become crossbows and break through Leary's walls. Not Saracens though, only Japanese, so it will take them a bit of time to get through, especially before those upgrades come in. But Doubt now has found himself back on the water. However, maybe down in eco compared to Hart, who is up to the castle age from having the fish for so long. So yeah, Doubt the one who's not up. Now Hera versus Leary crossbow micro. How is this going to work? We've got to be very careful on the hills, and Hera has to run out. Now, this map, you do run out of gold pretty quickly. Saracens, of course, can use their market and make up for that. But only 2k gold left for Leary and his base, and as you're running out to the gold, as you're running out of gold, you have to come to the middle. Ooh, 2 golds spawning next to each other. Never seen that. I'll have to keep that in the back of my mind. I guess I'm okay with that. The random T-West has to think about the map bugs live moment. So crossbows still microing down here. Leary versus Hera. Ballistics on the way for both of them. Slightly earlier for Leary. Leary, who is thinking of walling this off with that Vil. And if Hera is moving away ever so slightly, the Vil can get that house up. You might want a couple more houses behind the palisades. But so far, Hera preventing Leary from moving out. Leary going to go chase down these crossbows now. I feel like Doubt and Feudal. Oh, Doubt and Feudal is swapping to slinging. He is swapping to slinging. So Doubt trapped on Feudal, lost the water, and he's going to swap into sling mode. So sends 147 gold to Hera, paid 74 in tax. And it's going to be a sling setup. Doubt lost water again. Yes, he did. As I said, 3 docks, not something he can really sustain against with only 2. Especially an age down. Still has a demo on the water. But fishing ship's still out for Hart. And Hart can re-add his fishing eco and get the eco running again. Thumb ring on the way for Leary. Hera looking for pressure, but might not be able to find it as he himself is not the Saracens. Why is water so important? Because of the fish. When you gather your deep sea fish are pretty much the fastest food source in the game. And Doubt has slung Hera to Imp. Doubt has slung Hera to Imp. And will he still have crossbows after this fight? His other army was forward on Hart. And it feels like if we look at the numbers advantage for Leary. He's dodging ballistics. Both these players dodging like crazy. And Leary also going for Vils at the same time. Dancing back and forth and back and forth. This is how Age of Empires works these days. Dancing back and forth crossbows with sling notifications on top of them. And crossbows moving forward up that hill. Oh, but the crossbows coming from behind from Hera, coming from behind, clearing the rest of that army from Leary. And all of a sudden, Hera now 28 crossbows, Leary only 12. Leary going for a mangonel. But if Hera gets Imp, that mangonel's not going to matter. Scary thing would be, though, if Hart's able to get a free boom. And double workshop forward from Hera, and he's looking to push Leary. Double workshop forward. And now will this team realize that there's a sling? Because any cav attacking Doubt, and Doubt just dies, Doubt is not fully walled. So maybe a mistake not walling himself up more when he goes for the sling. And the knights are going to try to get in. He has to go for quick walls, trying to wall by the TC. Eventually the knights get in though, and they can start picking Vils. So Knight Raid from Hart, he can just go for Doubt now. Hera's not going to be as forward with his workshop. Doubt has a Vil in the middle. Doubt just outposting. Nice outpost, Vil. Sling is allowed. There's no restriction. There's no restriction. Just a big tax. So Doubt is paying a 50% tax while his eco is being raided. And the tower will keep the knights away. Here he's selling stone. So a few knights still raiding there. More fish still for Hart, as Hera will go to the south and add a dock. And there's Arbalest, there's Bracer. Now Hera has a very scary army, and particularly against the mangonels, he outranges them and does a ton of damage. And still needs chemistry. But starting with a ram push from those forward workshops. Hart will be trying to take the middle, but Doubt will spot that with an outpost. And now they've gotten Hera up to Imp. Leary is just going to try to fight Arb with crossbow, even though he's less range. And if he has enough crossbows, it could work out. So Hera didn't have the numbers he needed there, but he can dodge ballistics now. Now he can dodge ballistics. Mangonelling the outpost. Knights take the outpost down. Chemistry on the way for Hera. Arbalest will come over, and the mangonel will be on the hill. Arb split, and the mangonel goes down. Meanwhile, Hera is still taking a really bad fight against Leary. All things considered, he's an age up. He's still losing Arbs to the crossbows. Oh, what a great micro from Leary. To be down in numbers and down by an age, still take the fight. Now, timing can be really important on this map because of the gold situation. You need to be in the middle at the right time before you run out of gold at home. So Leary and Hart have to start making a play for the middle. And a ram push coming in from Hera. We'll have armor on the way for Hart. Significantly more Vils for Hart. He is the biggest boom in the game. Hera can't quite get the Arb numbers he needs all in the same spot. 37 Arbs. And he hops in the ram for cover. Crossbows finish off the ram. Hera keeps losing arbs. Hera keeps losing arbs to Leary. Leary pushing the arbs aggressively with the crossbows, doing what he can to buy time for Hart to boom. The problem is that if Hart wants to contribute, I feel like he needs to get imp and get armor. Because with only Castle Age Knights, he's going to be taking 6 damage per Arbalest Bolt. Now the arbs are upgraded fully. A couple of Knights from Hart. Well, they're going to call the GG. They call him GG right there. Oh, wow. I didn't think that was a GG right there, but I think Hera's too far ahead. And the sling will do it. The sling will do it. There wasn't like a raid on the base I missed. I mean, they're up by 30 vills. Where are the rest of the arbs from Hera? There were arbs in the middle. I guess they felt like they couldn't get a TC on the middle because of the arbs. So this is the problem for Hart, and this is why they're calling GG. It's because at home you only have 3 tiles of gold, and Hart has no more gold at home. And Leary also has no more gold at home. And because Hera has the middle with a few arbs, they're not able to push the middle. And now the arbs are here, and Hart would have needed a lot of knights to carry. But Hart, look at the gold count. He only has 162 left, 240 left for Leary. And it's all about the gold situation. Hart still has gold at home? What gold does he have at home? There's a mining camp, there's a mining camp. Oh, well, let's see that. Oh, he still has some gold. Okay, never mind. Wait a minute, that was a forward gold. Oh, wait, and he still has stone to sell too. Okay, that's... I mean, the ram push is taking out the ranges from Leary, but Hart is still in an okay spot. Hart still can literally defeat Doubt by sending 12 knights there. That was weird. It's going to be impossible to push against the Yarbs. But also a situation where Doubt could have just been killed. Thank you, Steady Manatee, for the follow. Felt like, Leary's getting pushed hard on the front from the Rams. Maybe the answer is just Leary dies, and they're because of the Arbs, the Castle Age Knights aren't going to be useful. I think it's that they don't find a way to stop the ram push, and it's hard to see the ram push because all the fog and the clouds are covering it. Japanese destroy Persians too. But that's a very it depends situation because they need to get to Halbs. Thank you, Leonidas, for the raid. So, it is still tricky for Hart because he's out of gold. But, it felt like Leary did a great job. What is the KD there for Leary? Yeah, 77 to 81. So, he's in age down and not even that bad for the timing. And Green Squirrel, thank you for the follow. So, Hera with the most res collected. Now lost the water. And because he lost the water and swapped to slinging, he was okay. So 88 vills for Hart. But I was looking for the night raids on Doubt to do maybe a bit more damage when Doubt wasn't walled. And he tried to come help Leary. And it was like in a bunch of places with the knights, wasn't killing Doubt. And they dropped down. They called the GG. They called the GG because of the ram push and the fact that they don't think Leary can hold after the ram push is there. So Leary, this team is nowhere near Imp, but they're just going to call it after the ram push. So, fair enough. And that will be Doubt and Hera making it through. Scrims for Leary plus Knights. I mean, skirms, we really aren't going to hold up to Arbs without the armor, right? You do need the Imperial Age armor, at least, to fight Arbs. So it is 4-2 for GL. And they will win on Golden Lakes. Those Persians for both of them. And then Saracens versus Japanese. So interesting. In some sense, Doubt losing the water and swapping to the sling there ended up being what caused them to win. Simply the decision where he was in a bad spot, he made the most of it by just getting Hera. He gave him that slight boost he needed to get to Imp. Let me check the stats. Yeah, he's able to send 5,000 resources for Hera receiving 3,000. Use the castle to get to the middle. I mean, yeah, too. Maybe he could use the castle to get to the middle, and when the Arbs are pushing Lyri, he can take gold at the middle. Yeah, it just feels a bit early for that to be, as you say, the final set of their tournament run. But that will be the first set then. That will be the first semifinal. Doubt and Hera will make it to the finals. And we're going to swap over to the next set. That is partly being played right now, but they need to start early. So we will have a couple of recorded games for game 1 and maybe game 2. And we'll see if we maybe get caught up to live time. If the players have breaks between the games that we don't have to take. Let me just swap the title over. And now it's going to be Yo and Lix against Slam and ACCM. So I'll get rid of the drafts there. Reset the scores, and it'll be LY playing with Yo, or Lix and Yo, against Mind Sanity of ACCM and Slam. I'll bring the drafts up. And there we are. So we will see Spiral for game number 1. Another Fortress pick. So Fortress, Nomad, and Arabia for ACCM and Slam. And that is bold, picking Nomad against Lix and Yo. Lix and Yo... Wait. Did I get the... Hold on. Wait. I think I got the drafts backwards. I think I got the drafts. Looking at those map picks, that has to be backwards, right? Okay. Yes, they opted to pick second. Yeah, swap my scoreboard then. Lix and Yo were the higher seed. They could choose to pick either first or second on the draft, and they chose to pick second. So picking second, we have Black Forest, Sumatra, and Valley of Kings for ACCM and Slam. That feels better than Regicide, Fortress, Nomad, and Arabia for Lix and Yo. And the first map will be the hybrid map Spiral. Both teams banned Golden Lakes, and then between Spiral and Hamburger, the random pick was Spiral. Why is Golden Lake? I mean, we just played it. It's not hated. They just decided to ban it. I think Lixin would be fine with a Vil fight on Hamburger. Golden Lakes. It's better than the, what was it, Golden Stream or whatever that other map was. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break. And we'll be right back, and we'll start this next set of ACCM and Slam against Lixin Yo. Alright, so we're gonna do a quick dash to get into the games. I'll just say, yeah, 14, share the rec. We catch up, that's great. Yeah, so there were no map bans in the best of 7. It's you pick from the category, and then you alternate picking one map from each category. So by picking Black Forest first, the next 2 picks were for Lixin Yo, and they picked Nomad. Alright, so I have the rec. Put this into my save game folder. So due to the time zones of Slam being incompatible with ACCM, Lixin Yo, the first game is they started simultaneously with the previous set, so we have a rec. We're just going to load into this, and they are still playing, so we might catch up to them. But to be a bit easier for the scheduling, we let them start as the recs. Just double check my admin chat. Yeah, we're good, we're good. They played on the Australia server. You've never seen that be the best server. This is a strange mixture. So we'll get in and start the rec. right here. I'll have a few more buttons to press in between every game to get the Rex. Why is there a dice on the Gajars? Because they randomed them. Dice means randomed parts of the draft. Where's capture age? There we are. So let me get this set up. We will have, I'll say this LYA and my net sanity against Licks and Yo against Slam and ACCM. So, welcome everyone to the second semifinals, where we will have the map Spiral, the lovely map Spiral, where if you want to nerd out and look at the map script, you'll see some wonderful trigonometry, where instead of being hard-coded like the map for TTL, there is actually a formula for an Archimedean spiral. It can be either clockwise or counterclockwise and can spiral all in all the directions. So this is a hybrid map. We will have LY to the west. It'll be Licks in the blue and Yo in the green, Tatars and Poles. To the east, we'll have Slam as the Portuguese in the red and ACCM as the yellow Persians. On this map, you only have 3 tiles of gold and 3 tiles of stone near your TC. There are a couple more neutral resources for each player, but you have to be very aware that these resources run out quickly and that you need to move out to the other resource spots on the map. There is a bit of a gold rush-like situation in the middle. Nerds, that's why we're here. We're fun. This is the fun place for the nerds. A bit of gold in the middle. So if you are mangrove shallowing your TC or castle there, you can take the gold, but also a bit weak to do so because trebs on the nearby hills could take out the castle. Each team does then have 1 body of water. There are 3 deep fish and several pairs of shorefish dotted throughout it. The shorefish do have a 3-tile gap between them if you want to dock there, but you can also dock on the side. And we will start by having the fishing ships come out here for Yo. And I love how the LY for Licks is just double LY. He's just changed his name to X and be LYX for Licks. So, Loom on the way, both for Licks and for ACCM. And just for my own sanity, I'm going to change Yo's name to be just Yo. And Licks can there be Licks, and that way I can look at him and understand that he is Yo. Otherwise, I'm going to look at that and I'm going to forget who's who. So we'll have Loom and then Feudal on the way for Slam. ACCM up to the Feudal Age as well. LY Licks gives Nikoni vibes. And ACCM trying to push in a deer, but Yo going to harass that a bit. I'll have a fight between those scouts. ACCM more HP, and he will also be up first. So Yo likely just going to lose his scout here unless he can get to a hill. ACCM has to be careful as they get to the hill about when exactly the fight occurs, and he's going to dodge off to the side, or dart off to the side, and then get to the top of the hill. Still wants to chase down Yo. Now Yo has to go down and then up again somehow to get ACCM to be at a disadvantage. They will chase away and just find another hill. And there's ACCM. We have the Rex, not from Slam. The fishing ships here are working for Slam, so 3 fishing ships for Slam, and maybe a bit odd for Licks and Yo, but no one went for a forward dock. When I see them play 1v1s, I almost always see one of them do a forward dock, but not going to be the case here. I'll have some more palisade walls going up to the side for Licks. And yeah, no forward dock from ACCM either. And this usually is a Scouts Archers map, but a Scouts Archers map where you have to be careful because of the gold running out. And usually you do want a good Hussar save from what we've seen. And archery range is on the way for Slam. Oh, not from ACCM, the Rex. Okay. I honestly would not know what Vietnamese writing looks like. So I cannot judge that. So, scouts hoovering around. They can try to pick the fishing ships off. And Vil will be trying to get the wall up. Pokes down the scouts, and the scouts have to run around. A couple of farms by the Folvark. And scouts knocked down. And they'll try to group up. The spears are forward for ACCM. Yo's still fishing, but the scout's able to start hitting the fishing ships. Poles getting gold from the stone could be a nice option for this map too, again, because your gold is limited. So it might make them a nice scout civ for Yo. Also, scouts and Tatars do have the option of going double scouts. Weird though, usually the Tatars would be the archer civ in this matchup, and like we saw in that first game in the other set, they're not going to have that arbalest option. So ACCM still just hoovering around with the scouts, not really finding anything, and at the same time, some archers from Licks are going to come over to his base. Now Slam with a few archers of his own, but he's still at home. He might have to come over to ACCM and help him defend. As Vil's still chopping wood on that wood line. Latin with diacritics on many vowels and consonants, like on Quang Tree's name. Okay. Interesting. I love having a chat that lets me learn about languages. Anyway, ACCM's still walling up, and this scout group is going to be coming from the rear, trying to find the archers, and could be double teamed here, Licks. Yo, not in a position just yet, and there's a spear in there. Slam's going to try to take the spear if he can, but nice jump. It'd be great beginning to the fight from ACCM as the spear goes down. And then the archers come forward for Slam, try to take out the archers from Licks, and the scouts will group up on them. And the other scouts will go down. The scouts turn over and try to hit the archers. Down they go, and that army is cleared. Slam and ACCM take a score lead. Raiding poles with 2 scouts seems kind of pointless. The pole player would really have to screw up to lose a Vil, and any HP will just regen. Yeah, you know, that is a good point. If you are going to fight the pole Vils, you need to make sure you do kill them, otherwise they can turn and get some hits on the scouts. And you're just losing scout HP. Unless, of course, you're Georgians, then you just both regen. Hunt and Viper, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for the raid. And we're now in our second set of Slam and ACCM against Yo and Licks. This is game number 1. And defensive fire galley for Yo, as the archers will pick a couple of spears, and the scouts will run around. More archers coming over for Slam. And thank you everyone for the follows. Also people coming over from Viper's stream. We are giving away a copy of Age of Mythology Retold. If you follow the stream and type !AOM in the chat, you'll be entered in a giveaway. Your follower 13,000, what do I win? You win a chance to enter the Age of Mythology giveaway. Again, that's !AOM. And thank you everyone for the follows, as we do hit 13,000 followers. So thank you Viper for the raid. And we'll have more archers for Licks, but again, I'm kind of worried about Licks. Leaving the archers out undefended, he will pick off a fishing ship from Slam. Slam will have to run. Portuguese will have a pretty good fishing eco into late game water if they need to control the water. But again, it's 2 armies, they're just going to come over and try to pick off these archers. Yo doing bloodlines, but these archers are going to go down. And ACCM just going to try to find the hill. We'll lose a scout on the way, but now Slam will come over and all these archers go down. And where is Yo while this is happening? Well, Yo is over here. Yo has a lot of scouts, but a lot of scouts that were not in the right position. He needs to take a fight. He does have bloodlines, but maybe he can just brute force this fight by himself. Look at all the HP he has on those scouts. And in ACCM, he's coming back to the shallows. Maybe Slam can stand here on the shallows. Where are the demos? There's immediately a demo raft queued from Slam. And that's going to make it really tricky for Yo to take advantage of those scout numbers and jump the archers now that they can fall back to the shallows. Slam is on point with that demo. And he is not going to fall victim to a melee unit when he has shallows to defend. Seeing the Twitch chat go crazy as you left out. You can, even if you're watching on YouTube, you can just open the Twitch chat. And, like, chat. Or enter the giveaway there. So more scouts coming forward for ACCM. But now the focus can turn over towards ACCM's base. He does not have a moat of shallows defending him. And will just have to house wall behind his gate. Gates are extremely weak. Everyone entering the giveaway, thank you very much, and thank you for the follows. So more X's over here from Lix as the archers run around. The moment it's a giveaway chat. Well, ooh, there is... Oh, there's a hole in the wall because he just didn't fully wall. Lix didn't wall. Now a couple of scouts will hoover as crossbows come over. And maybe try to get through the palisade. You can at least pick the spear. And Yo coming over with scouts, trying to jump the crossbows. He's not going to wait for Castle Agent Lightcav, just will take the fight now. Lix will lose all the archers. ACCM targeting the archers first until they decide to dance. And then ACCM is now up himself, or it's Slam targeting the archers. Slam's the crossbow player. It's targeting the archers, and we'll take out. That's a lot of low HP scouts, but also all the crossbows going down. So Yo recovering from that earlier misposition when Lix lost his crossbows to take out all Slam's crossbows. They're trying to be aggressive, do something with the crossbow timing, but just way too many scouts from Yo. As the Poles, he now has 3 Folvarki surrounded by farms and powering his eco. And it'll be knights from ACCM as the Persians, but maybe not quite in time to stop Yo. Tricky thing from Yo will be, can he get a castle up and then go Schlachta privileges before he runs out of gold? And considering he gets gold while mining the stone, the answer is probably yes. Would it have been better to go inside with the crossbows? I mean, if he goes inside, he's just picked off by scouts either way. At that point, they didn't quite have the timing to get inside. That's the 17,000 number. That is the funding for the tournament. So any donations, 50% of the donations will go towards the prize pool. That is the funding I have for paying Arbase and Petito to manage the players. the other 50% pay for coffee and help cover all the work I've put into doing the maps. If you're on YouTube, you need to type the command in the Twitch chat. The bot is not connected to YouTube. So Light Cav and crossbow combination. Interesting that Yo is just going Light Cav and not even bothering with knights. So here we see the decision from Yo to pick the Poles because of how good their farming eco is. He doesn't need to worry about knights until Schlachta privileges. He's just gone full Light Cav. Not going to be spending any gold other than upgrades in that fire. So great way to use the map. And now he's going to have a nice raid on ACCM. ACCM back with knights to defend. But knights are slower than Light Cav, and they can run around and pick villagers. They have husbandry already. The knights for ACCM do not. And ACCM has to get back to a TC to defend himself as the vills start to go down. And this is a good raid. My Insanity is still with a vill lead. But the raid is coming in, and it is real. More armor on the way for Yo. And the villagers start to go down. We'll have more Xing in the middle of the map. But Slam just booming up. He doesn't have his army nearby. Where are Slam's 31 crossbows? Where does Slam have crossbows? He's just in the middle of the map. And it feels like he's not really able to do much damage with them. I mean, if you just take a zoom out on the map, players are farther apart than they are on... Oh, as we had... Wait, how do we have a waiting for players in a wreck? What the heck was that? What? Capture Age, what are you doing? I was gonna say they paused, but this is a wreck. This is not a live game. How did that happen? Anyway, I was going to say, if you zoom out, you can see the players are super far apart, so it's hard to get your archers in position compared to Arabia. Our favorite LY, they are the higher seed, yes. But Slam and ACCM are probably underrated. And now double team here. Lick's not in position. Only 14 crossbows too. The archer players both getting picked off when they're in the wrong spots. And it does make me wonder if maybe the Tatars could have even replayed scouts into cav archers on this map. Never count out ACCM. Never count out Slam. Another stable going up. Crossbow is just going to pick off the cav archers. And, well, Lick's not scout into cav archer, but archer into cav archer. I do have to wonder, though, if the archers actually gave value to Lick's that he wouldn't have gotten by scouts. And Wandering Ninefinger, thank you for the follow. And if maybe just opening scouts instead of spending all the limited gold he has on crossbows could have potentially been a better opening than just the like archer into crossbow opening. So I saw an X on the minimap there, seeing that Slam is mining the gold. A douche? I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's just doing a TC for his eco. And there's some crossbows behind the wood line. And now the knights and crossbows and cav archers still running back towards ACCM's base. Yo and Lick's trying to apply pressure. Cav archers over time will probably be the better unit than crossbows, especially with how mobility is important on this map. Monks going down. Great job picking them off before they could be used on the knights. Oh wait, Lick's tried to douche Slam's TC, did he? Really? I mean, ACCM is the Persian. If anyone douches, it should be him. He's going to be building a sensible TC then in the back. At the same time, though, Yo getting in with the knights, ACCM with a hole in the wall and a bigger hole where he overchopped a wood line. The knights can just keep running around. But still 30-ville lead for My Insanity, and Slam is getting a nice boom with all those TCs. Another fight that the Persians can try to defend. Scores flip back and forth, though, as the Shalakta Privileged Knights still going to be a very scary force. And also, as Slam clicks up to Imp, Slam up to Imp. Trying to keep the crossbow numbers up as the Portuguese. This could be a good fight for Yo, finding the crossbows. Out of position. Doesn't really get many kills, though. Hard to pathfind to find the crossbows. And all of a sudden, now Slam has a big crossbow military. 35 of them. And we have an X here. This will be a workshop for Licks. Yo will go for a castle in the middle, trying to take the gold there. We'll take the Mangrove Shallows. Now, difficult if Slam or ACCM can ever get trebs on these hills to hold the castle. For now, Knights running around. Crossbows coming forward. Crossbow's trying to sandwich the knights. Oh, there's the demo. There's the demo from Slam. He made it earlier, and he'll find some use out of it. Gets a few knights. Slam keeping the demo in his back pocket, and he used it. That's 5 knights down due to the demo. Does that castle take 25% extra damage? It doesn't take extra damage on the shallows. It just would take extra damage from the hill. So the same as any normal hill bonus. It's not like a cracked terrain. But the Tatar Trebs, even if Lix gets Trebs, though, they could be even more deadly. As Lix is now going to try to raid with Cav Archers in the north. Scorpion defense for Slam. He's going to try to go for some Scorpions. And crossbows hitting the Knights. Back here, Knights hitting the raid from Yo. Yo's still trying to raid ACCM. But despite all the raids, Slam and ACCM still have a great Vil lead. 95 Vils for ACCM, the most in the game. And Imp timing advantage for Slam. Castle will go up on that hill as the crossbows come forward. Or no, it won't. Lick's deciding he doesn't have the numbers to stop or to put the castle up with the crossbows there, and he's going to do a more defensive castle at home. As more knights go for the monastery, monks want conversions. Imp on the way for Yo, and Yo can do Cavalier, but then has to be careful that in the late game, you start running into a situation where the Schlachter privilege kind of falls off compared to where it is in the Castle Age, if the enemies can maintain their production. But here we have a nice raid. Those crossbows look like they caught out of position. Even the TC can't defend them. Some Cav archers will go down to the TC fire, but this is a big raid on the crossbows and on the Vills. And most importantly, Slam, being Imp, is going to lose his crossbows before he gets upgrades on them. Just now clicking Chemistry, only had Bracer, did not have Arbalest, and all those crossbows will go down. Slam still has 46 other crossbows. It's not like he's bereft of crossbows. He is ramming that workshop and will be pushing into the middle. And there still is this fight in the back that needs to be cleared. A lot of knights for ACCM. Cheaper knights though for Yo, so even if he throws a few, it's not going to be as costly. ACCM will swap over to camels. And if the Tatar player is going Cav Archer instead of crossbow, which you will need to do in the long run because of that lack of Arbalest, the Persian player can't just go camels, because now camels counter the poles and also are useful against the Cav Archers, more so than they would be against the crossbow player. Slam coming forward with his crossbows. He's killing a bunch of Vills from Licks. And that Ram will come forward. Guard tower from Licks. Where does he even have towers? Okay, let's just admire the architecture on the guard tower for a bit. You don't see Tatar guard towers that often. And now behind this push, Slam moving in with more crossbows. As the Ram still to use as this push, I'll try to get in on the tower and push through. On the other side, still camels for ACCM. Yo is up to the Imperial Age. There I go, learning how to read Chinese so I can translate the messages. He is up. And still trying to 2v1 ACCM. Cavalier immediately on the way for Yo. The crossbows from Slam will be very tricky for the Poles to deal with because they lack the final armor upgrade. And the Knights are going to start coming in. Cav Archers as well. That's the Eco KD. Oop, I changed the color. Check the Eco KD. ACCM has lost 34 villagers. Lost 34, but those Persian TCs keep pumping them out. He's 121 villagers. Slam's lost 26 vills too. So what, a lot of raids, but just not able to deal a killing blow with the raids. Tatar heavy Cav Archers can be scary late game, and if the Tatars start to get to 200 pop, then they get in a spot where they can maybe threaten Slam. But ooh, Slam already jamming down a market in the corner. And ACCM with a market at home probably wants his market back here, but they're going to think about trading. And if you're going to trade, you need a lot of map control. Again, this map does not have much gold on it, and more map control now, especially with the center control for Yo and Licks. And Spiral is a 1v1 map. There are 6 neutral outside spots where you, at the ends of the spiral, where you can take gold. But in a 2v2 map, there are only 4. That's why we added a few extra resources for each player. But still, it's not quite making up for the fact that there are more players, and it does become a very map control and gold limited type of situation. And maybe trade is a way around that, but trade takes a long time to add in. Slam doing coinage, he's thinking of slinging ACCM. ACCM is now Imp. And what does ACCM do here? I think it probably is Heavy Camel. And yeah, that's what he clicks. Heavy Camel still useful against both of these enemies. Yo getting a higher score lead. And Licks and Yo retake the lead here. And it's going to be a timer for ACCM and Slam to push out before they run out of gold. That's a lot of Cavaliers. And Yo will continue having gold in the middle for a while still. Licks going there too. And there could be a situation, maybe, where Yo wants to swap over to Winged Hussars if the gold runs low. There's Silk Armor for Licks, so Licks is just going to go Cav Archers. So clear unit composition for him. Surprisingly low amount of trade this tournament. Trade takes a long time to add in. It's hard to get to trade situations in a lot of 2v2 maps sometimes. So here you have the Schlachter privilege Cavaliers pushing forward through the archery ranges. There is a hole there. They could just run through. Slam get a quick wall with the University. No more demos for Slam in the dock. That's true. That's true. We could have flaming camels, but that is definitely a usage of gold. Heavy camel or heavy cav archer on the way for Licks, and coinage on the way also for Yo. And defensive castle for Yo, holding it home. And still a bit of gold here. This actually could be a good spot for ACCM to move out to. And yeah, he's sending a bunch of vills out there now. He will castle drop that gold in that TC, and then look to get his own eco established on that gold. Big Cavalier raid in the north, but again, lack of that final armor means Slam can clean this pretty well with the Arbs, especially with a camel meat shield in front of them. Now, the tricky thing about trading will be this lake with the shallows, and right now they don't have a way to wall off their trade, so there could be continual raids into the trade. The question is, do they see it? They have not yet scouted the markets in the north from Slam, so Yo probably won't know to raid it. Although those Trebs are out of position, and those Cavaliers had been running away, and they will find the Trebs. And now, Qatar Trebs working on this castle. I didn't see Taverd Siegecraft come in, so they don't have their extra range yet. But they will be besieging the castle. And the castle will go down. Ram push coming forward. And Cav Archers going for the ram. Villagers trying to wall in the Trebs just to give them more time to get away. But the Vills will be there, and the Treb does not go down. The pikemen pop out, but Cav Archers will deal with them. And there is Lechitic Legacy for the Poles. Yo thinking of adding in some winged hussars, as ACCM feeling the lack of gold, going for his hussars now. It will be tricky to deal with Hussar versus Winged Hussar, perhaps. Don't have Winged Hussar added in yet. That is expensive. Like Cav for Yo. As Yo wants to go for another raid. Crop rotation for ACCM. He's getting ready for a long game. And maybe he would want to get Halbs at some point. The gold in the middle starting to run low, though. The map really short on gold. And potentially having trade could be good for this team if they establish it soon, but they need to establish it, and they need to keep these Cavaliers out of their ecos. At the same time Slam is pushing, he has a Treb and a cannon working on this castle. Arbs will win against Licks. It feels like Slam has a good advantage against Licks, but just they have to worry about Yo carrying, and Yo raiding everywhere with Cavaliers. ACCM really using those faster Persian TCs to keep you in Vills. Any Praetorias? No, not going to be Praetorias in this situation, when the Praetorias are not as good as a normal eco. Praetorias are more of a, the maps run out of wood, or you've gone fast imp, so you can add them in more quickly than you can Vills type of building. So Treb working on the castle. Bombard cannons picked off by Cav Archers. Great job by Licks to focus the cannons. And he will be hitting the castle. Arb still taking out skirms, taking out Cav Archers. And that Treb not repaired. All the repair vills go down. That Treb destroyed by Licks with the hill advantage. And now Slam a bit on the back foot. Enough skirms are there with the Cav Archers that the Arbs are threatened. And Yo still in ACCM's base. There's this big pool of lumberjacks on this woodline in the middle. Now, it also does get a bit scary that this map doesn't have too much wood, and that can run out. And there are the GGs. And Licks and Yo take game number 1. It's impossible to kill Tatar CA from this point onward. That's true. They can be microed very well. And I'll have more kills from Yo and Licks. So GG's. So let me just take a minute. I need to find the rec for the next game. She needs to send that to me. Let me just check out what we're doing there. It's a 1-game lead for them. Thank you again, Viper, for that raid. And if you weren't here earlier, these they had started playing early just due to the time, and we're gonna try to catch up to live time. Alright, grab the wreck. And let me, before I forget, I'll check off the scoreboard. So that was game 1 winning. I'll put the 2 there. 1 on the right side of the overlay. And that was Poles and Tatars. I think a very good civ pick for them. Someone asked earlier, the die on their Gajars is because they randomed them. The other side will be Persians. That was a very early pick, Persians. In Portuguese. An hour ago, someone was talking about Land Nomad. I really like that map. Land Nomad. We're thinking about doing Land Nomad for this tournament, but we thought African Clearing would be a bit more fun. Alright, so the next map will be Black Forest. And we'll have ACCM and Slam to the west, Lix and Yo to the east, and a bear right in the middle as ACCM comes forward. He's just going to get his wall up in this passage. It will be 3 passages, a bit of a more open forward area for Lix and Yo to contend with. No ponds this game. So Bohemians and Mongols. Ooh, that feels scary. Mangadai and Haufnitsa and Siege Onagers. And that straggler is part of the wall for Yo. He's going to wall behind that. And Slam will get his wall up too. Or you might just try to fight. Slam sent 5 vills forward. 9 vills start, so you can have some crazy wall-off wars. And 1x in the middle as Lix comes forward. Now, as much as I'd say Slam and ACCM have more BF experience, Lix has probably more Vill fighting experience than anyone, even the BF players. As Lix Vill fighting is his normal game plan. He Vill fights all the time, and he's trying to wall the 2 of them off. I think you Metagon for the follow. How do they get Black Forest to generate with roads? Because this is not the DE map script. This is not the sad DE map script that removed roads from Black Forest. This is a map pretty similarly based to the Rage Forest map script that I had made. Yeah, you just have to use connection generation. Oh, the bear! The bear gets a kill on the villager! The bear gets a kill, the brown bear. And some walls on that vill. Is that a straggler? Oh, it's next to a tiny bit of terrain. That might be a straggler. Lix trying to keep a vill hidden over here. That bear could maybe aggro onto one of Lix's vills. There he goes. And Yo has a scout forward still. This middle passage is walled up, but they have to contend with the fact that Lix has vills here. And right now the bear going for the vill. Ooh, Slam though gets the scout. It's a low HP scout, and the bear gonna help on the vill. But Slam loses more scout HP to Yo's scout. Lick's Alcatrazing the Vil. Lately, Lick's doing Lick's things. That's Black Forest is a map where he can excel there. Oh, is that bear still going for the Vil? That bear really wants to get that one particular villager. Maybe the Vil can get a diagonal hit? No. Will the bear get there? Lick's not paying attention. Lick's not walling in time. The bear going for another villager kill. The bear is blocking the Vil from getting to that palisade spot, but Lick saves her a diagonal hit over the wall, and the bear walks around and gets the villager. The bear! MVP bear! ACCM now just gonna fight off the bear. Oh, this bear's killed 2 Vils. Oh man, that bear has had one heck of a journey. Bear... Finally. Oh, wait. The bear could have weakened that Vil to the point where Yo's scout can kill it. Our Vil's still fighting over here. That Vil is trapped for Licks. So Slam up. You usually go up pretty quickly as the Mongols. Yo will be up 2. Oh, nice trap from Slam. He's going to wall in the scout. And the scout will get some attacks on the gate. Slam just needs to attack the scout. Make sure he keeps the gate up. So we'll spend some wood on the gate, but we'll kill the scout. MVP bear. That bear is from Chicago? I don't know. From what Ornlu tells me, bears are not nearly that good at football. So 1 Vil left for Licks, but that will be an annoying villager. Also, only 1 tile here. They will need to clear this at some point before they trade. Not urgent, but it will be blocking the trade later on if they don't destroy the walls. So Feudal Age on the way, both from Yo and from Licks. As Licks has to keep repairing this wall, and Feudal also for ACCM. And personally, I do feel like Bohemians Mongols should be the better Civ picks on this map. The only real advantage I think Teutons would have is if they can tower rush and disrupt the Mongols, and that's exactly what Yo's doing. Maybe still an advantage with cannons in the late game, but that'll be cannons against Alfnitsa and Mengadai. And that'll be another forward tower from Yo. I mean, you have to wall the Lick's villager, but that's a Teuton tower. Yo's gonna have a lot of garrison space there, and it's gonna be double Teuton towers. Maybe he should have left a 1-tile gap for better coverage without the murder holes range, but oh, he doesn't need that if he walls. Slam is gonna delete and send Vils forward, but this second tower, if that goes up, that will be a good defense from Yo. Can Slam destroy this one in time? Not quite. The tower's up from Yo. It's defending this tower. Slam could stand between them, though, and still fight. Tower goes down. The tower goes down. Second tower not up in time for Yo. Slam gonna Vil fight this while under the cover of his own tower. And try to push this back. Being at home, Slam will have more healthy villagers. Yo's stuck with the ones he sent. And Yo's gonna go for another tower in the back. Another tower in the back. Meanwhile, Licks is going to tower rush himself too. Licks is tower rushing down the middle passage, fletching on the way for Licks. And we're going to have stone walls from ACCM. Those walls have to go up quickly before Licks breaks through. I think he'll get it because he can just use a gate. This tile is not up though. Licks, oh, he tried to go for a gate to block the walls. This isn't walled. Licks can still get through. There's still a hole. But Licks is just going to go for another tower. ACCM will wall that before Licks notices. And there... Oh, the walled-in villager from Licks found a way to do a tower. And now ACCM needed a counter tower to stop that villager. Oh, Licks. It's just Licks things. Meanwhile, Yo still has Vils here, still doing more towers. But behind this, Slam can click up to the Castle Age. So towers everywhere. Stone walls forward here from Licks. ACCM might just want to stone wall that too. Take years to clear a stone wall with villagers and a tower. I mean, these are Feudal Age stone walls so far. Castle Age stone walls, yeah. Feudal Age stone walls, maybe not. But look at the range. We'll have the Vil 1 tile back out of range of that tower so he can repair. This is Yam with fletching, so he needs 5 Vils in the tower. Actually, I don't know if they changed that. Maybe they changed that, but with Fletch, that's what it used to be at least. 5 vills in the tower for the max arrows. And Lix, oh, Lix is going to find a spot. The tower was made so it just barely hit the other tower, and Lix is going to find a spot where he actually can hit the wall with vills and try to break through. Alright, so everyone is on the inside. We have another tower rush forward for Yo. Defensive tower for Slam. And when Slam gets up, his towers will have more HP. That was a change from AOC to DE. That towers have less HP in Feudal, but then regain their normal HP in the next stage. So here, the tower fight still being repaired. Tower still being repaired, wall still being attacked from Lix, as ACCM will do a second tower, and try to use double towers, both garrisoned with 5 vills, to shoot down this tower from Lix. He could have maybe tried to do the tower 1 tile forward to hit the repair vills. But we'll just be content with having more arrow fire of his own. There he goes. And now, House being attacked by Yo. Slam is up, and Slam is walling. Slam's gold is forward, and looking at the map, this is what Yo can do with these towers. Slam is off of his main gold, and the other golds he has are in the back and accessible there. This is going to be a castle for Slam. Castle for Slam, and then the other golds are over here. So castle going up. Wild to see it still has a competitive scene. Has had a competitive scene for a long time. Yeah, Sato, there was a change due to tower projectiles, so you no longer lose projectiles by upgrading fletching when you have vills inside. Tower gonna take out the vills, and Slam will take this gold and secure it, and start pushing down those towers. Oh, it doesn't have... Could have been a couple tiles forward to clear the rest of the towers, but it will force Yo back. And Yo, with that Teuton's Tower Rush, did a lot of damage, but Slam able to get castle and get the... Not just get to the castle age, but build the castle. That wonderful Mongols architecture of the new castle to defend. And now Yo just going to do multiple layers of stone wall and start fat slobbing up this passage. As Lix still engaging in the tower fight here, he's managed to repair this tower enough that ACCM's towers haven't taken it out, and everyone will be up to the castle age now. Next ACCM, then Yo, and finally Lix. You think Slam CCM have this? Feels pretty good for them with that castle now going up on the gold. This matchup gives Voobly vibes, Slam and ACCM against Lix and Yo. And, Tubby, thank you for the follow. Vill's walling. And a castle now going up for ACCM. That will take out the tower in the middle. Again, not too far forward for pushing through the walls, though. What was your finals prediction, then? Slam and ACCM against Doubt and Hera? More walls going up for Lix. Looking forward to the next land map? You mean like the land map we have right now? No pawns on this BF. Light wagon, getting the gate. And Slam now. What does Slam's eco look like? He has 1, 2, 3 town centers. ACCM adding a second town center behind this. And we have coinage from Lix, Bowsaw on the way also. And he's probably going to swap then to slinging Yo and do a Castle Age sling. And see if Yo maybe can go Imp and try to push this. But I think at that point that's just kind of futile. I think there's going to be so much eco from Slam and ACCM that can't be that. He can't overwhelm that. As he is up to Imp. So there's just a bit of a sling to go up to Imp. Totally normal and non-chaotic land map. Well, it is a land map. I don't know if it's non-chaotic. It's a trees map. It's a forest category map. Why is it so popular? You know, I don't know, because the first Cartographers, we used the same settings, and we really didn't see any sling. I think that sling can be used as a... I think one of the reasons we're seeing it is you feel like you're down in the game, but not completely dead. So sling is a mechanism then to try to come back. Maybe it has something to do with the map pool, with not having pure scout archer maps every game, then sling becomes more of an option. Now, ACCM, he has 6 petards. He's looking like Snippy going for a castle here. He's gonna try to break through the walls, and we'll get through. Hussite wagons hit the walling vills. If there are enough petards, he can get through one more layer. Even get through the re-wall behind it. The vill's going down. The wall goes down, and the quick reaction. And he keeps this wall for the moment. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. There's a hole. There is a hole, and now Slam is in with Mangudais too. So Mangudais and Hussite wagons are in. Both of them breaking through. They're not going to wait for Yo to push. They're going to take the initiative and go forward. Yo doing a castle. And Lix, 1, 2, 3, a 4th TC on the way. He is not doing any military at all. And Yo with the forward castle will not be covered at home. And Slam, he's going to send Mangudai forward. And if he finds that TC before Yo can finish it, that will be a lot of dead vills. Will he find it? He's a tile away from scouting. He sees the gold mine. He's going for the gold vills. He sees the builders on the TC. That is 40%. There's no way that goes up. Slam is just going to massacre all these vills. Now, will it go up 70%? He's going to lose a lot of vills in the process. These are Mangudai. Slam kind of splitting up the attack on several vills there. I'll go up at 90%. And now ACCM wants a castle. That castle's going to be right on Yo's face. That'll be on 2 town centers. Hussite wagons are there. Vills are there. He's sending more villagers. He has a train of vills on their way forward. Lake's trying to re-wall this finally, but that's a bit late to re-wall when the vills already are forward. Hussite wagon not able to keep that open. He might need some more petards. ACCM is going for that forward castle. Still in the castle age, maybe Yo an option for chemistry and cannons behind that. But once the Hussite wagons get in, the TCs won't really be able to deal with them. So Yo at the front is going for Trebs, but we have a ram push from Slam, and that means Teutonic Knights. Yo, Teutonic Knights to stop the rams. You can do it, you can do it. Rams are going first for the Trebs rather than the castle. Okay, Slam doesn't have Mangudais at home to defend. Still repairing the walls. Another ram goes for the castle. Yo, where are the Teutonic Knights? He's worried about doing another castle at home, but there are already Hussite wagons there to deal with those vills. And that's going to be a tricky castle to get up, as the ram push is now swapping to the castle. This castle can defend the rams, and scouts will try to hit that Mangonel. 3 murder holes, though, for the Teutons, helping that castle pick off the scout. Ungarrisoned vills there for Yo. Oh, he's doing everything he can just to keep this castle alive, and the ram push is not quite going to succeed. Will that Mangonel go down to the Hussite wagons? It will. Some repair vills still weakening, but the Trebs are up, and that castle from Slam is down. At the same time, Yo gets a defensive castle at home. Does Yo have any villagers left? No, he has 34 vills. Lick's sending all the sling. And Lick's might need to wall up. Maybe ACCM could send another round of units to get to Lix's base. Maybe Slam could get there with another round of Mangudai. Slam so far defending as Yo is pushing forward with hand cannoneers, and Trebs coming forward. And the Mangonai now going to run forward and go to hit Licks. They'll pick off that Mangonel. ACCM coming here with the villagers too. They've done about all the damage they can to Yo. They're idling the TCs. Castle is on both the TCs. And another castle going to come forward for ACCM. Make sure this stays open. Yo going to go for a town center. He has the Imperial Age Trebs. He did everything but making Teutonic Knights. I was thinking, oh, 1 or 2 Teutonic Knights. They stopped the Rams. No, he did everything else. Castle will get the houses. Trebs come forward. Light Cav running around. Scorpion going for the hand cannons. Yeah, 100 more vills for Slam and ACCM. The game is a mess, and Lick's just trying to salvage something with a sling. But this is we're down and trying to salvage with a sling, not a full planned sling. Vills going down. And Castle going forward for ACCM to break through the walls. And Licks is on his last legs here. This push will start getting into his farming space, and when it gets there, he won't be able to wall behind it. Fortified wall on the way, but that won't stop Castles. Slam's still holding on. A couple of rams just for interference on the hand cannoneers. Slam might lose his market. Trebs are still there. Problem for Yo is now that he had to do a castle at home, he doesn't have the stone for yet another forward castle to continue the Treb push. So until he gets that stone, he's stuck there, because otherwise if he comes forward, Slam has the option to snipe off the Trebs. Yeah, Crab, you did the Dark Age sling on WDC. maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Dogao and Barles slung every single game they played in Carto, because Dogao was still too traumatized by the power of the Dark Age sling. And there's Imp for ACCM. So Slam and ACCM still with a good score lead. Petard hitting the wall. Not really doing much there. There's already a hole. Bill's going for the Hussite wagons. If ACCM can pull them away from TCs, then Slam can jam them with the light cav. Bodkin arrow for Slam. Oh, you had Mangadai that didn't even have Bodkin arrow earlier. That's how that TC went up. Mangadai weren't killing the Vills fast enough. So Treb push here from Yo continuing, hitting the TCs of Slam. But with the skirms out, hand cannoneers and the monks can't push forward. And now a couple melee unit light cav can pick off the Trebs while the skirms go for the cannon. Treb goes down, another will follow. And a lot of Vills just running around trying to hit the Hussite wagons. They do have an attack bonus there. And that attack bonus coming in very useful as the light cav start to come forward. And we'll be taking out Vills. GG when ACCM is Imp. Might be the case. Mangadai will help take out the Blacksmith. Yo up to 58 Vills, but there's Imp. And now 1 or 2 Trebs, so Lick's not going to be able to defend from Trebs the way Slam is. Slam at least can make army and hold off Yo. Trebs will come out and hit the TC. So I think it may be a good example of a desperation sling that can maybe give the team a chance, but still isn't strong enough to win the game. Yo had a nice defense from the ram push, and maybe things could have looked a bit worrying for Slam investing into a ram push that doesn't work. Thank you, Maggie MC and Pooji AW2 for the follows. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for following. And again, reminder, we are doing an Age of Mythology giveaway. So you can type !AOM into the chat if you want a chance to win Age of Mythology Retold. And look at that Mongol Castle Age time from Slam. Sub 15 minutes. Okay, so let's see. I think we're going to get a rec for game number 3, too. And just get the scoreboard updated. 1-1. And the map said is a win on Black Forest for Slam and ACCM. And that was Mongols and Bohemians. Very early Bohemians pick. Against Teutons. And I'm forgetting what Civ was. It was the Lithuanians. There we go. MOA 7. What, Masters of Arena again? I missed that tournament. You have 102 people entered in the Age of Mythology giveaway. So thank you all very much for your interest. And let's see what we got here. Did Petito send me the rec? Yes, he did. Game 3. All right. Oh, I have that already. And there we go. Alright, game number 3, and it will be Nomad. Nomad. So Chaos on BF, now Chaos on Nomad. And we will have 3 TCs on the right side. Slam, Yo, and Licks all on the right. ACCM all the way to the left. Whereas the Koreans, he can get a free boom. And as the Celts, Slam, what's he going to do with Celts on Nomad? Is he going to try to Huang Rush? We'll have Berbers for Yo and Vietnamese for Licks. In the middle, a couple of houses going up for Licks. 9 vills start, so you have to find stuff to do with your vills as you put your TCs up. We'll have a dock to the bottom right for Slam, and then a dock to the north for ACCM. He will dock rather closely to Yo as the Berbers. And where is Licks docking? I don't see a dock from Licks. Has he built the dock yet? He hasn't. He hasn't done the dock. He's slamming a final in 2025? I hope so. And yeah, I saw the message. I actually don't know, because we do have a couple of extra tickets for Medieval Times, but they are adult tickets. I don't know if that'll be a problem or not, so I won't be able to check until after the stream. If you check the Discord channel, I put a number you could call, and maybe ask them. There's a screenshot I posted of an email, and you might be able to call. And I don't know, imagine Slam and Doubt in a final in 2025. That would have been, what, Masters of Arena 7? When they were both in a final? 6 or 7? Or some type of Clown Cup? I remember they were both in a final there. I think 6, Masters of Arena 6, that was Slam and Doubt. This tournament is the best you've seen this year. More team game tournaments, please. Well, hopefully. I'd like to do more team game tournaments in the future. Yeah, there's a lot of 1v1s, and I think there's a missing space for team game tournaments. So, what are the civs? Berbers and Vietnamese, your standard nomad civs. Berbers with camel archers, Vietnamese, you know where the TCs are. And you can do rattan archers. Berbers, maybe a civ from Yo where he'd want to go up and go galleys on the water. Celts, I don't even know. What do the Celts do on Nomad? What do the Celts do on Nomad? I mean, Slam has a nice TC with gazelles and gold and wood. Is this just like FC Huang Rush from Slam? I don't know what else he might do. And they eat TC, but he will be in kind of a 2v1 situation. And I feel like his goal is just going to be to give ACCM the freest boom he can. ACCM moving out to the gold, mining camp going up on it. And X over here for Slam. And a boar is taken from Licks. And thank you, Ravenger, for the sub. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. It'll count towards Partner Plus. Thank you for supporting the stream. And again, all the subs do help support us, and any donations will be put 50% towards the prize pool. Had a few people donate throughout the tournament, and it is much appreciated. And think about this, the more you donate, the more T90 has a chance to win in the Silver League finals tomorrow. Some of the donations will go to that too. So we'll have Feudal Age on the way for everyone right now, but Slam and ACCM up first. Lick's not that far away, or Yo not that far away, but Lick's going to be up the slowest. He will probably just go for a fast castle. He doesn't have much stone access, but this should be safe with the way Yo has walled. We've had Rage Arena, Rage Forest, and now Carto. But yeah, at least we have had some team game tournaments. I'm still waiting for the next big Nations Cup. Yeah, Rage Arena was kind of a spontaneous thing. Samaro just messaged me saying they wanted an arena map, and I threw a map script together quickly in a couple days, and it turned out to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, Yo and Licks, indeed, very good on Nomad. When I think about players who have an advantage on a map, oh, thank you for the cheer. He gets enough bits. Thank you very much. When you think about teams that have a map advantage, I don't think anything stands out as much as Yo on Nomad, or LY on Nomad. And I would expect them to win pretty much every Nomad game. And as much as people might look at Nomad and think the randomness can decide a lot of it, you can learn how to deal with all sorts of different types of randomness. And I don't think there's anyone who's done that better than Yo. So we'll have a stable here from Licks. Stable from Licks. A blacksmith up as well, and then we'll probably see a few scouts. ACCM was the Wandering Warriors Cup champion, but that wasn't just Nomad. That was maps without a TC. That's very different than Nomad. Yeah, it felt like for a while Finland was probably the only... Finland, or maybe an old version of, like, Tyrant would be one of the few teams that would be competitive with the Chinese teams on Nomad. And Vietnam also really good at Nomad, but probably not at that same level as the China teams were. And do I think they full wall? I think that I think yes. So this is a bit tricky because you can wall yourself and be safe, but then you're giving up so much map control for the other team. And I guess maybe the stable is a way to deal with that disparity in map control by making sure they still can raid it by the fact that it's not walled. So Lix will be the first player up. I wonder if he'll do light cap or just stay with scouts. Or even husbandry. It's always tricky to do damage with scouts on Nomad because you build your TC in a convenient spot on a wood line. If you think about Arabia or a standard map, your TC is in absolutely the worst possible location it could be located. It's in the middle of an empty area with no resources. On Nomad, you always have a good TC spot, or as long as you put it in a safe spot, you have yourself to blame if you don't. War wagons is he going war wagon? I mean, he doesn't have any stone, so he's just fast castling. I feel like when you're this far away. Oh wait, now he's on stone. Never mind. I was gonna say he could fast castle boom. I wonder if he's just gonna be too tempted for the war wagons though. So Lix with light cav finding vills. ACCM will probably lose 2 vills. Walls 1 in just to keep it safe. Our base typing in the wrong chat. So demo hitting the galleys. Cars continue coming forward, forcing the galleys away. And we'll have 2 docks to the north pumping out galleys. Galleys will go for the fires. Hey, Crab, don't remind us of eggs. I'm too many nightmares about that Civ Builder game that crashed due to Harry T's 4K resolution Civ icon. Okay, double demos from Slam, but not going to be useful here. They both get picked off. And Yo, dominating on the water, will start to take out the fishing ships. And Slam dying on the water. Fish going down. And Eco Unit lead starting to open up for LY. Oh gosh, I just realized LY itself could be an abbreviation for Lix and Yo. It does stand for Lingwan, but... Their team initials also match their names. So another castle going up for... Or a first castle going up for ACCM, that'll defend his TC. Maybe give him access to another stone. And Goldville's collecting over here for ACCM. And Celt's on their way to eat TC. I'll slam up to castle. What is he gonna do? Oh, wait. Oh, Slam! He's in the back. He's in the back. Oh, wow, I didn't even see this. Slam is in the back. He is in the back, and he might have been cleaned up on water, but that's okay, because he managed to get back here. He had a Vill behind the walls. They had full walled, but they didn't count on Slam being back here. And now he's gonna eat TCs from behind, as 2 Vills will go for the tower, or two Mangonels will go for the tower. And that's a Castle Age Research TC. Yo will have to repair that as the Mangonels come forward. Berber TC. Oh, Slam, don't run away. Go for the TC. Yo has to spend wood repairing, and TCs cost a lot of wood to repair. At the same time, he needed a lumber camp in the back. Slam gonna try to find the Vills on that stone. Has a monk and a couple pikes forward too. And Slam is playing Celts. Slam is, I guess ACCM too, but Slam is is one of those victims of time zones where whenever he plays games and he queues, the only player against whom he queues is Huang. And there might not be anyone who's suffered through more Huang pushes than Slam has, and we'll see if he's learned how to pull them off. The Castle Age will come in for Yo, but with monks and pikemen now, Slam able to keep these light cav and knights away from the Mangonels. Speedy Celt pikemen Monks want to start charging their conversions, keep the Vil alive, 3 mangonels out, and Slam is hungry for some TC. Elsewhere on the map, we have more TCs for ACCM. We have water. Looks like it'll be 1 in the north, also from Yo. A couple of fish left for ACCM, but not much. And we have Lix, who goes up to 1, 2, 3 TCs on his boom, and he has converted a war wagon, as ACCM will be going war wagons. But Slam continuing to jam on this TC, adding in a second TC of his own at home behind this. And Vil's being sent forward for Yo, but sent forward into the pikeman. Pikeman taking out the light cav. No scorpions for Slam. He will lose a couple of mangonels, but the pikeman should be able to protect the rest. Those two have good HP now, and that Vil fight is not going to succeed for Yo. Slam just needs to repair, and he gets the repairs, he gets a conversion, and with the repairs, the mangonels stay alive, that TC being mangonel down. And Slam is doing it. Slam's doing it. Yo on only 1 TC, he doesn't know where to send the Vils. He's just going to throw up a castle, but the castle has to be far away from the mangonels. Does Slam see the castle? Oh, he does. He has outpost vision of it. Can he mangonel the Vils as they run back? Now, he can't lose the Vils to the TC, but the pikeman can come over and deny the castle. Yo's castle. Oh, he's going to swap positions, though. He's going to delete the wall and come forward. A couple of monks there for Lix, and he's actually just going to drop a castle right on Slam's face. Lix will be slinging Yo a bit there. He sent the stone for the castle. See, that's the thing we want to allow for the slings, when you can do the stone for the castle. More so than the full sling strat. Yeah, Slam outposted everywhere. Slam almost has spies with all these outposts. So this we had a chaotic game of Black Forest, now a chaotic game of Nomad. Now Chaos is the zone in which Lix usually thrives though, although there is a hill by that TC, and right now Lix with an archery range and skirms, nothing that he can do to stop this push. Slam sees the hill, he sees the farms, he knows there's a TC there. Outpost, you might want to do the outpost not on the hill, just so he can micro the mangonels better. Aren't half the changes each patch unintended? Probably more than half. So 1 light cap for Lix raiding Slam. Slam needs to pay attention to his eco. Unlike the Kwong push, he doesn't just have an unattended eco, but he's getting a better trade over here, as that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Vils going down. That farm disappearance took the Vil corpse with it. Oh, a TC. Extended shot. Villager going down. Now, mangonels on the hill. This is where Lix, if he's daring, could try to charge the mangonels. Only 2 monks there. But Lix is just going to run. He's going to lose 1 TC, maybe even 2 TCs. Slam adding more pikemen. So Slam is completely cleared Yo. Yo is playing on 0 TCs right now as Slam and ACCM take the score lead. And losing on Nomad would be a huge upset for LY, as ACCM has war wagons here trying to deny the castle from Lix. Trying to deny the castle from Lix. The Vil's going down. Mangonels coming over from Slam. Low HP Vil's getting hit by the mangonels. That castle, 75%, and that could be denied. Mangonel gets another shot. More Vils from behind coming forward for the castle. And Knight going for the Mangonel, but conversions on the way from the monks. Mangonel will go down. Castle goes up. Lix had to send more Vils, but he still has a TC over here that's garrisoned and idled with villagers. As was so well played by Slam. Yo still on 0 TCs. 113 to 74 Vils. All of a sudden, they plan to be fully walled, but Slam was behind the walls. I'll need to go back and I'll restart the rec. I'll see how the Vil got there. So war wagons coming forward for ACCM, and this is going to be a ton of dead Vils. 14 Vils outside the TC. A few more inside of it, and that TC will go down. No doubt about that with the mangonels there. War wagons with their Pierce armor, they don't care about TC fire. It was the 2 Dock Vils? Oh, it was the 2 Dock Vils. Ah, got it. Yes. They walled, but they didn't clear the Dock Vils. That's how the 9 Vils start can get you. You have so many Vils over there. And they knew where the docks were, right? Because of the galley fights that Yo was taking. They didn't account for the vills. And just fishing until they were called to action. I don't think I've ever seen Yo lose on Nomad. I have seen him lose on Nomad. It's just incredibly rare. DC goes down. These vills trying to escape. ACCM still could use ballistics for the war wagons, but he's on 73 vills. He has a great boom. We have Imp on the way for Licks. What's he gonna do? Make some trebs? There's no way he's gonna get. Even if generously he destroys all of this, there's no way he's getting trebs to attack over here by the time ACCM's up. Why is it not GG yet? This is not game 6 of the first semifinal. This is Yo and Licks. They're gonna hold on. War wagons come over there, going to find a juicy wood line with hurt villagers. And down the, ooh, no ballistics though, no ballistics. I still need ballistics. Could have gone redemption. Do Vietnamese have redemption? No, they, oh wait, that's wrong civ. Yo, Berbers do have redemption. No sanctity though, so the monks die in one hit. Kind of tricky to deal with the Celt Mangonels if you're Berber monks, even with redemption. So, I mean, Yo still has the water, but that doesn't really matter as much at this point. 5 fishing ships are not going to make up for the fact he doesn't have a TC. So Camel Archers will have an attack bonus against war wagons, but just like almost everything, the war wagons have so much HP, they probably still win the fight. Or at least they would if they had ballistics. Ballistics is in for Yo, so Yo can micro a bit for now. Yes, indeed. War wagons count as cav archers, so camel archers will do bonus damage against them. It will be +4. And actually +5, because it's -1 cav archer armor. So a total of 5 extra damage. And Slam, I mean, slowly but surely, Yo has a higher score than Slam, and he's going to start picking apart Slam with the camel archers. But that doesn't matter, because ACCM's so far ahead. ACCM with more vills, 89 to 88, than the entire other team combined, even counting their fishing ships. Do they do bonus versus regular cav? No, they do not. Only against the cav archers. And Mangonel is trying to get hits on the camel archers. Not quite getting there. And castle going up for ACCM. He's dropping a castle on 2 of Licks' TCs. Lick's not going to have many more TCs left after Slam can come from the other side too. Slam with more Mangonels. Camel archers will try to deny this castle, but they're just going to die to the war wagons if they do. War wagons with all that Pierce armor won't care about the TC fire. ACCM can dance the vills for a bit as the camel archers go down. Mangonel's over for Slam. Can he get a good Mangonel shot in? No, but Yo at least has to fall back. Mangonel's against the skirms will be nice too. Mangonel goes down to 2 TCs. X over here on the boar. X on the TC. Ooh, nice Mangonel shot on the camel archers. Skirmishers will hit the war wagons. Looking a tiny bit GG. Has for a while. Oh, what is this? Slam. He found it. He found Yo. Yo can't run. Yo tried to do a TC out in the middle of nowhere, but Slam found him with all the outposts he had and just castle dropped him. Slam showing no mercy to Yo, and Slam also up to Imp. Well, if it's not GG yet, it probably will be when Slam hits Imp. As it's 194 vills to 84 still. Yo doing what he can to carry with Camel Archers. Lix is just taking so much damage. Yo has 20 villagers. 14 villagers, 6 fishing ships. And if ACCM ever has a unit that can deal with skirms, then the teams win. Woad time. Woad Raiders to deal with skirms? I mean, it is Imp Skirm, and they can deal with war wagons. Woad Raiders would need some upgrades. I mean, it's ACCM versus Yo. It is a game that drags on long. That's fair enough. Time to raid with Woads. And, well, Trebs are still there hitting this castle. ACCM 116 vills and still just booming behind this. He can go for a ram push and get some rams against the skirms. Maybe he'd go for some heavy rocket carts. No more siege onager for the Koreans. That feels so weird to me. But they will have heavy rocket cart. Yeah, the Skirm, the best unit in the game, keeping LY not dead yet. I mean, the scores are close. How are the scores close with the ecos this far different? Part of it was just Slam needing to finish Imp. And I guess the rest is water. That Slam should have scouting, and I guess scouting too. They both scattered the entire map. So here come the Woad Raiders. I'll see Elite on the way. Second time we see Elite Woad Raider. I think it's a downgrade in their appearance now. Like how could you put like helmets on these guys? Their hair is so long and flowing. Let it flow freely. Oh, there's a goat. Score is always water. Now, score is also sometimes the Camel Archers. Camel Archers are an insane unit. Scorpions now from Slam to try to catch them. Ballistics on the way for Licks. Elite Woad Raiders looking to get in on the wood line. Maybe get some Trebs. Skirms there to hit the Woad Raiders. And upon seeing the Woad Raiders, Yo will call the GG. And what a game by Slam. My Insanity go up 2-1. Winning on Nomad of all maps against LY. And that's 142 kills for ACCM. 35k res collected. But more than anything, Slam, look at that. 15-minute uptime. Yo, 20 minutes. That's 5 minutes he had to get the mangonel pressure in, and then killed Licks with it too. Yo had a high of 37 villagers. Licks had, of course, 69. Hello to Boos. GG. Ah, Slam. Alright, so let me see where we are. We're probably going to have a rec for game 4 too. Just check with Petito and see what the plan is. I'm guessing we're still playing catch-up. I was wrong about Celts. I didn't know what they'd do on Nomad, but they huanged on Nomad. As Celts and Koreans feels like an old Black Forest combo against Vietnamese and Berbers. And again, if you follow on Twitch, you can type !AOM in the Twitch chat to be added to the AOM Retold giveaway. And any donations will help go towards the prize pool. We have a donation counter there. And helps 50% towards the prize pool and 50% towards me affording coffee so I can stay awake with all the work I've had to do for this. So thank you for the follow, and let me see what Petito's sending me now. Game 4. You watched Doubt versus Onamaru. The Lord is a beast. Doubt is a beast. And game 4 will be on Arabia. And not just any Arabia, but Chicken Arabia. And let me make that red versus blue. And welcome to game number 4. We will have My Insanity to the north, Slam as the red Ethiopians, and ACCM as the yellow Franks. To the south, we will have Yo as the green Magyars, and Lix as the blue Shu. Now, Ethiopians, Franks, you've definitely seen that combo in DE. Faster firing archers, and those free resources when you click up for the Ethiopians. Franks, just a very smooth game. Scouts, Knights, Cavalier, Paladin. Good farming eco, good berry bonus. But the Shu that Lix has chosen to play as here. Lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood, and archery unit technologies at the range and the blacksmith, minus 25%. So those are your fletching and armor line techs for the archers, and also at the range, thumb ring and your archer upgrades, crossbow arbalests. And we've seen them played a couple times, have a really smooth transition as they go to imp and add in all of their upgrades, while also having a great food eco on the lumber camp. And take the blue pill. Thank you for the sub. That'll count towards Partner Plus. Thank you very much for the support. Oh, whose home map is this? It was picked by LYA, their home map, and chosen by them to play for this game. Sheep coming into the TC, as well as a mining camp going up for Slam. Yeah, Shu also have the old Magyar bonus of extra line of sight on the archers. And of note, this is Chicken Arabia, so no deer to push, but there are chickens. We have seen Georgians picked a couple times as the cav sieve for the mule cart to take the chickens. Here it'll just be Lix as the Shu going for a standard archer play, mining camp on the gold. And ACCM coming forward to scout. So ACCM, again, the cav player, Slam, the archer player, Yo, the cav player, Lix, the archer player, and it'll be the mirror match with the cav versus cav on the west and archer versus archer to the east. Barely have an Indian food left at the watch party. Well, considering the first game set went 6 games, and this one is now 3 games in, and it's 2-1. I don't know if I'll have time to get to that before going to the medieval times tonight.
Yes.
We got... It starts at 7:30, and it's 3:45 right now. So we had Sec and a thanks go. Of course, Slam, always polite, always thanks the other team when they allow the pause. Such a gentleman he is. Bills go out to the chickens. It's a lot of snow on Arabia. The map is Arabia, but I did make it kind of Chinese themed to fit the DLC. So wrong part of the world, but it's a standard map, so I just put the biome there. Yeah, they've added so many biomes to it on the standard version, I figured it was okay. So very snowy. There are a bunch of different versions. There's also a panda version with bamboo. We did see that before. A couple of maps I snuck the panda rock into. You're hungry gamers there? That's fine. I will eat at the medieval times. I mean, I did have, I think there was, I think I had 2 or 3 extra tickets. So maybe that means I can get, like, 2 or 3 meals for myself. Or get extra food for everyone. So Feudal Age is coming in, Double Bit Axe is coming in for Lix and for Yo. Interesting, okay, Double Bit Axe on the way for Lix, which is curious because I guess that's a food upgrade actually for the Shu. Since you chop the wood faster, you'll gather food from the wood faster. It's the same way that horse collar at the mill is actually a wood upgrade. Double bit axe at the lumber camp now is also a food upgrade. So, standard double range archer play here from Lix. Double range archers from Slam. He is walling up at the front of his base. Could wall to the edge of the map over here by that forest. And could also just go for a circle wall around his base. And he's deciding to point the archery ranges as part of the wall to the left side of his base, kind of towards his teammate ACCM. Not going to do them at the front. Would be awkward to put them out here due to the wood lines. And over here you have a bit more choice of where to put them, either going out to the front or going to the middle of your base. Immediately, scouts from Yo heading over towards ACCM. Spear going to chase that scout from Lix away. ACCM doing a couple of spears. And with the chickens instead of the deer, you do need that extra mill on the chickens, or you just avoid taking the chickens, or you long distance take them. ACCM took most of his. But it does slow down your builds, especially as the archer player. And you do see a later blacksmith. You usually see earlier mills on the berries and later fletching. So the archers, even with players still going for the really fast ups, don't quite have the same timing that they do on a normal map. Or on a deer map. I guess chickens are normal now for Arabia, but just random. Canadians have to ask before they pause. Yeah, you can build the chickens, but that's 100 wood. And usually the archer build is so tight that you don't do a mill even on your berries, where it's just 2 ranges than the blacksmith for fletching. And any very minor tweak to the Dark Age has a huge difference on the fletching time. And scouts getting in on the vills on the mining camp. They did run around the back where Slam was unwalled. He gets a poke, but will lose a villager. So 7 on gold. And he's trying to do gates. Ooh, he can maybe trap the scouts. He needs another gate. Gets the gate. Oh, Slam gates. Slam gates. And Yo's going to lose 4 scouts. He gets enough HP on the gates to trap them. Look at Slam go. And get a scout, another gate, one more. There's a straggler tree there. He'll fight with the vills maybe? Yeah, he will delete the gates and chase. Was that worth it? 5 gates? I don't know. It's a bit of wood he spent, but he killed a couple scouts. Yeah, but we see fletching in now for the team game players, or for the archer players. Yep, where's the forward blacksmith for Slam? And padded archer armor, so the cheaper archer armor being added in. ACCM, though, while Yo is forward, ACCM will get in on Yo's base, and not only will ACCM see that Yo is attempting to go double stable Magyar scouts, he's going to deny the second stable. Spear will get pokes. Ooh, might have been tempted to just turn and fight that spear. So he'll delay the second stable, and he's going to know exactly what Yo's doing. Although, at the same time, in at ACCM's base, disaster as both armies have come over, and Yo, with those scouts, will find ACCM at the tower, and that tower will not go up on the gold in time. ACCM with a very open base. I mean, everyone with far wood lines this game. But I think Yo did find a good way to wall himself. ACCM with a very compact wall out to that wood line. Didn't end up using the gold. Might have been easier for him to use this wood line and then get buildings out around the gold as part of his wall. And right now it's a even vill count despite that raid. Let's check the KD. Only 3 vills lost for ACCM. And a bit of idle time on Lix and Yo, maybe to make up for that. Is there a wheelbarrow? Or up? Okay, there's a wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow does make a 3 vill difference even then. Chicken Arabia because they can wall before 10 minutes. He's saying chicken as a reflection on their walling ability. So Xing down here from ACCM, they're going to try to get in. At the same time, ACCM has to be careful of how thin this woodline is. If Lix gets around the back with the archers, he'll have to run. He's already done the tower. And I worry that he's not fully walled and Yo can just run in. A couple of spears here poking him, and a quick wall did come up. And ACCM, yeah, he realizes he needs another tower, uses the market to buy a tower. He's gonna have to keep those vills safe. And I think this is looking really good for LY right here. And Slam not able to do damage for Lix. Lix was much better able to wall himself. I mean, a huge investment into this wall. But he made it work. Scouts going for the house. Will they be able to get in? Lix defending. Now everyone up to castle except for ACCM, who has taken so much damage so far. And Bloodline's armor on the way for Yo. And this is where the Franks can get into trouble. If it's late feudal, they don't have access to Bloodlines, their scouts don't have the HP to match the Magyar scouts with Bloodlines, and all of a sudden now you're facing a castle transition? The Franks are the civ that really want to have the defensive map and play more for the castle age timing. So of the civ to have the bad scout map with, definitely Franks are the one who most feel it. And oh, at the same time, Yo jumping the archers of Slam. Slam though is going to micro, and he's going to use the DE pathfinding actually to win the fight and take out a lot of those scouts before they become light cav. And Lick's not over here with his archers yet, but Slam even would have had one extra archer. And he can group up at home. A lot of archers there from Licks. Slam, if he gets the timing, could push Licks away with his archers, group everyone up. Licks with two groups of archers now, getting ready to sandwich Slam. And Castle Age on the way from everyone. Archers running away, archers grouping up at the front. And scouts will start to go down. And archers were focusing the archers from Lix mostly before they became crossbows. But now Lix is going to have to get back as Slam is up and he'll have the reinforcement advantage. And ACCM does manage to click up. Well, you can tell by the score he's falling behind. Definitely falling behind. And with how smoothly I saw Lix play the shoe the other day, I have to think he'll do the same thing. And get a nice imp timing into those upgrades. Well, the question is whether he puts down TCs, but he can afford both Thumbring and Ballistics right away. University Ballistics and Thumbring. Oh, that Thumbring discount feels so smooth. Now the crossbows will come over, find the towers on the gold. Knights will be running around. Should have banned or picked Shu? Well, that's going to be a question for people. How good are the Shu actually as an archer civ? We've now had a couple of games where I think LY and GL have shown that they're strong. And Knight's going to go for the tower. ACCM relying on the double towers to defend his golds. But if Slam isn't here in time, then the crossbows are just going to take out all the knights. Tower goes down and the knights go over to the other tower. Crossbows will be dancing on the hill. Crossbows here from Slam getting some kills. And Slam just going to be picked off. He doesn't have the numbers to fight two armies at once. ACCM, there, he is getting a slight raid on the other side, but he's raiding spears with scouts. And that's not a very successful raid. As you can see, the trail of bodies left behind from Slam fading into the snow as the footprints trample them. And these armies turn back towards ACCM. And this is looking pretty over. LY starting to get their Vil lead, but ACCM just collapsing. Even the Knight is inside the quick walls on the gold. And this looks like it's going to be evened up at 2-2. Monastery up. Bills go down to the crossbows. Tower will go down. And no more gold access for a player who needs to go now monks and knights. ACCM did a tower on his other gold, but his main gold is denied. And ACCM going to start slinging slam. And do the only thing he thinks he can do is sling slam. And maybe slam could go to imp. And then carry with arbs, but I think that's a long shot. And we're seeing this a couple sometimes in the tournament is the comeback mechanic of players are so far down the only thing they can do is sling. And that's one of the reasons we're seeing sling. And that's also I think a fair question of is that something we need to deal with, maybe with different sling setups or different nerfs to sling, or is it just something that it doesn't affect the outcome of games because they're so far behind anyway? Is Cartographers 1 so sling heavy? No, it's not. And I wouldn't even say this is a sling heavy game. I'd say that this is the game that they're just not resigning when they've lost. What is this? As a monastery, what is this? I've not seen the Ethiopian monastery yet. Okay. That was updated in the monk patch. Okay, let me admire this building for a moment. Alright, little crossbows coming over, finding the wood line. Slam up to imp. The rock-hewn church. Slings that. I mean, does Slam have a way to win if he's slung? Does he? I mean, that would be impressive if he does, because ACCM, he's not going to be slinging for much longer. He is dead. His TCs are being right-clicked by Yo's knights. ACCM just going to run and try to hide vills and hope that Slam can do it. He has nothing left to sling. I mean, he's slung so much he can't even afford a TC. He can't even afford a lumber camp. I mean, maybe it does give more options to try to come back if the game's over, and that's a good thing. But if I feel like this is still, even Slam up to Imp is just ACCM being a bit stubborn there, and yeah, they're gonna call it GG. That ties it 2-2. So there we go. 81 kills for Licks. And again, the shoe is an archer civ, looking really nice. If they were OP, they'd sling even if they were not dead. That's true. But sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. So ACCM, tricky map for him to play. Man, but I don't know, I feel like maybe it would have been better for him if he had taken this wood line and this gold. But I guess harder on the 9ville start where you have to put the lumber camp down right away. Be the best team game civ? I don't know about that, but maybe one of the best archer civs now. And let me see, Petito, if we have the next rec. Oh, they're in game 5 already. So, what's he saying? Okay, game 5, there we are. Gimmick 4v4 tournament, no tax. The ultimate sling tournament. That would be fun for a day or so. And sorry for a moment while I get the rec. And alright, the map will be Valley of Kings. And with the set tied 2-2, I'm gonna let the ad finish playing on Twitch, and then we'll get into this. Yeah, that's a good idea for a show match, though, the full-on sling show match. And here we are, game number 5, Valley of Kings. Chosen by ACCM and Slam, we'll have Aztecs and Burmese to the north for my insanity. Then Inca and Slavs to the south for Licks and Yo. And this is a different set of civs than we've seen so far. I wonder if ACCM is going to be attuned to the Drush the outside strategy. Oh, he says, I don't want to ungarrison the castle. I'm just deleting everything right away. Maybe I should give a gate there instead of walls, but I guess that's kind of tricky for the castles on the outside. So, any insta-feudals? As a very quick feudal from Yo is the Slavs. Very quick feudal indeed. Lumber camp and then he's up, basically. FC Arambai for Slam. FC Monks for the Aztecs. We see a Drush. We see a fast feudal for ACCM as well. Plus 50 gold for the Aztecs will be nice on this map. That means they can afford Loom. ACCM trying to lure stuff into the castle, maybe? I just gotta keep the king alive. Don't lose your kings. Hope we see Jaguar warriors. I would love to see some of them too. So again, this is a regicide map. You have a neutral wall containing you to the inside, but you can jump in and out of the castles. It is inspired largely by the map Bastion, by the Mad Catter for Walhalla. And there are Gaia units guarding your golds and stones on the outside. But sometimes you can find a wood line and go to get the wood out there. I think every player probably has one here. This one guarded by some Gaia units a bit, though. That's something that I've noticed players using now that I might want to make more consistent in future versions of the map. So, Yo, ACCM both up. And stable for Yo, range for ACCM. So we have seen stable play on this map. We can see scouts and archers. It feels like the dominant meta is skirms, but not the only way to play it. Here's that loom for ACCM, and his licks up. I think we've established that kings don't heal, but can hop in castles. And I'm glad that we've seen the map picked, but we haven't seen Four Seasons in a while. I think maybe if we bring this map back in the future with a couple of tweaks, we'd have a very good 3-map setup for the Chaos category. So Tower Rush from Yo, Defensive Tower from ACCM. Vills can start to garrison. Four Seasons is too crazy. And there's Feudal for Slam, as he has walled himself as well as he can. A bit of a team wall, even. Are they gonna, wall behind themselves for a team wall? That's not gonna be possible with the Tower Rush from Yo. And Slam walled to that wood line, walling around his stone and his TC. So scouts definitely can still get in. Skirms could just not care about the TC fire and walk in. ACCM finding that hole for the Palisade to plug up in the middle. Double archery ranges here for Licks. And Lick's gonna go for a tower. Okay, try to disrupt the fast castle with a tower. Slam on stone and gold, though. I think that the one thing players are missing about the map is that you can go for a fast castle out here. Maybe Slam has kind of figured that out. But you can go for a fast castle and then maybe just market your way up, but as long as you have wood, you can just have your military fight the Gaia units and take the gold and the stone. And then the walls protect you from the archers and the skirms. To market Blacksmith up for Slam, and FC Arambai indeed will be the play. Lots of Vills fighting for ACCM. He did manage to take out the tower, and the scouts will run around. Archer hoovering for Licks. So they're trying to go scouts archers now with some skirms. I need a way to take out the spears, and this is where Skirms could be useful. Should wall the stable? Ooh, could be interesting. But Slam, I think he's quite peacefully gonna make it to the castle age. There he goes. There he goes. Another watchtower up. Licks. That will be outside the TC range, so safe to get that up. Castle age on the way for Slam. He's also doing gold mining upgrade on the way up. Didn't even do horse collar, just gold mining, so wooden gold mining. And he will probably get up, use the Arambai to clear his gold, and then go forward. Power up. As skirms and spears run around. He's killing the chickens. Is ACCM afraid Yo's gonna take the chickens? I mean, ACCM could take them himself. Those poor chickens. He's getting javelined to death. Okay, ACCM. I don't think Yo is really gonna take them. A lot of archers now. Licks. Slam has to go for a tower on the stone. He's gonna do some slam gates in the middle of his base. Stop the scouts from getting in. Oh, look at that, look at that. That is beautiful right there at the gates. A work of art, keeping your gate here, keeping everyone safe. And now it is castle, so it will be Arambai time. Arambai will start to pump out and be queued. There he goes for Slam. Needs to make sure not to ungarrison the king. Yeah, I don't know how useful the chickens are going to be. I think the map might be a bit too chaotic to take them. Maybe in the castle age you could TC them at some point, though. Chickens, they're pathing danger. You might right-click them with your rocket carts or mangonels. So Skirm's still trying to take out the archers. Scouts could get in here. Here come the Arambai. Arambai ready to defend. As Yo goes up, Yo and Licks with the score lead. You're gonna need the Arambai to do damage. Lots of skirms from ACCM. Some more meta play from ACCM. Arambai are a weird unit to FC into, are they? I think there's a pretty standard unit to FC into. FC Arambai. I know Phosphoros has a lot of FC Arambai builds. This was, I think, the King of the Desert 1 meta? King of the Desert 2? Something like that? When we had... I think the final game was Viper going FC Arambai. They've had different balances at different points and have been... still are a tricky unit to deal with. So as this palisade goes down, the market will go up, and Yo trying to wall will get HP on the walls just enough to keep the Arambai out. So clutch walling there as the initial palisade went down. And FC was viable on Arabia. FC is still viable. It's just naked FC instead of Drush FC. And farm on the outside for Slam. Yeah, so Slam taking good advantage of the outside, using the wall to protect himself, thinking farming out here is safer than farming in the middle. I guess especially with the towers on his TC. And all the towers he'll have to deal with. Yeah, this looks like a very Lick style gameplay with all those towers. Skirm's running around, dodging some arrows under the tower. I go for the scouts. And Skirm War. Skirms should do decently well against the Arambai. But feudal Skirms will still die. And you don't want to stay on feudal Skirms for too long. As, well, eventually the Arambai numbers will be able to deal with them. So, castle for everyone now. So I have an ACCM with a bit of a score lead. Trying to pick off Vils. Tower takes off the Arambai. And this tower, I still see the blinking blue dots everywhere. That keeps distracting me. Skirms dying a bit to tower fire there, maybe? Arambai still hoovering around. The tower's doing a good job of keeping the Vils safe. Arambai Skirm, a good combo. Yeah, this is not the first time we've seen it. Doubt and Hera did end up doing it earlier. Arambai limited space to hoover because of those castles. And there's a castle aid on the way for Licks. And Elite Skirm right away. Elite Skirm, something that can help deal with Arambai. I have an X in the middle from ACC. I'm thinking, is he saying he's going to push there? Oh, he's saying Slam should drop the castle there. Okay, Slam, when he went to the outside. See, he has stone? No, he's just still mining the stone from the inside. It's all his starting stone. Going for the castle. Slam might want Arambai to clear the gold for him. He's gonna do an outpost. You can full wall on the outside, but the cracked terrain makes it hard to keep the walls up. So, great castle here. Castle won't hit the TC, but we'll get a lot of map control, secure that golden stone at the front of Yo's base, and let them start to push in. And Arambai under the tower, they don't have the same damage against buildings that they used to, but they do have a high enough attack they still can sit under the tower and do damage to it. Probably don't want to do that with elite skirms in the rear, but ACCM will bring his army over to deal with that. So, Feudal Age, Clutching, and Armor for the archer line for ACCM. Arambai come around. There still is a stable with one light cav in it. But players start to move to the outside. And Jaguar Warriors, we do have Jaguar Warriors, yes. Jaguar Warriors to defend the TC builders and clear the Gaia units on the gold. We've done it. We've done it. We have Jaguar Warriors. The Sling Slam to Imp? That could be a strategy, Sling to Imp. Go Trebs. I have another TC from Licks. And for light cap to Skirms as an Arambai support, but I can see the idea. Now, here's the thing. There are a bunch of Gaia units on the map, and I know Tur's tested this out a lot. You do not gain attack points by killing the Gaia units. You have to kill actual enemy units. So Arambai getting in, Licks and Yo with the score lead. Arambai going for the Vils. This is a good raid from Slam. And all of a sudden, the Vil difference starting to open up. Oh no, more Vils that could go down. Ballistics on the way for Licks. Licks is 20 elite skirms, but where are they? Not in a position to defend. And we're going to have ACCM doing a castle in Slam's base. Both of them kind of crossing over doing castles in front of each other's bases. Xing on the outside, some Arambai there for Slam. He's going to get his own TC up. Some light cav raids there, but Arambai there to deal with it. And Silas PT, thank you for the follow. Bills all go down. Towers there, going down to the castle. On Arambai short of one-shotting the Vils. I guess you still have to get lucky for them to hit the Vils. What's that in the back? That's a lot of elite skirms in the back. Arambai still running around. Maybe could get to the elite skirms. Slams will start picking off villagers. Down they go. And this is a nice raid for Licks. Picking off some Slam vills. I mean, Slam only 38 vills. He doesn't have much of an eco behind the Arambai that he has. And everyone now getting to the outside, getting their TCs up on the outside. And now it gets tricky of where do you put your army, inside or outside? The Arambai cannot engage on that many skirms. Mangonel shot coming forward. Skirms once again proving to be the best unit in the game. We'll have some light cav raids on the outside, Yo raiding ACCM, and Slam falling really far behind in score because he doesn't have the economy. He's just dropping castles, selling stone. But now it feels like Yo and Lick smoothly adding in plus 20 vills. Those initial Arambai kills he had didn't pay off enough when the skirms could hoover and do some counter damage. He's just getting raided by these skirms. So the castle did go up, and he will take out a TC and a tower. The score difference starting to tell a huge lead for the Licks. As we'll have 1, 2, and now a third TC on the outside for Yo. More TCs on the outside for Licks. Some skirms clearing out more units around that stone, so Licks can take that now. Skirm raids peak AoE 2. You win with skirms, you win at AoE 2. And X over there. But at least we see Jaguar Warriors going for the skirms. Go Jaguar Warriors. They should be able to get the light cav, right? And there's ACCM slinging Slam a bit. What's Slam going to do with that? Pointage on the way for ACCM. And I think this is, again, a desperation sling that is not going to work. Maybe a faster sling to get Slam Imp could have worked. But now they're just way too far behind. The light cav have a great raid. More skirm raids you see, the more you understand about when this video about balance changes. Pointage on the way for ACCM. Alright, trying to sling him Imp. But, I mean, what resources does ACCM have with which to sling? Not much. Skirm raids on the outside now. As a workshop will be going up for Slam. Vills have to dance a bit. Yeah, and Yo's had a lot of great raids with light cav this game too. We'll have more raids on the outside. ACCM getting hit. All those vills running out from the castle, they're getting hit. This is exactly what you said, a nice raid. And a Boyar added in along with those light cav just to make them even more deadly. TC targeting the Boyar at least. He'll go down. These light cav still hoovering. The vills are not going to fit inside the TC. ACCM's already in there taking up Slam's space, and Slam... Oh no, he can't fit. There's no room. He's under 30 vills now. Another vill going down. Now it's 143 to 81 vills. Vills going down. Now that stable being cleared, this castle's still forward. But Imperial Age on the way from Yo, he doesn't even need a sling to go there. He can do another castle and get into a Trebor with that middle castle if he wants to. Maybe this is then GG after they see Yo hit Imp. And he's still trying to sling Slam to Imp, but Licks is Imp too. Both of them will be faster than the slung player. And I can see what they're thinking, slinging Imp now for the Trebs, but it's a bit too late for that. As soon as those upgrades come in, it's going to be looking even scarier. Mangonel on the outside did help to clear a path to the mining camp, but then left a Vill or an archer or something to die to that spear. And players need to get maybe accustomed to clearing those things out. It is very awkward though, and I wish I could make Vills straight up fight them. Slam got this. Martin believes in Slam. Slam is up, but he's then going to have to be 1v2ing 2 players in Imp when those 2 players have a timing advantage. And while he's going to be focusing on trebbing in the middle, he will be rated heavily on the outside. Goes from slam butchering enemy vills to being completely lost. It's skirm raids. Skirm raids turn that around in Slam's base. Empire still hoovering. Skirms will pick the vills on the front. And Jaguar Warriors coming over to the skirms. There's Imperial Age for Yo. Oh, maybe Slam's up so they won't call it. Imperial Age for Lix is going to look very scary. And Jaguar Warriors doing the job. But as they're seeing the imp timings, they're going to call the GG. And LY goes up 3-2. And this is another set that goes at least 6 games. So really competitive semifinals we've had. As Slam had 35 kills only. And by the end, the extra raids from the skirms and the scouts from Yo, especially on the outside of the map, pay off, give them a bigger advantage. And Slam not able to get enough with that fast castle. Our base. What is our base saying? Alright, so it looks like we're going to have a small break because they're still playing game number 6 and we don't have a rec for it. Coinage drops to 20. So we were catching up to live time, and we've caught up to live time, but it's not spectatable. So it was Valley of Kings, a loss for them, then a win on Arabia. I guess I'll just play an ad real quick. This is the struggle of trying to get a whole bunch of time zones to play together while also streaming in another time zone. Alright, so I'll just play a quick ad, we'll have a break, and then get into the next game somehow. Alright, and thank you everyone for the follows. Mr. Slinkman, Juggler Blaine. I guess I can remind everyone again that we do have a giveaway for AOM Retold. Right now, type !AOM in the Twitch chat. If you're following the stream, you can be entered. Alright, looks like we are ready to go. I'll double songs just because I didn't leave the game. Sorry. Thank you, thank you. First time watching live, well, welcome. And Petito will give me the rec game number 6. And let's see if Slam and ACCM can do it. And force a game number 7. Just caught up with live time on the YouTube VOD too. Nice. That's what people have been telling me, that on YouTube they can, like if they need to go like run an errand or something, they pause and then they come back and they put it at 1.5 speed and catch up. And that way they don't just like have a window that they missed, like if they have to come back to a Twitch stream. Okay, and it will be Regicide Fortress. Regicide Fortress, the second time we've seen it today. I wonder if we'll see another sling strategy, or if they'll play it just like a straight up. Did we hit 13k today? Yes, we did hit 13k. We're at 13,021 followers. And we also have Slam here as the Bengalis. Final tomorrow is best of 9. Final is best of 9. Silver League final is a best of 5, and Grand Final is a best of 9. So ACCM as the Georgians, Slam as the Bengalis. They're against Lix as the Maya, and Yo as the Burgundians. Ooh, okay, okay. So it could be Burgundy. Is this gonna be good old Maya sling? We might see something we haven't seen in like 7 years, 8 years. Sling the Maya? I guess something we've never seen. Sling the Mayans instead of Sling back then. Now it's Sling the Maya. Who's the best performing player so far? I mean, Doubt has been playing incredible for a GL. The King's running around on the outside. And still running around. Oh, yeah. This is the snow version of Regicide Fortress. So I added polar bears and I added penguins. The patch added penguins, so I put them on the map. Little groups of penguins out. Oh, yes. And then polar bears instead of wolves, just because they were there. I don't think these occupy the same habitat, but they do occupy the same map on Fortress. Still think Incas are the best slinging civ, really? I do think Burgundians are really good at it. Yes, polar bear and penguins. You think Incas because they have the slingers, not the archery range. No, not the market because of the archery range slingers. And Andean sling, the best sling. So, Bengalis, Georgians. I mean, maybe we see a sling here too, or both players just playing it standard. Here's the Burgundians. We'll do the eco upgrades. Polar bear plus penguins equals no penguins. He's saying the polar bear treats the penguins like the villagers do the boars. Well, look at the scouting. Everyone has their kings they've scattered with. Most of the map has been scattered to the east side by LY. Slam and ACCM doing a bit more scouting with their kings. Scouting about 3/4 of the map. So big score lead now, but that is, I think, fair to say, due to scouting. And Slam's king garrisoned in Slam's castle. market going up for ACCM. And stable. Alright, so ACCM going to go market stable. And as the Georgians, you'll go for some light cav. Kuman slinging Georgians sounds crazy. Oh, that does sound pretty crazy. I mean, Kuman slinging Turks was pretty crazy the first time. But if anything, I feel like the other team more Hart and Leary maybe just made some mistakes in letting that, not obviously the Queen snipe. But also the Woad Raiders, I have this weird feeling that Kelp Paladin might have been better. So, castle for everyone, except for Yo, who will be feudal. And I wonder if the long feudal means he will just be doing a market and slinging. If you feudal this long, it's just for maybe more vills and a big eco. He's doing the market, he's doing Bowsaw, he's doing the stable. Like, yeah, you get the upgrades early, but you don't get coinage early and age early. Unless I'm mistaken about that. I mean, economic upgrades available early. I don't think... Do you get that early? No, it doesn't matter. He's going up to the Castle Age anyway. Alright, so not just going to be a Burgundian Feudal Age Sling. So no Feudal Age Sling now. Oh, I was kind of actually excited to see Sling the Maya. So King in the Watchtower for ACCM, in the Castle for Slam, in the Tower for Yo, and in the Tower for Licks. So Slam the only Castle King keeper. Everyone up to Castle, Bowsaw on the way. And 2 TCs for Licks, so 2 extra TCs there. An extra TC for Slam, an extra TC for ACCM, and a fortified church. Church trying to hit the golds and the wood and the farms. So we'll kind of block a farm spot, but only one farm spot. Eagle poking the scout. And Castle Age on the way finally for Yo. So 3rd TC for Slam. Monastery TC for Yo. And OTC gonna be controlling the gate access as the Rothas start to come out. So Rothas for Slam, Scouts in Custilier fighting the north then. And my chat always tells me I can spell this with or without the S. I'll pronounce it as Custilier because it does have the S present in the game spelling. And then one Manaspa coming over. So Manaspa versus the Custilier. I think the Custilier win that, especially if the Manaspas are in small numbers. And Rotha's going to find the Custilier. And Yo so far not able to group everything up. No ballistics for the Rothas. Yes, heavy plow on the way. It's a Slam doing eco upgrades. And Custilier gonna take a fight, Rothas and Scouts. And Maesty, hello Maesty. And Monaspa in the chat, hello. Rothers will come down. And now a few unique units, but this boom for Licks has been undisturbed. It is just a boom, just a pure boom. And well, I guess there are different ways you could play this as the Maya. And thank you, of course, everyone for the follows. You could just boom and go for the Eagle Warrior Flood. You could go Arb Ram, the two faster imp approaches. Not adding any plumes. You can try to get a very forward castle in Trebor with the faster imp. That's a possibility too. And Xing over here for ACCM. Ooh, lost a scout. And Yo will try to grab the monk there. Pick it up and set it down, does it appear on your opponent's minimap again, assuming he has explored the location? That's a good question. He explores the relic and it has a line of sight, yes. If it's just an explored but not visible location, I'm not sure. I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. He will make plumes. The question is when. The question now is just how long does Lix bide his time until he makes plumed archers. His team is slowly falling down behind in Vils as he has to invest more into all the upgrades in the Custilier. Question is just what happens when Lix gets the plumed archers. There's handcart on the way for Lix. Bengali's boom is crazy. Oh, that is true. It is true, and Slam will have the extra TCs. And I would imagine elephant archers in the long run being better than plumes, or winning that fight at least. And an X here, ACCM may be thinking of fighting. Custilier will chase the Arathas. Shouldn't they also crush plumes and eagles? I mean, they should, right? I mean, Bengalis usually are counter to the Maya, thanks to the Ratha, right? The Maya don't have a great way of dealing with the Ratha, unless Lix goes Mayan skirms. But, I mean, we all know how many times pros have lost games due to a single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirms. There's ballistics, there's imp. Lix up to imp. And Rathas can, I guess, melee mode for the eagles. And that'll be a forward castle now from Lix. Ballistics, and there he goes, plumed archers. Oh, I need to install the mod that changes their graphics to the original one. These guys have really small graphics. So, Thumbring, fortified wall, imp on the way also for Slam. And now the question is, how does Slam manage to get the timing to work so that he can have his unit composition as the Bengalis fighting the Mayans? And let's see, 1.3 speed for the Rathas. Is 1.2 for the plumes. Plumes are very speedy. You like the new shirtless plumes? I don't know. I'm not really a fan of them. I like the old plumes better. So imp now for everyone. Imp for everyone. But yo first. I mean, licks first. Yo. I wonder what Yo does with Burgundies. He could do quick paladins, but that feels like maybe okay against Rathas. And okay against Manaspas. So what happens if the George player then opens Halb? So plumes, will they find any damage? That's the question. Right now, just more map control. No one really engaging in a fight. Another castle going up for Slam. Slam and ACCM with the score lead. Oh, wait. We had an overchop, and a castle denied by Manaspas. Manaspas getting in. Where's the king? The king's in the tower. Okay. Finally, there's an overchop. And Manaspas will die to the Custilier. But at least making something happen. Play's been booming. Now, MYI with a huge villager lead over at LY. There we go. Now we have elite plumes. Now they start to look like plumed archers again. Now you can look at them. See, they're okay. They have a little shoulder pad. That's the difference. This guy is standing with his leg in the air. Good old Manaspas. Nothing beats that. Well, maybe plumed archer beats it. So no sling, just good old plumes. And a castle going up for licks. The Trebs go for this castle. And Elite Custilier. Elite Custilier for Yo. The Slam taking a good score now. And I feel like Slam should have a good composition of Elite Ratha there. And oh wait, where's that king going? Where's that king going? ACCM's king ungarrisoned voluntarily. At the same time, there's a bit of a push from Custilier. So Custilier and Plume against Ratha and Manaspa. That's quite a few Trebs. So ACCM trying to keep that king safe. We'll put it into Slam's base. And Manaspa Custilier as the Plumes run in. The Plumes continuing to help with this push. It feels like, despite the score difference, maybe LY has more map presence. Ratha's trying to fight the Plumes. Plumes with a decent bit of HP at 65. And meanwhile, more raids coming in. Maybe smart of ACCM to run his king to that tower. His raids could have focused the tower, perhaps. Georgians, I mean, they will have a great eco eventually. And will they have the army composition to stand up to Custilier? Hey, what is that? That is a group of 4 Trebs all going for this castle. And Ratha versus Skirms. No melee unit in front, just dodging by themselves. And Trebs going for the other Trebs, but they fall back. That castle will stand for the moment. Slam and ACCM slow with the score lead. They have a 50 vil lead. This feels like CBA almost with all the unique units. Kind of bit. I can see where you're coming from there. And behind this, the team's going to start adding in trade. We have markets being set up in all of the corners for teams to trade with each other. For team members to trade among members on the same team. Feels like these castles just get pushed though. Do they just get pushed by Trebs? Okay, Trebs going for this castle, and that might go down. Ooh, 200 HP being repaired, but the Rathas jump it. At the same time, the Custelia get the Trebs. They get the Trebs. The Custelia jump the Trebs, and suddenly all 5 Trebs are down. The castle crumbles at the last Treb shot, but suddenly the Custelia jump the Trebs, and that's what makes their attack bonus so scary. Some ways to jump the Trebs like that. And in the back, they're just gonna keep running. Oh no, this is not walled. There's a king in that tower. That scares me. Did he see that? He did see it because the tower shoots at him. Now, nice gates there, or universities. Slam are great. Great job of trapping units in these quick wall little places all game. Plume's still fighting the... still fighting the Rathas. Plume's winning that fight, though. I guess they didn't... Okay, I guess the Rathas need to run away from that castle. Another castle that could go down. Slayer and ACCM take the score lead again. Custelia come forward. And at least they don't have a king in this base. That could be a lot of dead Trebs again. Huspas and Rathas trying to stop the Custelia from sniping off Trebs. And this fight, I can't tell the numbers. I feel like Yo has fewer numbers. And he's getting chased away. Finding a Treb, just trying to find something of value. At the same time, though, while that fight was going on, there was nothing to stop these Trebs. Ville's desperately repairing against 2 Treb shots, and it goes down. Oh, the castle would have been saved. The next shot would have been 1 Treb instead of 2. And now those armies peacefully coalescing to come back to the middle. And same pops for each team. Our range is going up. Are we gonna have a swap to Skirmishers? Yes. Everyone's favorite unit, the Skirmisher. And now Treb's moving forward on this castle. At the same time, there's still green, another Custelia raid inside ACCM's base. Team's still taking the score lead, but he has to move some Manaspal off to deal with that. At the same time, he needs to protect Slam's Trebs. That's a lot of Rathas. That's a lot of Rathas, but a Treb goes down. It's 1 of 3 Trebs with 18 or so hills. They can repair 2 Trebs, no problem, especially on a hill. Rathas getting in on the plumes, but ultimately decided to go back. Custelia decided not to fight either. Does not have the meme tech. So we have Rathas taking some arrow fire, lots of repairs on the castle. Other Trebs want to be taken out. And this fight, is the Treb going down the difference? Is that the difference? That's a lot of Rathas now for Slam. It's a lot of them. I keep losing the mouse cursor on all the snow. ACCM, a bit too bad. Need to add Cavalier, at least 5 or 6 of them. Oh, these Georgian Naspas keep fighting, keep losing. And so we're still so close. Bloomed Archer is taking out a lot of the Rathas. The Manaspas were more to clean there, but they took too much arrow fire. And Manaspas are not tanky at all, only 100 hit points. Compared to the 115 of the Elite Ratha, you can add another 20 on that, I think. Or is that the most 115? Oh, yeah, I think that's the most 115. That's with Elite Bloodlines, yeah. Or actually, no. It's not. It's not with the Bloodlines. He doesn't have Bloodlines. Oh, Slam, what are you doing? Do you not realize Bloodlines affects this unit? Slam! Well, he's taking the fight anyway. He's taking the fight. Treb's going down. Oh, that's 115. This clearly says he doesn't have bloodlines, right? Oh, that is huge in these fights. Look at all the res he's floating. You just do that. ACCM needs to notice and tell him. That's why they're dying so fast. Does he have husbandry? Does he have a stable? He does not have husbandry, so he probably doesn't have a stable for him. Okay, Lix and Yo taking the score lead again. Ooh, we're gonna have fortified churches. I was on one of the outlying stones in a couple of ranges. Rathas also benefit from melee upgrades. They melee attack for their second mode. And Halb's pushing forward now. Manaspa's taking pokes from the Halbs. Halb's poking them down as they get through the gate. Ram's going for the gate too, in the middle. Maybe a push here from the Trebs. Well, Slam, he has a fletching emote. He might need a Bloodlines emote after this game. Oh, Onager shot. Okay, Onager doesn't hit. Looking for an Onager shot in the plumes. Almost. Not quite. And the plumes avoid the Onagers. Skirm's coming forward. And what is this? What is this? Lix showing how you win games by using Mayan skirmishers. Onagers on the way. More Custilier coming over. Skirm's getting flattened a bit, but Custilier will go down by the Mangonel, by the Onager. Now the Ratha's on the Trebs, but the Custilier are there too on the Trebs. And more Trebs in the back, though. Manaspa's coming for the Trebs. There are 6 Trebs there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Trebs down. Okay, well, this area being pushed on the other side too by a siege ram, but Vils are there on point to stop that. It's Fawn Tower's time, well, Guard Tower for ACCM. It's Bloodlines time for Slam. Arrow Slits for ACCM even, he wants the Swan Towers, although his base is now being raided pretty well by the Halbs. Wants the Swan Towers in there to help guard it. Keep on the way. His church is being tripped down. Shot it. Okay, ram push down here. And unseated farms for the Vil. So where are they able to... So let's also take a look at the trade. How's the trade doing here? So we'll look at the trade numbers. 28, 29, 40, 34. So slightly more trade for LY. And also because the trade's getting raided. Because the trade is getting raided and Plumes got into here. I don't know if that was trade or just a couple of Rathas. LY on better trade numbers. There is the Siege Elephant. And the Custilier will be cleaned by the Manaspas. The ACCM not dead yet. Oh, what a game this is. So Ratha's still fighting the Plumes and the Skirms. Ratha's gonna go for the Ram. And they will try to take the Ram down, knocking it with their swords for the melee attack. And King here in the castle for Slam. They actually got really close to the king, Slam's king. On the left, there are Halbs everywhere. And they try to go down. Forward castle from Yo. That's a bold castle. But right now, it's just a bunch of fortified churches. There's no real castle in here. And there goes the castle. Here come more Trebs. On the other side, this castle's still being pushed. I don't see how this gets stopped with just Rathas. That's a big ram train. Oh, that is a lot of Rathas. And this castle now being trebbed. This castle now being trebbed. Rams on their way forward. At the same time, ACCM's base has a bunch of green in it. Moving its way on forward. Treb slowly but surely taking out the towers. And this castle will go down. The castle goes down, and Slam is losing his castle control. Less map for ACCM2. It feels like this slow push is doing it. More cannons on the way up for Yo. He's hitting the TC. The next castle being trebbed. And the trade line almost exposed. And oh, he's doing bloodlines. He's doing bloodlines. Yes. And vacuum pods for the people. Thank you for the follow. He's doing bloodlines. Svantaras was at do fortifications plus 2 attack. Watchtower line passes through, so I'm going to believe fortifications includes castle. He's doing bloodlines. Oh yes, maybe that'll turn things around. I'll have a much stronger unit. I feel like you should probably be melee moding the plumes. As Rathas are going down, not much more Ratha production. If you lose these, then it's hard to get them back. Only 1 castle so far for Slam. He's doing some battle elephants. How great is Ratha into plumes? Probably not that good. Now that it's super late game and the skirms are out. Just against plumes it's fine, but it's the combination with the skirms there that make it. So it deletes as the plumes run. Plumes are destroying more of the trade. What's the trade down to? Now 29.33 to 46.47, so definitely more trade for LY. And look at the trap there from Licks. Gets all the plumes in a straight line, narrow gap between the blacksmith and the trees. This side's still pushing through. What does the thin bar on top of the military count show? We did this once. One is number of units, the other is value. One is the number of military units you have, the other is the value of military units you have. And Slam's King Refuge is under attack by a ram. He does honor that down though, but it's also very close to that castle. So Slam going elephants now. Elephants along with the Rathas. Okay, Eagles coming forward. And 5 Trebs deployed for Licks. More Halbs running through the eco here for ACCM. ACCM losing everything. Vill's fighting. Trebs deployed. Svan Tower keeps going down. And they're going for the Treb. Going for the Treb. As on the other side, Slam trying to push. That might not matter if ACCM dies. Yeah, Flemish militias can be traded from the barracks now. You don't need to do the revolution for them. Right in the middle, wood access becomes a premium on Fortress after a while. It's not like Arena with the wood on the outside. You have to take the wood in the middle. Oh, we're waiting for players' game paused. Again, the wreck can't handle everything. Here comes an elephant push, trying to destroy this castle, give himself more breathing space. And Paladin in now for Yo. Gundian Paladins for Yo. Okay, still fighting. Halb's out now. Elves under some castle fire, though. And everything here kind of cleaning each other up, but I'm really worried about this push down the middle as the castle crumbles. And that was, let's see, Slam had to run the king to this TC. Prizes when I zoom out really far with lots of units? Maybe. So much such a good idea was this Cav Pike. Well, elephants now may be the idea. Trebs left unexposed Trebs, and Elite Menaspas take them down. Eagles coming forward. Treb on the castle. Treb on the castle. Eagles picked off. And they're in the trade. The raids are in the trade. These wood lines are about to be chopped through and make a cleaner trade line, but it's a raided trade line. Castle goes down. Offense. And Halb's out to deal with elephants. Elephants won't last long there. On the right, push getting in towards the trade. Ram push actually hitting the markets. One more or two more markets. Okay, this might be it now. Licks destroying the trade. They've kind of separated off the two players. Let's look at the trade numbers now. 19 to 14, 46 to 67. That is the difference in trade. So we have a couple of workshops here. And Kennon's cleaning everything there. There's a big open area at the front of the base here. And some... what is this? Elite Menaspas. So units that trickle in will probably die, but units that patrol in at once will be good. Yeah, he really does love his Burgundians. It's the time for me. It is 5 p.m. and we've been casting for 6.5 hours. I can tell that we've been here for a long time now. So the Rams are in the trade. The Rams are in the trade. Did Yo even make a paladin after researching it? He's just been on Custilier. It's cheap, he just wanted to add it in. Eagles are on the trade. And I think this is it. I think that's the GG. And LY, they will do it. Yo and Lakes will advance to face Doubt and Hera in the finals tomorrow. Congrats to them. Well done for Slam and ACCM. They were in the top 4 and they did extremely well this tournament. 700 kills for Slam. Everyone with a ton of kills this game. That was a great late game push on Regicide Fortress. Nice to see this map be played. And that means Mediterranean. We only have one more chance to see Mediterranean played. No one's played it yet. More importantly, they will go on most vills for Slam. But Bengali's Georgians not able to hold late game against Burgundians and Maya. The Plumed Archers, the Halbs, the Eagles. I mean, we were thinking Bengali should wreck Maya, but I guess maybe not with the teamwork of the Burgundians. The Bengundians will combine their civs. So after all of that, LY versus GL. What is this map? This is Fortress, just standard old Fortress with Regicide settings. Tomorrow's is a best of 9, yes. Best of 5 for the Silver League, where we have T90. And then in the finals against T90 Dark against Vietnam, say my name, and Quang Tri. And then the finals for this one are for the Gold League, LY versus GL. So let's transition there. And that means it's also giveaway time for us. Let's close capture. It means it's giveaway time for us. So, remember, exclamation mark AOM if you want to enter the giveaway. I'll just update our scoreboard real quick. And Fortress was a win. And we didn't see Sumatra twice picked as a potential Game 7, but neither time played. That was the Maya and Burgundians against Georgians and Bengalis. I didn't check off the Aztecs either from last game. As Aztecs Burmese. And what were the civs there? It was Inca Slavs. So exclamation mark AOM to enter the giveaway. Thank you everyone who has been watching in here all along. And let's get the giveaway underway. Here we have 119 entries. Counting. Our base entering the giveaway. So here we are. Get your exclamation mark AOMs in. Follow the stream, exclamation mark AOM for the giveaway. We're doing one now, we're gonna do another one tomorrow. I have a code, I will message you on Twitch after drawing you with to confirm the code. Is this where we are all rigged? This is where everyone's rigged. Stashfo, the first one to enter the test drawing earlier today even. And Shermack, thank you for the sub with Prime. Everyone can see the chat and my alerts and everything. Thanks for using your Prime sub. Subs don't get you extra rigging for the lobby. They just, but they help. They do help support the stream, and they do help support the tournament. So 133 people still getting more entries. Exclamation mark AOM for the giveaway. After this giveaway, then I gotta go make my way over to Medieval Times. Good stream, looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you. More entries. In my time machine, yes. Masty says, Emu's not coming. Alright. Masty will be there, though. Masty will be there. So, exclamation mark AOM, everyone. And soon we gotta do a drawing. Are we gonna get to 150 entries for this? So, whenever I see these kind of stop rolling in the chat, we'll do choose a winner. Let me also get my YouTube chat open. Anyway, we gotta type it in the Twitch chat. When is the Silver Finals being played? 15 GMT tomorrow is when it starts. Silver Finals, 15 GMT. Gold Finals after that. You'll ask Emu once before you leave. Well, I do have a ticket. And Flying Stakes, thank you for the sub. I take the blue pill will be there. Barion will be there. Dux will be there. No pressure if he doesn't want to go. That is perfectly fine. It would be lovely because I do still have, I think, 2 extra tickets if you guys sorted out the person wanting to bring their child situation. The fewer extra tickets, the better. Alright, I think... Stop entering the giveaway, chances are diminishing. Alright, 145. I think the giveaway chances are starting to slowly trickle in. And I think it's about time I'm going to click that giveaway button to choose a winner. Everyone peer pressure? No peer pressure. Don't peer pressure. Be nice to Emu. No, Masty, no peer pressure. You're none because it's rigged. Alright. I think we're getting there. King Boo is here. Exclamation mark Emu. So, everyone who has typed that, you're here. You're joining the club to win Asia Mythology Retold. So, Ray can enter. Ray wants some Asia Mythology. I should do a countdown soon. Everyone still needs to get their commands in. And oh, Oladushik, thank you for the raid. We're doing a giveaway. Exclamation mark AOM to win Age of Mythology Retold. Oh, we have more than 150. People keep entering. People keep entering. A-OK. You know the game you want, A-OK. Age of Kings. That's the game to win. Now that is the game to win. Yes, you want this! Exclamation mark. AOM to enter. You gotta be following the stream. So follow the stream on Twitch and exclamation mark AOM. Limb bow, you can limb that. Limb soup. Alright. Now I think we finally. Exclamation mark user patch pathing. We all would want to win that. Yeah, I think finally the entries are winding down. 160 entries. Yeah, look at people following now. You gotta follow to win. At least I say that because I don't think the bot actually verifies that. But you do. You don't even have a PC? You can just re-gift the code. Are you okay? Are we ready? I'll click this button then. In about 10 seconds, we'll start the countdown. Like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and maybe there's some stream delay, so I will click the button right now. Choose a winner, and King Boo has won! King Boo has won Age of Mythology. That is rigged. That is completely rigged. Absolute troll. Don't trust this guy. Well, you can see if people are banned in other chats if we share the mod list. Oh no. So King Boo has won Age of Mythology. What are the odds? 1 out of 163. Those are the odds. Oh boy. Completely and utterly rigged. Easy clap. So King Boo. A Full Metal Zen. Thanks for gifting a sub to King Boo. I will message you about your Age of Mythology key. I will message you after I end the stream to make absolutely sure that I do not display the key on the stream. Let me just send you a whisper. You'll message key later. So I have you there. Oh, I can't send a whisper in OBS. Go over to Twitch. Now I have you there. So, King Boo, congrats on winning Age of Mythology. But we're going to do another giveaway tomorrow, another AOM giveaway tomorrow. The final is tomorrow, 15 GMT. We even have a schedule for it. Boom. Look at that, a wonderful schedule. But that will be just about it for us today as we wrap stuff up after the giveaway. Thank you all, everyone, for the follows, for the subs, for the support, and just for watching. EST is -5. We are EDT now. We're -4. It is the summer. And I think it's about time we raid someone. So on YouTube, I'll say goodbye to you on YouTube. And then we'll raid someone on Twitch.